We have a system of understanding, right? So space is different. Gravity doesn't
There
exist.
is no space.
Earth is not a globe. What? Yeah, there's no space.
Physics. That's not physics, right? You're just saying stories that
when you
defies
reject
physics.
gravity, you are diverting from mainline physics into your own system.
But you haven't been able to present anything that proves gravity in the first place.
Yeah, you don't have any physics for it.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying you've diverged into your own system when you rejected gravity.
No, we've cited physics.
How can we reject
natural
something?
law?
Okay.
How can we reject something that you haven't presented in the first place?
You're just saying the word gravity.
Okay,
you're repeating it every time.
Physics. So mainstream physics accepts gravity, yes or no?
Without evidence.
Not the authority.
So obviously the conventional gravity thing, like
you're doing a fallacy. You're doing a fallacy because mainstream
fallacy? I'm defining things.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's an appeal to authority because mainstream physicists. It's an appeal to authority. You are saying that because mainstream physicists are agreeing that gravity exists, you have to do the same thing.
Yep, and it's an all or nothing physics.
I'm saying you disagree with mainstream physicists.
Yeah, it's an all or nothing fallacy.
Have to appeal to authority, obviously.
It's an all or nothing fallacy. Oh, you accept this one bit of physics, but you don't accept this other thing that the physicists say.
I'm not saying that one.
Yeah,
Did you just read Wikipedia and you're just yelling me random?
Bro, listen. If it doesn't come with demonstration and evidence, then you don't have to accept it as being true.
That's fine. I'm just asking if mainstream physics accepts gravity or not.
There's no physics. There's no physics there. Show the physics. What? Show the physics.
You know what mainstream means?
Yeah. Look, okay.
Yeah, it means you're a lemming.
To get the certificates, right, to get the degrees that many of these people have in these fields, right, they just need to be able to memorize and regurgitate the mainstream textbooks that they're taught at university, right? It's not like they're going out testing the core fundamentals of those textbooks, right? They're just parroting, repeating information, and then teaching it on to the next generation, right? So when we ask people to validate, so they're just parroting information. That's what they're doing, right? They're not lying. They're not lying to anyone.
No, that's
right?
fine.
They're just specialists in the books of bullshit.
So I'm trying to draw a line between those guys and you guys. You think that's accurate?
No. Well, the thing is, we're using real-world observations that we can present, right? Empirical evidence, right? We're just challenging the mainstream claims, right? Right at the core the core variables.
It's not about who says what. It's about who can demonstrate what. Show the physics.
So what I'm trying to get at is you have a different understanding of phenomena compared to mainstream understanding, right?
This guy.
What you're trying to get at is you keep sidestepping the straight up fucking story. Can you validate anything you've said? Yes or no?
Yeah, I can validate it according to my own
Excellent. Validate gravity for us.
Apple falls. What else can I say? I mean, we can see planets collide. We can see us.
All right. So remember what T-Dub was talking about before was being able to manipulate and vary the thing that's in question, which is gravity, right? So we can give you an example. Let me give you an example where we can make something sink and rise by varying the medium, right? So if you get a cup of fresh water, right, you put an egg in it, the egg sinks down through the water, right? Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to predict that if I change the density of the medium, right, the egg will go upward, right? So I can add some salt into the water, and the egg will now be sitting at the bottom, and it will float up to the top, right? It will rise. All I did was vary and manipulate the medium, right, to validate the claim that I made.
Well, I mean, right? We agree with density's effect on whether things rise or fall on Earth.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Disagreeing on whether it's because of
so
what you said or gravity.
No. I mean, like anyone, there's not one example you can give me, right? So just completely dismiss gravity hypothetically. Okay, give me one example in reality that doesn't that isn't explained by what we said, right? In regards to relative density.
Well, since you rejected my space examples because space doesn't exist, I can't give you anything because you just rejected its existence.
Have you been to space?
No.
So how are you going to verify something that's allegedly in space without being in space?
Have you eaten mold-infected food?
Yes, I have. I got quite sick from it.
Have you eaten every single strain of bacteria-infected food?
That's not a poor analogy. It's got nothing to do with it.
That's not a poor analogy.
You're going to verify something. Listen, use your brain. This is what we want you to do. We want you to think for yourself, not just regurgitate this stupidity. How are you, as an individual, going to verify something if you can't get there to verify it? You cannot. Anyone with half a brain in their head can work that out.
I mean, you
so
also
try another example. It's just cool story, bro. On top of cool story, bro. That's what you keep giving us. Cool stories. We want you to verify,
so have you, like,
validate,
jumped off a cliff?
Prove these things exist.
So have you jumped off a cliff? How do you know?
Yeah, I do it every second Sunday. Why the fuck would I jump off a cliff for?
So you don't know that jumping off a cliff is gonna, like, harm you by your logic.
What the actual fuck? So now, in order for me to have acceptance of your non-validation, I've got to go and jump off a cliff.
Correct.
You're an idiot.
I mean, you want me to go to outer space?
No self-harm in the server. Sorry.
I'm sorry, that was completely stupid. I don't understand. If you just were stuck there with your claims, you couldn't validate the globe. Now you have to think about some stupid ideas. I don't know. I don't understand.
No, I'm applying the logic consistently. You said
there is no logic. There was no logic in what you said.
We want you to validate your stuff. For example, if I say to you, you can't have gas pressure without a container. All I've got to do is go and get my soda stream, take the little fucking lid off it, jam it into the machine, go buzz, 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 take it out, put the fucking lid on it, and shake the shit out of it. All of a sudden now, high pressure in a fucking tiny little plastic bottle. And you know how I know it goes high pressure? Because when I take the lid off, it goes pressure in bottle. Verified. How do you verify your stupid claims?
I mean, which one? Gravity?
We'll start there.
Sure. Let's start with air pressure. So, if you have ever hiked up a mountain,
hold on a minute.
You can see that the air pressure.
This is how broken you are.
You're not even letting me speak.
Shut the fuck up. Let's start with gravity. Air pressure? Dude, even in your own first sentence, you didn't get 10 words out, and you'd already scattergunned. We want you idiots to think for yourself. Stop just regurgitating stupidity. Have a look at the stupidity. Go and try to verify it, validate it, prove it, scientifically. But not you. Things fall to the ground. Gravity, I'm right. I just owned T-Dub. Oh, what the fuck?
Sure, you meant it as a bad thing.
Hello, I'm back from work.
How's it going? Back from work?
Okay, so
yeah.
you want me to show gravity exists, but you're saying I can't just use things falling down. So what the fuck do you expect me to do?
So now that you're understanding of your circular reasoning, so what is gravity?
Big objects attract small objects. That's gravity.
So it's Newtonian. Excellent. Newtonian gravity got superseded about 110 years ago.
By Einstein.
Yay! Good boy.
You know, relativity still supports gravity, right? It's just a refinement.
Excellent. While you're there, can you get me a cupful of time, and I'll bend it for you.
You know, there's some metaphor.
You're laughing.
Right? Not
You're
this
laughing
one.
because you just realised the absurdity of it. Excellent. It's a mathematical construct to describe something. That's all. So was Newtonian.
Yeah.
So that's it. So how about we get out of the mathematical constructs and get into the reality of it?
You know, it's called a theory for a reason, right?
I've had enough with this toy.
What?
It's not even entertaining anymore.
Can you give us the definition of a scientific theory, please?
You want to Wikipedia?
Just just find any. Just tell us what a scientific theory is.
I don't know. I'll have to go and check
Scientific
Wikipedia.
theories. It's a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world that is acquired through the scientific method and repeatedly tested and confirmed through observation
There
and
we
experimentation.
go. Bingo. Bingo.
Repeatedly
So
tested. Oh dear.
Is gravity a scientific theory?
Fine, fuck sunshine.
Well, maybe speak when you're spoken to, like a good boy. Okay.
Holy
I did the same
man.
thing. It's called proper manners.
Do you feel like you're in control in this conversation, do you?
No, not at all.
All right then, so shut up.
No, I won't.
Hey, why don't you convince somebody to wager that you said grass pressure, and I'll go get the clip.
Sure.
But not money. Can't be money. It's got to be something cool.
You can't do that on. You can't do that. Here.
Wager.
Yeah, no money.
Wager you not coming back anymore for a couple days.
I wasn't gonna do that anyway. I came here to
Anymore for a
troll.
couple days.
I was thinking that. What?
Like, don't we have the five system? I know
Yeah,
it's
I know, right?
Like guest rooms, but
Hey, come on.
No, you're not coming back anymore for 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, sure.
That's
Yeah,
like
I'll
when
do
you
that.
say you got everything, but no, that's not everything. Then
Exactly.
No, I won't come back for 5 whole minutes. I'll even time it.
You won't come back anymore for 5 more minutes. Come on.
No, your job will be you have to find a citation for topography changes the shape of the surface of
I
the
don't
water.
even know any of those words.
We know that.
How can you acquire elevation angles on a globetard?
What's an angle?
Can you repeat that? I can't understand retard.
Yeah. How can you acquire elevation ankles on a globetard?
Ankles?
Yes.
Ankles. Stop thinking about
I'll
yourself.
tell
I
you.
don't know how to.
You roll on over to your sister.
he meant elevated ankles.
Elevation ankles, Jetty.
I like the grass pressure better.
You like the grass?
I don't like his sister so much. His sister's ankles.
So now that we've reviewed the clip, it's clearly stated that I didn't say grass pressure.
Oh, you got the clip? Let's hear it.
It's clearly says that I didn't say it.
Post it.
It's posted.
Did you listen to that, motherfucker? You said grass pressure.
I said gas pressure.
grass.
Quantum, I can't believe you're making fun of a stutter.
Gra. That's not a stutter. That's a misspeak.
That's a
You
stutter.
dumb fuck. You don't even know the difference between that.
Quantum, do you know the
Fucking
difference
moron.
between
You clown
a
dumb
stutter
fuck.
and a misspeak?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. There's a difference between a
do
misspeak
you?
and a stutter,
Quantum.
you fucking
Quantum.
retard.
Quantum.
God, your sister.
Quantum.
Your sister.
I think you need to get this.
Your sister. I think you need to be institutionalized.
I do.
Yeah, I know you do. Guess who told me?
Quantum.
Your sister.
Quantum. My sister is dead, Quantum. There's not any other of them, Quantum.
Who of your sister's dead?
Either you don't have a sister or she's dead. Which one is it? Are you a liar?
Well, so technically, if I don't have it, I don't have it. So if I had a dead sister, that means I have a dead sister, not a sister.
This is going fucking south.
This is morbid all of a sudden.
So anyway, Quantum.
Your sister.
Slandering my sister. No. Say my dead sister next time, pal. My sister is no longer there. My dead sister. Go ahead. My dead sister. Your dead sister. Go ahead, Quantum.
Your sister.
No, Quantum. I don't have another one.
Your sister.
They didn't duplicate.
Your sister.
This isn't invincible.
This is your
Why are you
sister.
trying to make him say something? It's
Quantum, my sister. He's not here anymore.
He's not.
They're trans. They were trans.
Oh boy.
Like,
is he breathing grass pressure?
Like I said, you're the first one to state
I'm
grass.
really confused.
Anyway, we're contained.
curved horizontals.
Yeah.
So, Globetard, your sister.
So
How do you have
Quantum,
fucking
Quantum.
gas pressure without a container, dude?
Quantum, would you like How
How do you have gas
Would you like to
pressure
prove
without a
how we're
container,
contained
Goober?
at the moment?
Hey, Goober,
How dare
don't
you?
fucking interrupt me.
Don't interrupt me.
Don't interrupt me, clown.
Quantum.
How do you have gas pressure? You better shut the fuck up or they're going to shut you the fuck up again.
Quantum. Why are you so...
Shut the fuck up.
Why are you upset?
Shut up.
Quantum, what's wrong?
Shut the fuck up.
Quantum, is this
Shut
a
the
cry for
fuck up.
help?
Just mute it.
It's a cry for your sister. Now, don't take this idiot off. Go find some. You got Leaf in here.
Ray. Is that good? Is it? Is Leaf a good one?
I don't know. Never spoken to Leaf before.
Someone called me out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Apparently you're the
What's
one.
up with that gas pressure question? Why don't you go ahead and answer that? Go ahead. Thank you.
What about gas pressure?
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Is there gas pressure?
Is there gas pressure? What?
Well, I'll tell you that is gas pressure.
Okay. What causes gas pressure?
Well, because density of the gas seems to be pressure-wise by the vacuum of the space.
What? Sorry, pressurized by what?
What causes gas pressure again?
The vacuum of the space.
The vacuum of space causes gas pressure.
Yeah.
It
pushes the gas towards to us.
Citation, please.
It pushed the gas towards
please.
us.
Citation. No, citation. The vacuum of space causes gas pressure. We need that citation, please.
Quantum. You do realize
the vacuum
the high
of space
ground.
causes gas pressure. We need that shit right now.
Bro. Quantum, listen.
Hey, your sister.
No, I'm not your sister, right?
No.
Anyway,
your sister. I'm not your sister. Your sister.
I'm not. I'm not into incest.
I didn't say you were.
I'm not going to judge you, right? Anyway, quantum. Listen.
Great. Your sister.
Basically, the higher you are the ground, the lower the gas pressure you will measure.
So the higher you are from the ground causes gas pressure.
So if you're in the mountain,
no, the higher you are, causes gas pressure.
Because of you're closer
to space. Let me ask you, what causes gas pressure? Glue Sniffer?
Vacuum.
Not the higher
vacuum of
you
space.
are.
The vacuum
Not the
of
higher
space.
you are, Glue Sniffer. What causes gas pressure? It's a very simple question.
It's a vacuum of space, Quantum. I
What?
just answered you.
What causes gas pressure?
Are you deaf or what? I just answered you, mate.
What did you say?
The vacuum of space.
The vacuum of space doesn't cause gas pressure, you Glue
That's
Sniffer.
distinguish us from the outer
Holy
space
shit,
and
man,
the Earth.
Maybe not. Maybe that was a bad idea to take you off that mother.
I've got to ask a clarifying question. So, Leaf, you're saying that there is a vertical pressure gradient on the Earth?
What?
You do realize?
Oh, says who? Fucking stand down. What
Hold on a
causes
minute.
gas pressure?
All right.
You do realize if you're trying to pump the water from the ground,
What? Water? Are you
the water
retarded?
can the water only
Are you
elevate
retarded,
towards a
sir?
certain height.
Leaf, focus now. Get the Adderall drip out, right? Central line that shit. Listen to the question. What causes gas pressure?
I told you it's a vacuum of space
That's
that pressurizes
bullshit.
the air
That's
towards
fucking
the
retarded.
us.
So at 40 minutes after the hour, we have the answer from Chemistry Elmhurst. From Elmhurst University, the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Let's get down to the causes. Let's just skip this. Kinetic
Yeah,
molecular theory
what's the
explanation of
definition of
flows. Shut
container?
the fuck up. Shut
Quantum,
up. Shut up.
You need to calm down.
Shut the fuck up.
You need to take your pills,
Shut
bro.
up. So, kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. This is really important for you, this next part coming up. The rapid motion and collisions of molecules with the walls of the container causes
My brother, the magnetic field around the Earth causes a container, bro. The magnetic field around the Earth.
Causes pressure.
The magnetic field causes the
The
container.
magnetic
There you
field.
go.
That's not what it says. From ChemLibreText, gas pressure. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container.
Yeah, because the gas cannot leave the magnetic field. That is why the Earth.
That's what it says. Is that what
that's
it
what
says?
I'm telling you, Quantum. Are you deaf
Is that
or
what
what?
it says?
I'm telling you, this
You're
Earth
telling
has
us
this
as a
magnetic
fucking retard.
field.
Magnetic field, where's that at? What's the strength of the magnetic field of the Earth?
That traps the air inside of it.
What's the strength of the magnetic field on
And the
Earth?
magnetic field outside of Earth is different
What is the magnetic
than
field
inside of the
strength
Earth.
on the Earth? What is it?
I just told you what it is.
0.5 Gauss. That's the strength of the magnetic field on the Earth. A strong refrigerator magnet is 100 Gauss. A strong refrigerator magnet is 200 times stronger than the magnetic field of the Earth. You fucking imbecile. And it doesn't affect gases either. So, if it did affect gases, it would never fucking rain. You glue sniffer? You're already busted, though. You said the vacuum causes gas pressure. That's beyond retarded. That's delusional.
That's a new one.
Dunning-Kruger institutionalized fuckwittery down with Zhao Sung Ma down here. Oh, he left. You're a retard, sir. Leaf!
Leaf, I want to give you an opportunity to demonstrate gas reacting with some sort of magnetic field. I mean, that was a claim you made. Do you have a demonstration of that? Crickets. Okay.
The guy literally said you could get fucking pressure in the tire without the tire. He just doesn't know that's what he said. All you need's a magnetic field. That's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, the container of the Earth is obviously not like a fucking tire, right? It's some thing that is not tangible
What
that
the
we
fuck?
can
Shut
observe by our
up.
bare
Shut
eyes.
up, moron.
Well, I
believe I just asked you.
When it comes to a surface area, what's stronger, a tire or a magnetic field?
I'm talking about magnetic field of the whole fucking globe, bro.
Don't fucking enable him, James. James.
Hold on, though. He's saying that a magnetic field will keep gas pressure.
No.
That's what he's saying.
No. Don't do it. He's a fucking retard. He's already been. Don't have him respawn. He's already done.
I know he's a retard, QE, but he's literally saying a magnetic field.
No, he's already exposed, James.
Causes gas pressure.
Yeah, I heard him. So he's already exposed. No need to go any further. Please don't ask him to elaborate. We want to save our IQ points, okay? Thanks.
It's okay, because Top Cat has joined us. That's always worth a laugh. What's up, Top Cat? How you doing? Maybe you're going to be better than the last two. Fucking idiots. Do you think that vacuums cause pressure, Top Cat?
No. I'm saying that the magnetic field is interacting with the gas in a way that it seems like.
Leaf, shut the hell up.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up right now, Leaf. Leaf, Leaf, shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Awesome. So it'd be stupid to say that the absence of anything would be something for gas to press against to cause pressure. What causes pressure, Top Cat?
What causes gas pressure?
I can cause gas pressure.
Say again?
I said I can make gas pressure. It comes up my butt.
Oh, that's amazing. Is there a container around your butt?
My butt's a container.
There you go.
That's what enables it to leak out. Is the container. It can no longer handle the pressure. My buddy said. You guys should change the title for tonight to Flat Earth Comedy, because so far it's got me rolling.
It's actually a good strategy. So what you do is you come into a flat earth room, you make a bunch of stupid claims that actually aren't any mainstream globe claims, and that way when you get debunked, you can walk away being like, oh, they didn't debunk the actual globe. Then you can sleep well at night with your NASA binky.
Well, if they sleep well tonight after this, then there's nothing that'll stop there. They're going to sleep good every night. Somebody said that the magnetic field is it can be utilized as a container for gas. Like gas just wouldn't escape the magnetic field. Like what the? Yeah, you can make a magnetic field in the laboratory, but it's not going to stop gas pressure. It's not even going to get in its way. I apologize. I farted in the laboratory. It's a good thing we got the magnetic field going. Otherwise, you'd smell it.
There's probably people dumb enough to buy it. You should sell.
And I'm muting myself laughing so you guys don't have to hear it. But yeah, that shit's hilarious. Yeah, gas pressure's unimpeded even by alleged gravity. It doesn't even affect gas pressure or entropy.
Yeah. What about the atmosphere? The atmosphere that contains the air, that creates the air pressure. What about that? You can't run away from that.
What's the atmosphere? What's it made
What
of?
the fuck did he say?
A bunch of nothing.
He said, how can a thing not contain itself?
Yeah, you glue sniffer. Plus, the atmosphere, that's a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. And it's not containing itself, you moron. Atmo means air. So air doesn't contain air. You fucking idiot.
If it did, you wouldn't need the tire.
That's why I say the gas is interacting with the magnetic field from.
It's not. You already been debunked on that. Shut the fuck up, you fucking moron. Shut the fuck up. Magnetic field your ass. Fucking stupid.
The truth will be told.
The truth will be told. The truth from you is fucking retarded. Shut up.
Leaf, what's going on, man? You obviously know that the Earth is not a ball in a vacuum. Why are you lying to yourself? What are you doing?
He's retarded.
Well, science.
I'm saying that the Earth could be measured being flat when we're on the ground, but it's not necessarily flat when we are not on the ground.
What?
Measurements
What
are
does that
irrelevant.
mean? What does that mean?
Measurements are irrelevant to you?
Well, because like we all think that the space that above us is at the same dimension as we are at on the ground. But perhaps when you leave ground and go to the
You're
other
a fucking
dimension,
retard. Shut up.
the way you
Shut
perceive
up.
time is
Shut
different
up.
than we are on the ground.
Shut the fuck up. Thank you. My God. Just fucking wait for somebody new to come in.
Thank you.
My word. Fuck.
You don't need the propane bottle. You just need other denser gases. That's it. That's all you need. Come on, Globetards, where you at?
James, we're not desperate. I don't like that kind of talk on my live stream. Sounds like a bunch of desperate losers waiting for a girl to touch them.
You just keep your earplugs in then, you know what I mean?
What does that mean?
I'm unfamiliar with the words I just used.
Here. Don't make desperate call outs to the stream. There you go. Is that, you understand those words? You're ruining my brand identity.
Yeah, you got plenty left. You'll be all right.
That's right. That is right, bro. The art of provoking a Glober, James, is you actually have a conversation about a topic, and then they'll be excited to speak up because you'll rile them. Like maybe something new happened, you know, out there in the world that's relevant to the topic. You know, like Duffy McDuffstein said, "Flat Earthers, tell me what camera you want, and I'll send it up real high to take a picture." And he said, "Wait a minute. On second thought, I'll send you guys up real high in a high altitude thingamajiggy. That way you can see the quote unquote curve of the Earth for yourself."
Well, conversation, yeah. For most people, it's defined by gossip. They don't even know what a conversation is. But no, I'm not saying that against you, but I'm just saying in general.
So how about we analyze the problems with Duffy's proposition? Help the Glovers understand why it's a waste of time.
Go ahead, shoot. Let me hear it.
Well, one, Duffy ain't got enough money to pay for anything that's going to go high enough to have enough of a field of view relative to the surface of the Earth to determine anything about its total overall structure. So that's a big waste of time.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about anything Duffy does. That's a big waste of time. Just worrying about what he does.
Well, some people do worry about it because it's, you know, it's in the algorithms or whatever.
Well, for those that worry about it, it's a big waste of time. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they definitely shouldn't worry. They should just be like, "Oh yeah, that's interesting," and then move on.
They're definitely not learning anything. If anything, they're becoming dumber.
Dumber. I just had somebody the other day say, I overheard them saying, "Hey, did you hear about that Christian that took the flat earthers to the Antarctica or whatever?" Like they had a caveat with, "Did you hear about that Christian that did such a great thing for the cause of Christ?"
I went to Antarctica and looked at the sun. Oh, you couldn't do that from where you lived? That's amazing. Too bad it's an apparent position, not a actual one. Yeah, it's funny. It doesn't matter where you are on the earth. When you look at the sun, that's not its real position.
You know how you know the horizon is apparent?
Because the closer you get to it, it just stays the same distance.
No, it's because all those other horizons that Glover's keep claiming. Horizon's been a busy boy.
I always looked at the horizon like a rainbow. You'll never get to it. And if you do, you won't know that you're there. Other people might
Dude,
be.
the horizon,
You see the rainbow, but you won't know it.
the horizon is functionally a quaternion line, and it's at a occupies a space in your field of view that is functionally infinite. So if you look out and you see a horizon line in the distance and you have nothing demarcating anything, you have no idea how much space is between you and it.
Did you say
whatsoever.
impotent? It was impotent?
Yeah,
No,
I'll
infinite.
agree. Yeah, you'd have no idea the distance between you and the horizon. And that distance that you have no idea about, you're also thinking of it as linear.
Holy fucking shit, James.
It's also linear.
Did you say the horizon was impotent?
Holy shit, Kiwi. Holy shit.
I guess I'm not going to get an answer to that fucking question.
It's not correct. That's correct.
All right, guys. All right, we're free. Let me check the time. All right, it's past prime time. It's now 9:05. We're now allowed to say naughty things, so go on with the entendres.
Well, time is irrelevant, and I can prove that because the cock crows when the cock crows, regardless of what your watch says.
Well, yeah. The horizon is impotent because it doesn't curve up. Oh no!
Yeah, there's no horizon boner.
I'm glad the horizon does not have priism.
Kiwi, you still going
You
shooting?
guys remember? What?
Yes.
What?
Fuck yeah, I'm going.
All right. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Hey, speaking of primetime shows, you guys remember that cop show with Dennis Franz, where they were like really famous for like showing his butt? It's like kids waited for years to see nudity at the end of primetime, and that's the first thing they show is some fat guy's butt.
Wait, what show was it? Was it CSI? What was it?
He's got that episode on tape.
Wasn't that the one where they like turned into like a musical?
That didn't turn into a musical. It was called.
What was that?
Yeah,
Cop? Wasn't it called Cop?
It wasn't Law and Order, was it?
No, it was it was something more gritty than that.
More
I know what you're talking about. What was that show? Damn it.
Homicide either, wasn't?
Dennis Franz was the main actor.
Yeah, I'm thinking of another one they turned into a damn.
Yeah, the dude had a mustache or something.
Yeah, bald with a big old mustache.
Yeah, what was that show? Oh, now you're gonna mess with me.
No, they're all guilty to association by me. I know it's a fallacy. You shouldn't be guilty to association, but Hollywood, yeah, they're all guilty.
I think Amish has it. It was LAPD.
Blues, LAPD Blues.
Yes, yes.
Not to be confused with FFPD Beige.
Now they frickin' just have all kinds of filth on regular frickin' TV.
chumps. Might as well be astronauts.
But why would they be astronauts?
Well, if it's Hollywood, then it's just actors, and that's what astronauts are.
Oh. I did hear an argument. The argument I heard was so the NASA astronauts can't be lying about the moon mission because later on in their life, one of them became a Christian.
Yeah, the thing about being a Christian, though, and I'll just say this: if you're lucky enough to meet your deathbed, you are going to admit massive things you've kept hidden.
You got what?
So if this so-called astronaut is truly a Christian, if he's lucky enough to see his deathbed and death doesn't come before he knows it's going to happen, then he will admit.
And what?
He'll admit it was fake.
Why?
Because every man will. If a man is lucky, if a man is lucky enough to meet his deathbed and he can see death is coming, like he knows it's coming, here it comes. That man's going to admit everything out loud. He's going to admit it.
Right. What are you going to do to him? Right. There's no penalty at that point.
Because he knows in his heart. Nobody has to tell him. He knows in his heart what's about to happen. He already. It just.
Yeah. You're forgetting the part. You're forgetting a very crucial part, dude. I'll give you a chance to think about it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Like the wicked one.
You telling the truth on your way out is cowardly if there's consequences for other people that are your loved ones. Be like, oh, my conscience is clear, but now my loved ones are going to suffer. Good for me.
No, that's not how it happens, and that's how it happens while they're alive and not worried about death. They'll keep all that shit quiet. But
no, dude, I'm talking about being worried about their loved ones that they love personally, dude. Are you just saying that when you're about to die, you just say "F you, loved ones"?
No, you say that. Yeah,
exactly. So you're wrong, sir. So I demonstrated that your logic is flawed, bro.
No.
Yeah,
You said
yeah, 100%, dude.
No, I didn't. I didn't agree. You're just saying.
Yeah, I know you didn't agree because you don't care about your kids. You'd be happy if your kids got shot by NASA, I guess.
No, well, yeah, but that has to do with you, like.
Yeah, it has to do with me. If I was threatened, right? Let's just say hypothetically, and all of a sudden it's my deathbed, I'm not just going to tell the secret just because I'm about to die. Well, who cares about my family's consequences? I mean, dude, this doesn't even make no sense, bro.
Yes, it does. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
That's what you do.
To a psychopath, maybe.
What you're saying is what you do when you're alive. But when a man,
whatever, dude.
When a man,
whatever, dude. Yeah. Give me some evidence. Give me some evidence of a person who's dying that may have had something that their family would get screwed over for. That they just said, "F it, I'm just going to screw my family over on the way out." Give me an example.
Happens all the time.
Yeah. Awesome. So give me one example.
Are you familiar with wills? A will? When somebody dies, they make a will?
I said an example, dude. So it's your job to give me the example, not ask me questions.
Okay. Do you not realize that families fucking tear each other apart when somebody dies because they're more concerned about getting what that person owned than they are about the people?
That has nothing to do with the person who passed. So you're dodging, dude. You're dodging. I think your story's falling apart.
I'm not dodging.
Yeah, you are.
No, when a true person is truly on his deathbed and he truly submits to Christ, he doesn't care about snitching, dude.
Yep. Okay, that's great. That's great. Give me one example, and then I'll buy what you just said.
I just did.
No, you didn't, dude.
Everything you're claiming happens while the person's alive.
Dude, you don't even know. I guess you don't even know what an example is, bro. I mean, can you give me one example of a will in which what you said actually was written down? Or give me one example of a deathbed confession in which they're screwing over their own family who are their loved ones? Go ahead. Give me one example.
Can you still man what I've been saying?
Oh my
Just to
goodness,
make.
dude. You can't even steel man it yourself. How am I supposed to?
What are you talking about?
Okay, what AI is trying to get out of you. Hold on, just listen. For instance, I'm hypothetical. Some guy deep in the government, deathbed confession, finally reveals that he's been covering up alien existence and alien technology and blah, 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 blah. And they would have killed him and his whole family if he would have revealed it. But fuck it. I'm on my way out. Fuck my family. And he just reveals it.
Yeah.
Blows it out to the world. Now his family's going to die. You think there's no repercussions? No, they're going to do it.
Okay. So he keeps the secret, right? And therefore he knows he's going to go to hell because of it.
What? That's not how it works, bro. Good grief.
He's asking. AI is asking for an example in real life where
You can't fucking lie on your deathbed. That's when you gotta.
Bro. Show me in the Bible. Show me from the Bible anything that validates that claim you just made.
Okay, every man is scared of death, right? And
no, dude. From the scriptures, bro.
I did. Every man is scared of death.
All right, dude.
From the scriptures.
You're getting on my nerves, dude. You seem to be incapable of actually proving or substantiating any of your points when asked. It's frustrating.
Every man is scared of death.
Yeah. Is that a quote in the Bible, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, go get the citation from the Bible, then come back and let me know.
Every man is scared of death. It's not the what do you call it? What do you call it? When you don't fully quote something, but
there you go. I'll help you out. You need some Odyssean self-control. So as your friend, I'm gonna have to put you on mute so you can actually do the task that you need to do. So go to the Bible and start looking for it. Use the internet to help you. There you go. Problem solved. Now you don't have to worry about being distracted by talk.
I must admit that quote did not sound familiar, so I did a quick Google search, and bupkis as far as the Bible is concerned.
Yeah, nowhere in the Bible does it say that if you have a lie that you never told the truth on, when you die, you're going to hell. That is bogus baloney sandwich. There's no evidence of that in any scripture, period, end of story, dude. So if he has it, he needs to provide it, or he needs to drop his nonsense claim.
I've always heard that deathbed confessions happen, but I'm glad you guys brought this up because now I'm thinking it's bullshit.
No, deathbed confessions do happen, but it's like the person has to weigh the consequences. Like if you're told, dude, you're going to take this to your grave for one, duty, and two, because we're going to hurt your family. I mean, just because you're dying on the way out, that's not going to change that you love your family and you don't want them to suffer. I mean, you're not just going to say, oh, screw my family, let them get killed as an example to everybody else. Get real, dude. Who would do that?
Not if you really, unless you don't give a shit about your family. I heard that one guy
Exactly.
that knew about
That's why. Yeah, that's why I caveated it with you're not going to let your loved ones be hurt. If they're not your loved ones, you can care less about them. That's a different story.
That knew about Building 7 gave up the that they blew up Building 7.
Oh yeah. But let me caveat this real quick.
I don't think they said they're going to kill
Not
him.
really, but
because he wouldn't have told shit.
I know
if that was the case.
I'd like to hear that, but I want to finish this up. So let me caveat this. So when it comes to the scripture, you got the letter of the law and you got the spirit of the law. Even Jesus himself talked about that. So if you think that you're going to die and you say, I have to clear my personal conscience by ticking off lies that I've said, but I'm going to put my family in danger of being killed. On the hierarchy of morality, which do you think God would prefer? That you go out not coming clean on a lie, or that you go out allowing your family to be killed? I think personally that God would hate the fact that you are such a coward punk bitch that you let your family be killed just to clear your selfish conscience. So if anybody would be going to hell, quote unquote, it would be that asshole.
I could make a possible counter to that.
Go for it.
Telling the truth which honors God and allowing him to protect your family in spite of you doing so.
Maybe. I could countenance that at some level.
Fair enough.
That's at least not the mind of pure selfishness.
Right.
Keep in mind, though, that the Bible specifically records instances of people not telling the truth and deliberately deceiving someone, yet their actions being called righteous.
Oh, say that again. I liked it.
So the Bible records events of people specifically deceiving people, yet their actions were either commanded by God or said in the Bible later that what they did was the righteous thing to do.
Right. Are you talking about the prophet who he told, what was that from? To say a certain thing that wasn't true. What was that instance?
I think it was about the army. Like you're going to go down and defeat these people.
Yes.
And then the other event was where God gave the people a deceptive battle plan, which was clearly not truthful. And then the other one was Rahab, where Rahab is literally in the Hall of Faith. She's literally in the Hall of Faith for her actions, and her actions were a deception.
Yep. I agree.
So in that hierarchy, I would definitely go out protecting my family rather than just telling the truth on something I said that wasn't true. 100%. All day, every day. I mean, Rahab might as well have let the people into the building and said, hey, here's the prophets right here, but God will protect them. Oh, go ahead and stab them through the chest, but God will, make your knife melt.
I see your point.
You know what the Bible also says? Don't tempt God with stupid stuff like that. Don't be like something you can completely control in your power and then just feign that some kind of frailty to pretend you have faith when it's really not faith at all. It's cowardice.
So I don't want to create a false equivalence here. I can think of an instance where we've got these 3 Hebrew boys that are about to be burned in a furnace that say, do your worst, right? But we're not going to do what you asked us to do, to bow to the statue of Nebuchadnezzar, and they were preserved.
Well, you're welcome to try it. Go to a place where you know you're going to face those consequences when it comes time to be thrown in the fire. Just put your foot down and be like, I will not alter my stance. And then you can find out.
Well, it takes balls, right? I mean, it takes some balls.
Yes, but also in that instance, you're talking about something that is a little more grandiose, like allegiance, right? So, like you're not disrupting your total allegiance to, in this instance, from this scripture to the God of that scripture, right? Versus giving your allegiance to someone who's not God. So there's kind of like a different ball game there.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't want to create a false equivalence. I'm just thinking along those lines.
Yeah. Yeah, so like if I mean the classic example is like the You know, the Nazis are knocking on your door. Do you have any Jews hidden here? And you say, no, I haven't seen any Jews since your sister was over here. And he'd be like, how dare you call my sister a Jew? And they'll be like, I don't know, you want to talk to your dad about that one, sucker. But yeah, that's the common dilemma that they use. It's like, that's the answer. The answer is no, I haven't seen any. Not, yeah, they're right under my floorboards, but God will blind your eyes.
It's fortunate, and at the same time, it's kind of terrifying that there's a God that sees the heart. So if your motivation is for the good, he weighs that in the balance instead of the absolute, right? The spirit of the law versus the letter of the law.
Yeah, for the spirit gives life and the letter kills. Anyone who tries to live by the absolute letter, it says that it kills. Because you're forced into decisions where in order to obey the letter of the law, you have to actually commit an evil that's greater than otherwise. And so you say, well, me, I'm going to keep the letter, but I'm going to let these other people die because of me.
Yep.
Bible says the just will live by faith. It also goes on to say the law is not of faith. So when you're trying to do the law thing, you're not actually being faithful. But that's what the Bible says. Because why? Because the ultimate law is love, and love has to make decisions when faced with a choice. And if you choose yourself over the benefit of the other, that is not love. And so in doing that, in an attempt to keep the law, you are breaking the greatest commandment of the law. So you failed in both regards. That's interesting.
Hopefully there's grace available.
Yeah, there is. Especially to butthurt atheists who have lived their whole lives believing in a heliocentric giant space testicle and recently found out the Earth is flat and ergo there must be a creator and are now wondering, what am I going to do about my life of hating the very creator who made me? It's interesting, isn't it? All right, let's check in. Well, hold on, bro. Let's check in with James, see if he actually figured out what his point was. Mr. James, did you find the evidence?
Yeah, you're familiar with the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, right? You're familiar with that passage?
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay, so why is it that you would fear the Lord?
I mean, I don't know, dude. You're supposed to be making your point, not me making it for you.
Because the Lord is the one that brings damnation, death, destruction on the soul.
Sure.
Right. So to fear the Lord, that's when you first have the ability to gather wisdom. Right? Because you understand what it is that can destroy you permanently.
Sure thing, but that doesn't let's say that's true. Nowhere in there does that back the claim. Okay, let's say that's true. Nowhere in there does that back the claim that if you don't divulge all your lies before you die, that you're going to hell. That was your burden to bear. This doesn't prove that burden.
No, my burden is, and that's a great point. I won't argue there, but mine is that if a man is lucky enough, most men don't see death coming. So that's why I.
Hey, dude, but dude, you were pressed for a particular point. You failed to evidence it. So are you going to retract your claim, or are you going to keep making it for no reason with no evidence?
No, I'm making my claim. You're just asking me while I'm doing it. Right.
Well, let's hear this claim that's substantiated by this verse or whatever the heck line of reasoning you're supposedly going to do. Go for it.
All right. So what makes a man declare Christ's name on his deathbed is the fact that God allowed him to see his death coming. Most men are taken out before they see death coming. Very few are allowed to see death coming. Right? So when a man is on his deathbed, which I stressed, that's what I stressed, more than likely they are going to admit everything, because it is their only way to be outside of damnation, where the soul is.
Yep. Okay, I would agree. Okay, I would agree that that's your claim. Now, show me that from the scripture.
That's what I'm getting it out of, is scripture.
Dude, nowhere in the scripture is what you just said exists anywhere.
Yes,
nowhere.
Hold on.
Nowhere.
Hold on. Think about what it says when it says, the beginning of wisdom, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
That has nothing to do with what you just said at all.
Yes, it does, dude. Listen to what it says.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, then why?
Dude, your claim is that these men will confess everything with the idea that that's their only way to get out of damnation. That's your claim.
You're telling me my claim without allowing.
I know. I have to tell you your claim because you can't even tell it yourself, bro. It's like I have to do your work for you.
No. Hold on. I'll tell it to you right now. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the reason you fear the Lord, which gathers you wisdom, the reason you fear the Lord is because you know He's the only one that can destroy you permanently. And when you're on your deathbed, that is the only time you'll know it more than any other time in your life. Such as a fist fight in high school. You're more worried about, hey, I want the recognition of being the better fighter, so I'm going to kick this dude's ass, right? But on your deathbed, you would say, I'm not gonna fight you. If you could take it all back, you would say, I'm not going to do it. That's what I'm getting at. Like, it's deeper than what you're trying to claim. What I'm saying is, it's far deeper. The only reason
what you're basically saying is that a man, because we keep in mind I premised the situation, that a man whose family is in danger is just going to say, fuck my family, bro. That's what you're basically saying.
No, the only reason a person fears the Lord is because they know that the Lord, hold on, they know that the Lord is the only one that can bring their soul into destruction permanently.
Right. So then they give up all their lives and sacrifice their family out of selfishness. That is unrighteous. And so they would end up being unrighteous as a net total, dude.
No.
Good grief.
So what are you trying to say? That the person did something in their life that on their deathbed, if they admitted what they did wrong, it would cause the death of their family members?
Death or harm to their family. That's how I prefaced this whole thing, which you probably ignored, didn't even hear, and then went on to talk about some other stuff. And I had to endure it for like 10, 20 minutes where you're not even on point.
If he kept it silent, it would be more likely his family members was going to see death. But if he said it out loud, he would make them aware of what could happen. So you're wrong on that.
No, that's purely circumstantial and hypothetical.
Bullshit. So is yours. What makes yours
exactly? Good grief, dude.
No, my passage is the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. In other words, a person is not wise if they don't fear the Lord. They're not wise.
Dude, my passage is Jesus wept, because that's how bad your logic is.
Yeah. Well, the only reason you fear the Lord is because you know he causes damnation, destruction.
All right, James, let me lay it out for you. If person A believes that their family will be damaged, right, because there was promises that they would be, or repercussions, They're not just going to say, "Oh, I have to make sure I tell everyone the truth, otherwise I'll die a liar."
Oh, so the
Versus
whole
another
time,
person who says, versus another person who says, versus another person who says, "I know that to tell the truth would be best for my family, therefore I will do it." Those are two different situations, correct?
no. You're saying that.
Holy crap, dude!
Hold on.
Clueless.
You're trying to just make it down to the question, but what you're saying is this whole guy's life growing up, he was putting his family in jeopardy the whole time. He did not care. He kept putting it in jeopardy, and because he was able to meet his deathbed, he's not going to say anything because he's going to put him in jeopardy, even though his whole life he put him in jeopardy to begin with. Makes no sense.
Yeah, dude, you don't get it, dude. You really don't.
No,
dude.
you don't. You don't get it.
It's like painful arguing with you, dude, because you like base level logic is painful.
Well, everybody heard what I said. They heard what you said. So
Yeah, I know they did, dude. As painful as it was that I had to submit them to such pain.
yeah, all of a sudden the guy's on his deathbed, and now he's worried about his family's life, even though his whole life up to the deathbed.
No, he was worried about their life the whole time, dude.
He put him in
He was worried
jeopardy.
about their life the whole time.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, dude, you get to a certain level of eliteness, let's say. You get into the secret mission, they take you into the secret mission briefing room, and then they lay it on you. That you're now one of us, and your family's life depends on you doing what we say. And it's that simple. And so from that moment on, he has the choice.
If he cared about his
I
family,
don't know what's so hard to comprehend about this, dude. It's not a mystery.
Dude, if he cared about his family life, he wouldn't be worried about telling the truth that puts them in jeopardy.
That is the stupidest thing I ever heard, dude. Think about this. No, dude, no, I gotta mute you for that one, dude. That's just dumb.
You think Jesus is going to?
Yeah, you're muted, bro. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. So you basically said something to the effect of, if someone's afraid that their family's in jeopardy if they tell the truth, they'll be motivated to tell the truth. I mean, what are we doing here, bro? It's like, I don't know what's wrong with you, dude, but you got problems when it comes to logic. If I was a clinical psychologist, I'd diagnose you with aberrant sociopathy or something, or aberrant unempathetic sociopathy, where you don't understand why people would lie to protect their family. It's like, that's what it seems. It's like you don't understand why people would go to their deathbed with a lie to protect their wife and kids or brothers and sisters. I mean, come on, dude. I'm going to mute you so you can have one last chance to save yourself from this embarrassment before we move the topic on, because that didn't trigger any atheists to come in. Go ahead.
I just joined him in.
You're saying that Jesus will tell a lie to protect a loved one?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Are you?
You're literally painful, dude. Jesus is not a normal person, dude. Good grief.
Oh, he's not human in the flesh.
Okay, one more time. He's not a normal person, dude.
Oh, but so
like you and me and the astronauts.
When you say he's not normal, is that like on a scale between good and evil? And where does normal lie?
Well, let me put it this way, friend. Who commanded Gideon to execute a plan that was a direct deception? God.
Would Jesus tell a lie?
Correct.
Jesus loved everybody, dude. Would he tell a lie to protect somebody? Would Jesus tell a lie to protect somebody? He loved everybody, dude.
You literally got zero logic, bro. So you just got to go back on mute. I can't. It's too painful to listen to. Jesus wouldn't tell a lie. Therefore, an astronaut on his deathbed, if his family was threatened, would definitely tell the truth. 100%, because he's afraid to be damned. That's your logic, dude, and that is flawed to the umpteenth degree.
So, two things. Jesus did empty himself completely of his deity to empathize with us. However, he was put in a position where he could have exonerated himself before Pilate and chose not to, because there's no greater love than a man give up his life right, for his friends.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, he had the opportunity to tell the truth and get out of it. But he chose to omit the truth so that he could receive the task. And that task was to sacrifice himself for the benefit of others. So if you think, I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know. That being said, any butthurt Glober atheists in here that need to get wrecked? Anybody want to tell me that, oh, that book is fake? Not like it matters to the arguments we were making. We were just arguing within the paradigm as laid out in that book. Could be fictional for all I care. Wouldn't matter. For the argument's sake. I could see it now on the FED show. AI said it was okay to lie. Look. Well, by the way, no. Just the last point on that. Nowhere in the scripture does it say that the way to not be damned is to make sure you let everyone know all the bad things you've done. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that. Nowhere, not one place. Now, on the other hand, though, isn't that one astronaut starting to go senile or something? He might spill the beans because he's not in possession of his faculties anymore. Or didn't he already spill the beans?
Wait, which one?
I don't know, that guy that supposedly ratted out the missions or something. I thought he did that. Or no, am I mistaken?
I'm just unfamiliar with which one you're talking about.
Well, there's this one where they kind of say, we didn't go there, but if you look at it, it's actually like him just explaining why we never went back. Maybe not necessarily why we didn't go in the first place. Yeah, that might be the guy.
Cauldron? Okay, yeah. Well,
that's at least
he's
plausible
interesting
that maybe he was.
Because he's always hammered, so he's like leaking truth, but you never know because he's always drunk and senile. So
yeah, and then they can always just make it up and be like, "Oh, he's just cracked, and that's why he said that." So plausible deniability.
Yep.
So his nurse just pumps him full of things in the morning to make sure if he says some crap, they can just say, "Nah, he's just nuts." That's actually the plot of a movie, by the way. I just can't remember it. Some famous guy that was in the movie being kept in a stupor so that nobody would trust him. Oh, I remember now. That was in that show, Person of Interest. Awesome show, by the way. You guys ever caulk an entire room and then look how much awesomer it looks? That's what I'm doing.
I'm doing exactly the same thing right now.
Room is looking mint, dude. Just changes the whole entire aesthetic of the room.
With all the gaps
Dumpy
filled in.
ghetto. Yeah, from dumpy ghetto to primo.
Yep. Yeah, I just put the silicon gun down. Oh, you call them caulking guns. But...
So I haven't done construction in a while, but are people still clamoring for crown molding where you need a lot of caulk, or is that over?
It depends. Like where I am, there's a lot of foreign era houses and stuff, so there's all that already pre-existent. And people kind of like it, stuff, and crown molding on cabinets.
You try to put it
And there's
on
also
some old time freaking house that has plaster on the walls, then you'll be out of even. Where it doesn't freaking
there's
go.
around here. There's houses that are flat, like they have like
a lot of caulk.
Dude, they have like 6-inch thick crown molding made of plaster. Like, and when it cracks and falls, like it will kill you.
Yeah, that's some old timey shit. I mean, most of the old stuff was wood. A lot of the old crown molding.
Yeah, I took down this one ceiling one time. The whole ceiling was laughing plaster.
Doing the plaster mold. So when they start doing the molded crown mold, I've never seen. I haven't done a lot of interior stuff, so I can't really opine. But most of the stuff I saw was wood.
You ever laid a curvilinear earth curve compensating self-floating floor?
I put one in the basement of some cheap ass shit before we sold the house. It was like the 99 cent per square foot trash. I think it was more like 79 cents. Dude, that shit, like,
it only survived the showing.
That shit was popping up like freaking a month. Yeah, it was popping up, bro. I was like, holy shit. It's like, must be a trick to this stuff or something. I mean, I know you got the roller, you got the big heavy roller you can use to make sure it freaking. But yeah, I never bought anything like that anymore. Every time I put in a floor, it was always like nice thick stuff, hung, where you're beating the boards to, stay where they need to be. Get something with a nice rubber felt underlay.
Yeah.
That's on each piece. Preferably something that's waterproof or semi-waterproof.
Bro, I did a floor, so like a real wood version of that. So it's like vinyl plank. So it's got that underlayment like you explained, then the vinyl plank, and then a real wood veneer on top, like hardwood. And the way I did it is, in order to keep the floor level with the other floor, because I created disassembled panels for like a trapdoor. But what happened was when you put the glue on, it would be higher. So I had to rip off those black back soft, the soft back black layer.
All right, yeah, good trick.
That took forever, dude. Because the first one, it just peeled right off, like nobody's business. Like, oh, they are made to peel. And then the next one, it's like, 17 black splotches where you rip it off, and then you have to scrape it off. Took me like the half a night to scrape those, dude.
Yeah, you're probably thinking of I should have used a heat gun or probably some other shit. I don't know. You might warp the boards, but the stuff I laid in Washington was a green, like a felt that was nice. And I got that from like a second hand where they buy shit in bulk. People that bought way too much for some job or something. I got a bunch of boxes of that for really cheap for the house in Washington. That stuff wasn't completely waterproof though. A bamboo, like the bamboo flooring that's completely waterproof, that shit's freaking expensive. And that was 10 years ago. It was expensive, so I don't even know what that shit's running now.
Oh man. 9:49. Holy crap. I gotta hurry up. I'm just using up this 2 o'clock until it runs out, and then I gotta sand some patches on the ceiling, and then I'm done for today.
So, do you have one of those new caulk guns? Aren't they like they got them like electric now or some shit?
I have an electric one. It's awesome.
Works all right.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't hurt your hand or nothing. Trying to pump, I've even done that shit all day long.
No, you don't pump it at all. You don't pump it at all. So I got it because I do a lot of outdoor work in cold temperatures. And so when you're using low temperature caulking, it is super thick. And so if you use your hand, like you'd be cramping your hand if you had to do a lot of outdoor stuff.
Totally. I've never used an electric one. I bet it's nice.
Yeah, like if you get a really big room, dude, like you can just get in a low squat and just kind of like knee walk the whole thing and just do the entire bead with one pass.
I used to hate doing the old timey windows with the glaze. Hate this.
So yeah, one problem with that gun is if you forget to pierce your caulk tube at the front, and then you turn that thing on, it's either going to blow out the sides or the back, or it's going to hyper compress it. So when you finally do pierce it, it just keeps squirting out and just never stops squirting.
So does each company make one now? Is it like a wall key?
Yeah, most of the main, they have their own yet.
Okay. Yeah,
whichever color brand you're loyal to.
Yeah, I keep seeing when I watch somebody on Rumble, everything's a commercial for the new automatic shears. You know, the battery operated clippers that you're like, oh, look what I can do! I can just chop up freaking trees in like seconds. And then they have a new like a water freaking attachment where they're like, don't spend $3,000 on a big clunky, pressure washer. You can use this one. It's twice as good. It's big as a freaking ballpoint pen. Like, they got some pretty wild new tools out, but that automatic shear's been out for a while. But it's funny to see what they sell on Rumble now, or the advertisements anyway.
Yeah, I'm surprised that DeWalt doesn't have like an earth curvature proving kit. It's just 2 sticks.
Dude, lately it's been guys that they just, it's the first time they've Googled how they measured the Earth. When you go, and Miggy throws his 3 questions. Somebody uses Miggy's 3 questions, whatever. And they Google it real quick, and they're like, Eratosthenes. I'm like, Eratosthenes?
Yeah, bro, you should tell them.
Funny.
You should tell them, tell me your school didn't teach phonics without telling me your school didn't teach phonics.
There's a couple different versions, like, of the pronunciations that have been really funny. Eratosthenes is probably one of the better ones. But Huey heard a good one the other day. I forget.
Dude, that makes me want pizza rolls.
My lights freaking look dim as shit, man. What the hell is going on? Gosh dang. Right around my damn freaking brights on, man. Put in a new bulb. No, I didn't put in a new bulb. Somebody put in a new bulb, not me. Can't reach that shit.
Bear, why don't you tell the audience why you became a flat earther? Your little story, if you got one.
Wanted to prove my brother.
I became a flat earther because I was
he's a
brainwashed.
retard. I told my brother he's a retard when he said the Earth. He thinks the Earth's flat, and I was like, "Come on, man, that's retarded." And then the first thing I thought was,
Flat earthers are Jehovah's Witness in blind sight.
Shut up for 2 seconds. Let me tell my little story. Unless you're important. Are you important?
Well, he has globe proof, dude, maybe. So if you want to yield to the globe proof priest that's going to bring us to the light of the globe, then maybe.
You got the Prusies? Anyway, so I was like, how this is me really stupid when I first said it. I was like, well, how do you think Japan bombed Pearl Harbor if the Earth was flat, right? Because all I could think was the map we looked at that the teacher pulled down in school where Hawaii was all the way to the left and Japan was all the way to the right. And I'm like, Japan would have had to fly over Russia, the Atlantic Ocean, the United States, all the way to Hawaii. That's what I was literally thinking about, because, when somebody tells you there's a flat, you don't really know how to envision it. And you start losing your shit and using words like retard and you're a dumbass. It took me a couple of weeks, but I kind of knew, after, I don't know, I'd say about a week of just, as soon as you start watching NASA videos, it's kind of funny, and then you think about water, I've been to the ocean. I've been deep sea fishing. I could see Ocean City frickin' boardwalk from 15 miles out. And, why could I still see that? So you start thinking about shit like that. Yeah, that's how I became a flat earther, man. And also, I was a flat earther when I was 6 or 7, and frickin', I've always told this story. Kindergarten, Mrs. Lightsoft pulled out the frickin' globe, or started doing some frickin' little lesson. And I was like, so how's all the water stick to the globe, Miss Lightsoft? And then she proceeded to brainwash me with her frickin' witchy woman ways and gravity. I should have told her to F off. My mom wouldn't have really liked that, though.
So AI, is Trump a flat earther? Because a lot of flat earthers told me he is a flat earther. Trump.
I'm not sure. I do love that Space Force, though. That's an epic troll.
I mean, they're going to
hear about
the...
Go ahead.
More can Trump be a flat earther? That's the question.
It's who? Kennedy?
Nah, mate.
We're having a hard time hearing you, bro, so you gotta enunciate a little bit.
Sorry, Trump cannot be a flat earther.
Why not? I'm not disagreeing, I'm just saying why not?
Because of his position. I'm assuming.
What if once you get to that level, you have to be a flat earther?
Sorry, repeat that.
What if when you get to that level, you have to be a flat earther, but also tell everyone it's the globe?
Yeah, I agree.
Kind of like the Masons, where like when you get to the top level of Masons, it's like you have to believe in God, and if you don't, they just kick your ass out.
Yeah, I'm more referring to, in the opinion of
Isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but when you get to the top level of the Freemasons, isn't it also that they tell you the Earth is flat, but also tell you you're not allowed to tell anyone that's not a Freemason?
Maybe. I'd buy that for $1.
Trump would have information.
Pretty sure that's how it works, because like, yeah, I mean, pretty sure that's how it works. But it's like a higher level. Pretty much, they don't tell the lower levels, just the higher levels.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much like what their logo. Like if you look at their logo, it's basically saying the Earth is flat, and we know it, and we're not telling you, sucker. That's like what their logo says.
At least in the world.
You know what, Orion? Sure, that was a cool point, but nobody heard it.
Yeah, I can't seem to disagree without space, like nothing else is real. Like after that, like I can't seem to there has to be space. Space does need to exist with the Earth too, because there's a lot of planets and stars and shit.
Space exists.
Exactly. Yes, I see it. I see it right now. It's like really dark right now. I see space right now.
Okay, that's cool. So what you actually said there is stars exist. Therefore, I'm going to say space must exist, right? That's what you're saying?
I mean, I'm outside right now. I see it right now.
We'd agree with you that space exists, as in height, width, lengths, the 3 dimensions. But you're talking about the vacuum of space, where there's an absence of gas, which isn't separated physically from our pressure, violating the second law of thermodynamics. But we give you height, width, length.
You know, that's kind of hard when stars are supposedly burning gas.
So how is the
in
moon
a place
up
where
in the sky?
Can be no gas?
Yeah, good response.
Hold on, bro. We got a question on the table, and you were finishing a previous sentence. So go ahead and ask your question again, brother.
Me?
Yeah, the person who asked the question.
How is the moon like up in the sky? Like, how is that possible?
Oh, you guys want me to answer just because I said ask your question again? Good grief.
No, keep talking. So, what's the moon?
Oh, it's what we need. So there's waves.
What? Dude, start making sense, like, quickly.
You do realize we need the moon so that there's waves in water, right?
No,
you do realize
that's
that, right?
No,
and weather.
Yeah, you discussed waves and the moon, totally unconnected. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, why are you at Orion's house?
Me? All right, I'll shut up.
Yeah. No, I'd just be like, you and Orion right now, your guys' connection is horrible.
If I'm roboting, I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No, the Freemasons are hacking it. That's what's going on.
You said the moon is the reason why we have waves.
And the water.
That's incorrect. The reason why we have waves is because of wind, weather, tides. Maybe you
I agree
think.
with you. Let's wait for
Yeah.
the asteroid to hit us by 2025. It's going to hit the moon by 2025, according to NASA.
I love this story, dude. We were talking about the space, and now we're talking about the moon. And your misconception that the moon causes waves, and the moon doesn't cause waves in your paradigm. The moon causes tides in your paradigm. But that's still not you demonstrating what the moon is. That's just you repeating a story about what you believe the moon to be and doing.
No, I know it's going to happen.
Okay.
A knowledge
How
claim?
can you know
Really?
it?
Of course.
Have you bet on one of the betting sites that we're definitely going to be hit? Then you put up all your take it out of home equity loan, put it all up on that. Since you're so sure, you should bet on freaking
Right.
water rising too, global warming. You do that.
But do you at least agree with Jedi that in the heliocentric paradigm, that
the globe?
waves are not caused by the moon, but the tides are caused by the moon? At least that's the claim they have. Like, they don't claim it's the waves being caused by the moon.
No, but let's agree to the claim from NASA. They know more than us.
Well, they don't claim that the waves are caused by the moon, dude. You follow?
Ahmed, you're bombing, dude.
Dude, I'm not a Muslim. That's crazy, though.
Are you able to
I'm just saying your name.
You should Google this guy named though. Did horrible things to my sister. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Is this you not answering the question and letting us know that you're following along?
I am following along with the question, but I disagree with you, kindly.
I'm really proud of you for following along.
You disagree that it's the heliocentric paradigm that the moon does not cause waves. It's responsible for tides in that paradigm. You disagree with that paradigm.
He likes the word paradigm.
Tides.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, we have to use the word
All right, well,
paradigm.
massive
We got
Ahmed.
pedantic term Nazis around here.
I think you need to believe in a flat Earth to be a well-rounded person.
Who said that? Larry, is that your claim?
Can I ask you a question?
Holy cow.
Not this guy again.
Now what?
Can I ask you a question?
Not this guy again. Well, he's gonna.
All right, so Vips and Ahmed come in together, right? That's kind of the troll. All right, so he's going to be muted. And then Ahmed, are you done?
Upset you. I don't know what I did to upset you, but it wasn't. I don't know this other fellow.
I wasn't talking about you, Larry, but you're claiming something about flat earthers being well-rounded. What is your claim?
It was a question more than an assertion.
Well, it's a loaded question. It's a fallacy. Do you have a claim to make?
All questions are loaded differently.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, ask me a non-loaded question.
I would like to know why you're here.
Are you assuming that I have to have a reason to be here?
Well, you entered the 24/7 Flat Earth channel.
That's a loaded question, like saying that I should be elsewhere.
It wasn't a question. It was a statement. It was a statement. I didn't even ask you a question. You're so confused. You don't know the difference between. No, I didn't. I said you're in. You're in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. That was a statement.
Yeah,
you don't know the difference between a
I asked the
statement and
question, do you think you need to believe in a flat earth to be a well-rounded person?
No. Next question.
Okay, no, that's fair play. That was my only question.
You can believe in unicorn globes and be a well-rounded unicorn glober.
That's fair play, mate. And I respect your open-mindedness.
Are you done here, Larry?
No, I'd like to listen to the conversation if that's okay.
Okay, you can listen to it on mute then, right?
I would prefer not to be.
All right. Well, if you have any other pertinent questions to the topic, feel free to ask them. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Ahmed, make the connection between waves and the moon, please.
Excuse me?
You were discussing waves earlier and the correlation between the waves and the moon.
Yeah, but Larry wanted to ask something. So
Yeah, he's done now. So it's up to you, bro. You're the hero of the hour.
I have another question. If Ahmed reminded me of my other question. I don't know this Ahmed fellow, but he seems to know me better than myself sometimes. But I do have another question, and it is related to the moon and what I think would be the globe Earth explanation of it. So basically, I think the idea is that the gravity of the moon, because the moon is rather close to us when compared to like another planet.
Which gravity?
Sorry? Well,
which gravity are you referring to?
I think the idea I'm familiar with, I'm no physicist, but the idea I'm familiar with is any object in virtue of having mass has a form of gravity. And so larger objects are because they have more mass, there's more gravity. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so now you've narrowed it down to essentially two gravities, but we would need to know the definition of mass to continue.
I would say mass would be the way we understand it is the amount of stuff and how much, like how many how big that stuff is and how much stuff is occupying a volume, whatever the object is.
So this is your own personal point of view. Could you provide a citation, or is this something that you've made up in your own mind?
I haven't ever had to give a definition of mass before.
So you've just created your own definition and then kind of molded this idea of gravity and mass in your own mind. How are we supposed to know what the fuck you're talking about?
Well, this is the thing, right? I don't claim to have perfect knowledge, bro. I'm not fully read up on the subject.
Okay, so you're not educated. You've made up your own terms. What is the question based on your own made-up bullshit?
Well, I was trying to explain to you how moons generate waves. That was the attempt.
Okay, so according to your own made-up bullshit, the moon has something to do with waves. No, I asked you specifically, and you said, this is my own made-up bullshit. So according to your own made-up bullshit, the moon has something to do with waves. How are we supposed to answer any question according to that?
So when you call my stuff or my attempt at defining mass as made-up bullshit, I think that's an uncharitable way of describing what I said. I think what I'm trying to convey to you is that there is a
knowledge.
Sorry, go ahead.
You gave us your own made-up definition. Unless you have a citation that could back up what you're trying to describe, this is apparently just coupled together. Oh, okay, so you're not well read up. You're not knowledgeable. So you've made up your own idea of what mass is. You've correlated mass with gravity. Then you've taken gravity and applied it to the moon. And now you're going to apply all the bullshit and the moon to waves. How in the world are we supposed to answer a question according to your own made-up bullshit?
Well, you haven't actually. You asked me a definition for a term, and you didn't. I agree with you. I haven't sufficiently defined that term, right? I would agree with that. But the thing is that if you want me to give an explanation, you may just have to live with a certain ambiguity of what that term means. But I can still give you that explanation.
Well, forgive me, but I'm not really interested in the ambiguity or your opinion about what mass is, what gravity is, what it has to do with the moon, and how that's supposed to do anything to the waves on the fucking ocean.
Oh, okay. If you're not interested, then I don't know why you're asking the question. Then my bad.
Yeah, no, you had a statement or a question to ask about the moon and the gravity, but it's all based on your own made-up paradigm. That sounds ridiculous to me.
You asked Ahmed a question that I thought I could try and pick up, but I realized I'm just not as knowledgeable as Ahmed, and that's not your fault, bro. That's more my fault. But the point is that, sure. I don't know how this got so aggressive, bro, but I was trying to explain how effectively, because of the moon's orbit, right, depending on its position, I'm presuming that is going to have some influence. And I'm not even particularly sure of how it works, right, but I'm pretty sure that's going to have an influence on, how, a large mass of water, right, is going to behave.
Mass, which is undefined except for you made it up for yourself, and then all of a sudden it's going to have some kind of relationship to the moon. Maybe Ahmed could bail you out. Maybe Ahmed knows more about mass and the moon and waves, right, than you do.
I don't. I'm just trying to. You asked a question. I'm trying to help you out, bro. I didn't realize that it was going to be like, you're drowning and I try and jump in and save you, and you're going to bring me down with you. But I didn't realize. You're
making claims, defining terms that apparently you don't even have any basis for, right? So why are you trying to save Ahmed with your own bullshit and then pin it on me? Now you're really in trouble.
But do you not know what I mean when I talk about mass? I feel like you're playing ignorant in order to try and win some sort of debate with me.
I don't know because you made it up on the fly. No, really. Go ahead and define mass for me. Not your definition, but the actual definition. Why don't we go ahead and appeal to the physicists? How do the physicists
do that? That would actually be
no. This is your claim, friend. I didn't bring up anything about mass. You did. So can you go ahead and give me the actual definition for mass, not your own made-up bullshit?
Do you think Aristotle understood? Like, do you think Aristotle could point water out to you, even though Aristotle believed water was an element and we believe it's like a molecule? Do you not think that we have some common understanding with Aristotle about what water is?
So now you've just totally bounced off of the discussion about Aristotle. So this is a red herring. Clifford, Larry, whatever the hell you are, go ahead and define mass for me according to the mainstream definition.
I don't know what it is. I haven't Googled it yet.
Okay, so you don't know what it is. You've made up your own bullshit. So why are you talking again?
Because you asked me to.
No, I didn't ask you to. You bounced in. I was talking to Ahmed. You tried to save him with your own bullshit. This is turning out to be really bad for you and Ahmed.
He's asking me what mass is, not what gravity is.
Okay, so I'm not talking to you anymore, Larry. I'm talking to Ahmed. Ahmed, can you save Larry since he tried to save you?
Mass attract mass. According to
Mass attracts mass. Okay, that sounds like a chant to me. Can you demonstrate that for me?
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about the equation from Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton. Did Isaac Newton provide an equation?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
I'm going to post it in the chat so everyone can read it.
No worries.
All right, so I'm assuming you guys couldn't afford to go to college, which is understandable. You guys were trying to ditch the college is a scam. I would agree to some extent, but I'm going for medical school, but that's beyond the point. Anyways, what is Newtonian? Well, it's based on the second law of motion. So F is the force, M is the mass, A is acceleration.
Okay, so you have an equation. Define mass for me, please.
Mass attract mass.
No, define mass.
You want the theory or concept? Which one?
No.
Reality.
No, I think the concept. Yeah, no, actual definition of it.
Oh, okay. Well, it's like the amount of matter in an object itself.
Like the amount. Can you give me a citation, please?
Okay.
Yeah, and how do you get the amount of gas that's in front of you, or amount of helium in front of your face? Show us the amount of that.
Yeah. Heck yeah, what if I dislike the amount? Then what happens?
I mean, you guys are skeptics. I'm just giving you the facts. You guys are skeptics.
You're a fucking moron. So we're gonna tear your ass apart right now. Time of death.
I'm posting the citation.
Time of death is shut the fuck up. You're talking about F equal MA in mass at 21 minutes after the hour. That's your death notice. Listen closely, dumb fuck. From Richard Feynman, the discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then behavior of light, and then the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us the laws of motion of Newton were not right. From Richard Feynman, Feynman Lectures, even though the law F equal MA is false, fuckwit. They've been false since 1925, you abject moron. Then you said matter is the amount of substance. From the Royal Society of Chemistry. Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance or matter is often incorrectly identified with mass. You are a pretender clown fucking retard, wiki parroting moron, son. So, bye-bye now. Go back to your cake decorating threads, dumb fuck.
Yeah, fuck your vet's ass.
Yeah, bye-bye, dumbass.
Go back to war, bro.
Bye-bye, dumb fuck. You just
Go
been
back to war,
fucking
bro.
eviscerated. You just said, yeah, laugh it up, buddy boy. You just been fucking eviscerated. Shut your fucking mouth. You've just been eviscerated, dumb fuck. Say goodnight. Bye-bye. Laugh it up, funny boy. Ignorance is bliss, you dumb fuck.
Do you guys just ask questions? You already know the answers to.
Fucking moron.
So do you guys just ask questions you already know the answers to?
Yes.
Nice.
That is nice. You got that shit right.
How does it feel?
Not always.
How does it feel?
Sometimes we have.
How does it feel to expose pretender
Is it
clowns?
groovy to be insane?
How does it feel to expose pretender clowns? Quite nicely. I read self-actualization almost every day over and over again.
Oh, wait a minute, Huey. Wait, bro. Did you think we were under the impression, and you were under the impression that we're here to invite Globus to teach us about the globe so we can learn about it?
Oh yeah, that's genuinely.
It's season 10, dude. Season 10. Fucking retard.
Season 10?
Yeah.
Dude, we asked the Globers the question so that on our live stream we can demonstrate to the world how incoherent the answers are.
Sorry, I was gone.
Like,
for a
for
while.
example, yeah, but he doesn't know this, but for example, earlier, Homeboy said, dude, how could the Earth be flat? Where would gravity come from? Because the Earth wouldn't be spinning, and spinning causes gravity.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't him. That was the other Ahmad Rashad.
What do you do if you get, like...
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Shut up.
Fair play, mate. Sorry,
Unless
I
you
didn't
got
realize
scientific evidence, I thought I said shut up.
My bad, bro. I didn't mean to piss you off.
I thought I said shut the fuck up. Unless
I don't know. You may not.
Unless you have scientific evidence for your globe.
Yeah, we'll welcome that, bro, for sure.
I don't think you're earnestly asking that question. I don't think you want.
I am.
You want.
Please
No,
provide your best scientific evidence.
You just
Shut
did a
the
monologue.
fuck up.
You just did a whole
Please
monologue.
provide your best
Trying to sound like an evil
scientific
genius,
evidence
but
for
sounding
your-
like a
Shut the
basement dweller.
fuck up! Shut up!
Don't get petulant with me. I'm not your fucking dad.
Don't you mean son? You can't even get insults right, bro.
No, he's acting like a child, bro. He wants me to treat him like a child.
This is boring.
Listen, bro. We asked the very important questions here. It's like, bro, you believe in the globe? Probably. Do you have any scientific evidence?
You guys spend all your day, like your whole day, talking to people who you consider to be idiotic.
No, that ain't true.
You consider them to be incoherent.
No, that's how they demonstrate themselves more often than not.
Yeah, so you guys have found from
100%.
experience that the people you talk to every day are incoherent.
By demonstration.
Have you heard of the saying that, like, the people who you surround yourself with kind of speak a lot about you?
No, dude, you made an error. It's not that the people are incoherent.
Oh, I
It's
made
that
a lot of
the
errors,
answers
bro.
they give for the globe are incoherent.
You know what? I'm gonna do one thing to rectify some of those errors, bro. Starting now.
Okay.
Awesome. So start with your scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe, and then we'll be on a good footing.
Oh, wow.
Oh man, he's preparing. That's awesome. I love preparing. Man, dude, I've never seen somebody prepare their scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe before. Usually they just rattle it right off. Man, it's gonna be good.
Let's get repaired.
Get his
He's gonna
citations.
marinate with salt and garlic first.
And he's getting his citations ready that aren't references but actual citations.
Is Larry still in here?
I don't know, bro. Homeboy, whichever homeboy was just speaking, I don't know if that was Larry, but whoever that was, he's like, I'm about to rectify up in here.
They left.
Oh man, he ain't gonna rectify?
Nope, he's gone. Ahmed, was Larry your homeboy?
What?
Was Larry your homeboy because he left you hanging? You gonna run away with him, or are you gonna stay in here?
I don't need him. I was just trying to get a character on Honka Star right now. Yo,
Okay.
I got Marissa. I got cow ties. Let's go. WWW in the chat. Was Larry my home guy? I just friend him right now because I like his vibes. You know, it's pretty chill.
Well, yeah, he bailed you out. He asked us the question about whether or not we, hang out in here and engage in topics where we know we can win. I suppose the transverse should be the question for you. Do you guys engage in topics where you know you're going to get your balls kicked in?
Sounds kind of gay coming from you, dude. What kind of fetish you're in?
Why?
Like ball fetish?
I was just asking if you guys engage in topics where you know you're going to get smashed on.
Now, hold on, brother.
Love your gas.
He definitely, hold on, brother. I have to make a disclaimer. He definitely engages in toe pick.
Look out, man. It's literally impossible for a planet to not relax. It's impossible.
Absolutely not. Witsit came to my hometown, and he got arrested there too for spreading misinformation and violence. It was hate speech and violence that he was spreading.
Who's Witsit?
He's actually like a NASA shell, according to these guys, according to QU.
Yeah, no. Get your shit straight.
QU? Who's Witsit?
Quantum Razor, why you don't like Witsit? Because of the ether theory, right? I know the ether is space, and it's not a theory. And for ether to exist, it's why gravity exists. It's why physics exists. First, second law of dramatics and Newton laws. It's because of ether. Voila.
So you do engage in topics where you're going to get smashed on. That's the affirmative, right?
What's it smell like? What does ether smell like?
Man-made ideas.
Ether's
and man-made ideas exist.
What does it feel like? What does ether feel like?
The fuck? Ether is space. What? Height, width, length. A coordinate system that depicts 3 dimensions. That's what ether is. The absence of physicality, but a conceptual coordinate system to denote 3-dimensional space. What? You want to play this game? Because that's what you're doing, right? You're just playing a game.
Do you have your glasses on, Jedi?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I wear glasses.
You do?
Yeah.
So British.
Mm.
Did he say the second law of dramatics or something like that?
Thermatics.
Thank you.
So we got this Dekugao character in the text chat. You want to join the VC, friend, and we'll talk about what you're asking questions about in the text? I should tell you, Duck, as a policy, we tend to remove people who just hang out in the text chat and not enter the VC.
What's the ether? What does it smell like? What does it taste like? What does it feel like? What is the ether? Go ahead.
It's a theory, scientific theory that's proven by gravity, Newtonian laws.
Whoa!
Many theories after that.
Back up. So a scientific theory. A scientific theory is backed up by multiple experiments. Can you give me the DV? Excuse me, I'm not done talking. Can you give me the DVIV for the ether?
Of course. Let's ask ChatGPT.
What the fuck?
I don't know, man.
Do you rent your brain out, mate? Is this what you're doing?
So we got the Michael Marley experiment.
Oh my goodness.
Can you give me the DV and the IV for the Michael and Morley experiment, please?
Yeah, I was just posting in the chat.
He didn't even pronounce it right.
I know, but we'll just keep rolling.
Is he any relation to Bob Marley?
Oh, not this guy. This Australian
Oh,
guy.
right. Just checking.
Oh, shit.
Well, I guess we all got an independent variable, don't we? This guy don't even know that the first step is observation. So, tell me, what does
No, but
ether
he asked for
look
the
like?
dependent verbal.
Well, yeah, but the first step
It's
is
not-
observation.
It
so
is
what does it look
observation,
like?
but you got to make a hypothesis first, too.
Well, you got to observe it too. What does it look like? What
If
does
then
ether look like?
I guess
Go
you
ahead.
see light interferometers out in nature.
I have an idea.
Do you see light in interferometers out in nature?
That must be what Ahmed thinks.
Ahmed?
Yes.
Do you see light through interferometry out in nature?
Well, you're very low. I just put you up to 200.
You probably don't want to do that.
No, I'm serious. I put you up to 200 on Discord.
He's answering you, so he hears you now.
Do you see light through interferometers out in nature?
Sun. The light bulb.
He's an idiot.
Yeah, I have Ahmed up to 200 also.
You see that shit in nature out there with your own two eyes? You see interferometer out there in nature? Is that what you see?
Yeah, Ahmed, where can we find one of these interferometers out in nature?
Seriously, man, I'm just trying to help you, dude. Because this is getting bad.
Look, guy's trolling you. He's just asked ChatGPT for a scientific hypothesis for fucking cookies, and it's spit that shit out because he doesn't know. Shush. You don't know what science actually is, right? It's clearly demonstrated by the two things that have just been posted.
You know, I posted this on your Flat Earth server like a year ago. Scarmooch, remember that? Does anyone remember that or no? I mean, I can go back in there and I'll repost it here. You guys put it in your meme bot, but you guys approve it that it was all right. CJ said it was okay. CJ even said that what my experiment showed that I just posted in the chat again has the cause and effect. So it is an experiment according to CJ, and he's the admin in your server. And you're not.
All right,
CJ.
What's
CJ,
the independent?
Yeah, the carpenter guy.
What's the independent variable in the experiment?
Who is CJ? Hold on, James.
Yeah,
CJ?
who the hell's CJ?
He's from the main server with Indio.
No, he's not.
CJ, yeah.
No, he's not.
Yeah, CJ. Good grief, man. You don't know CJ, bro?
CJ.
I was just
Bro.
kidding.
When you give a dependent variable of taste rating based on people's scores, like 1 to 10, it's not a naturally observed phenomena. Taste.
This is nature.
No.
Absolutely, yes.
No, this isn't natural science. Natural science is independent of man. You got people tasting shit.
Well, you go in the woods, right? We eat cookies. That's
No. In nature, outside of man's influence, we can go out into nature and look at things happening and then make a prediction of what causes those things to happen outside the influence of man. You've got taste as a dependent variable.
This is what I learned in biology.
Oh my God! Did that moron pull off of Berkeley?
It's absurd.
CJ, prove it.
It doesn't matter.
Did he?
It's absurd.
This fucking retard is off. Why is he off of Moot?
No idea.
He's already been demolished.
Go back to war, dude.
You've already been destroyed.
Go back to war,
you
bro.
fucking dumb fuck.
I know the ether
You've
is
already
true.
been destroyed. You fucking
And it's backed
ether
by the
believing
scientific
fucking
method, bro.
moron.
Go back
Shut
to
your
war,
fucking
sir.
mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. You
Go
didn't
back
even know
to
what
war,
math
sir.
was.
Go
You
back
had
to
no
war,
idea
sir.
what Newton's
Go
laws
back to
were.
war,
Shut the
sir.
fuck
Go
up.
back-
Shut your fucking mouth. You're a
back to
fucking
war,
clown,
sir.
dumb fuck.
Go back to
You've
war,
already
sir.
been
Go
exposed.
back to war,
Mae
sir.
West has
Go
already
back
written
to
the
war,
fucking
sir.
story to your ending. You're done. This fucking clueless clown. Independent variable, the direction of the apparatus. You fucking clueless goober fucking moron. You would fail intro to third grade general science.
You know what
And
I
that's
find the
just
most
the least of your
entertaining out of
problems.
all this shit?
That's just the
James,
least
thank
of
you.
his problems.
What I find the most entertaining about this is when he was asked for a scientific hypothesis for this shit, what does he bring up? A hypothesis for fucking cookies.
Unbelievable. Should that surprise you?
Not
After
really,
he said
considering
mass
the
was
morning I've had.
mass was the amount of matter something contains, destroyed him on that, and F equals ma. After Richard Feynman destroyed him on that, so we take him off mute to discuss science. Really?
He might have timed out.
Oh.
Yeah,
I was
after
unaware of
40, after 40 minutes, that mute is undone. So he could have just been unmuted by the system.
Sorry about that. I was unaware of that. So I'm sorry for blaming the moderators. Please forgive me. I'm a worm.
As you were, little worm.
And
No,
I was
don't
looking
think
for
anyone
you.
would have
We were looking for you last night because somebody showed a picture of a horizon and asked the gentleman what that was, and he said it was the event horizon.
Event Horizon.
Yes.
I
would-
heard
I
some
thought-
moron earlier say that we had to go and get an Event Horizon telescope in order to see.
It's the event.
I suppose he thinks that that beyond the Earth's horizon that there is a event horizon where nothing can escape, not even light. So I just thought you might have wanted to know that and add it to your list.
Wow.
Or perhaps even worse. Or perhaps even worse, he thinks you can actually get to the horizon. That would be worse.
And then we had an atheist girl come in right after him. Oh, I know. I listened to it again today in front of FED, by the way, and we all had a great laugh. That said that when she tips her glass sideways, if she has a glass filled with water and she tilts it sideways, that the water is diagonal.
Yeah, I remember that conversation. Somebody said that shit.
You what?
If you tilt a glass of water sideways, that the water will go diagonal.
Sounds like a brain's diagonal. Fucking hell.
Just thought you'd know.
Wow.
Just something that you missed.
Yeah, the water always goes equivalent to the container it's within. Horizontal line too. It's kind of crazy. Maybe that's why they use it for levels. I'm not sure. Could be wrong. Well, something level is curved. It's curved to the level. Basically, it all comes down to the gas pressure without a container. It's basically what it comes down to for it. Well, gravity's causing gas to stay down. Oh, is that what makes it go up? Uh,
Quantum eraser. I have a question.
I shan't be arsed.
I have a question. May I ask a question?
I shan't be arsed.
Why do you guys believe that there are an ice walls?
Believe? I don't believe. Why do you guys? That's a stereotype fallacy. Number one. Number two, I don't believe shit. Number three, I never claimed an ice wall. So you're a fucking idiot.
You are a flat earther.
Oh, Planeta. So you're going to continue on with the stereotype fallacy?
It's not a stereotype. It's the
Yeah, it's a stereotype fallacy. You're a fucking retard.
That's really what
Shut
you
the fuck
believe in.
up. Just shut up.
You believe in a
Shut up.
pizza-shaped earth.
Shut the
man.
fuck up.
You believe in a
Shut up.
pizza-shaped.
Shut up.
You know what?
Shut up.
Go back to
Hey,
war. Go
shut
back
up.
to war.
Vic,
Go back to war,
see,
man.
Go
Go back.
You're not going to do that. Shut the fuck up, you idiot.
Dude, how is that an insult? I don't
Step
get
on
that one.
shit.
I'd be like, go back to Home Depot, buy some supplies, build a house. Yeah.
Some bitch is probably celebrating. You don't even know why.
Go back to the flat lake.
Go back to your cooking job. Make dinner for people. Get paid. Yeah.
Go back to your driving taxi job.
Wow.
You got to admit that was a well-educated, articulated thought that he just. And how can you beat that?
Oh yeah. I know you guys want to see my scientific proof of evolution.
Uh-oh.
So what I did is I went back in time so I could get a degree in petrobiology and then study the subject very succinctly until I enveloped the entire ethos of the proposition into one scientific graphic that explains the entire process at a glance. Let me post it.
You said a bunch of words, but so far you ain't said nothing. Let's go.
It ain't about saying, it's about showing, bro. Let me show it to you. Here it is. There it be.
Yeah. That makes
sense. Freaking explanatory, dude.
He's got the dire wolf. It's over now. He's got it.
Now, how I came up with this theory is I was sitting under a tree and a rock fell on my head. And I was like, aha, evolution.
As in, you should have got up earlier and you never would have got hit in the head? Is that what you mean by evolution?
He could have sat under another tree.
Exactly.
You could have sat under another tree, dude. What's wrong with you, bro?
Why have rocks fallen out of trees?
Yeah, that's the real question.
That's what I was going to ask. What kind of tree grows rocks?
I thought,
Well, he got hit. That's all that counts.
I thought the troll.
Well, I mean, dude, you got to think about it, bro. So I said I went back in time. Now, I obviously screwed something up and did a butterfly effect where I shifted the evolutionary chain of a species to become a tree rather than, you know, like a rock dinosaur. So like evolved into a tree that makes rocks, basically. My fault. My bad.
Trolls throwing rocks.
That's what I thought. The troll threw rock. That's why I hit her in the head.
That's what hit her in the head.
Dude, how's my story any less plausible than their nonsense?
No, I think that was from that Sheila that was in here last night when she was up in the tree, and when she tilted her head, the rocks fell out.
Oh, what, the atheist? Is that who you're talking about?
Yep.
Or some other dumb bitch?
No, it was that one. That one specifically. Yep.
You mean she didn't even cover her ear to keep the rest from falling out? She just let them keep falling out.
Yeah, you had to be there. We should have the.
Are you guys telling me? Oh, go ahead, bro.
Oh, no big deal. I was just going to say we should have a Golden Globies. We probably do, but a recording like that Glober from a little earlier was saying some lakes are flat and some are curved.
Yeah, that was hot, bro. That kid was like a poster child.
Oh, I'm sure somebody clipped it. They got that shit.
Yeah,
Or
that kid was like on a missing poster, and it says underneath it, "Do not return."
Yeah, really.
Oh man.
The reason my eyes deceive me is because the earth is a globe.
Thought that was going to be some kind of haiku then.
Man, I'm so close to being done.
When they take the boat out or the building that's at a distance over the water, what is it that makes them think that's curved? The fact that it disappears bottom up? That's a curve. That's crazy because a 360 like a bowling ball, any sort of curve would be symmetrical. It would go in all directions. So you wouldn't just see the horizon flat, something go over it. Oh, that's because it's curved, even though the horizon's still flat. No, if it was curved because it was a sphere, it would be symmetrical. All the curve would show symmetrically.
So who was the first dudes that came up with that idea? Because I'm trying to think. Is it the case that they came up with the globe idea first and then said, oh, well, this explains this phenomenon? Or did they look at that phenomenon and say, oh, man, therefore globe?
Well, they utilize shadows, which is ridiculous because shadows are an angle, an inverted angle. A shadow is an inverted angle or an angle, however you want to look at it. There's no curvature involved.
You can't have a curved shadow?
Yeah, no shadows have a curve, dude. Earth too big.
Yeah, they. Oh, no.
What?
Dude, shadows have curves, dude.
Oh, if shadows have
a
curves.
curved object that'll have a curved shadow, dude.
What? Shadows have curves?
Yeah. If the
Yeah.
object's curved, like a ball.
Yeah, can you post that so we can see a curved shadow?
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
I'm
crap,
looking at loads
if
of
I have to post a picture of a curved shadow, bro, I'm gonna cry.
It's
Yeah,
like,
I'd love
have
to
you ever
see a
seen
curved shadow?
Have you ever seen shadow puppets on a wall, where with your fingers you can make curved lines and animals to entertain the kids?
Dude, hey, bros,
Just formed by shapes.
You can call that curved. That's not curved like, but that's not curved, dude. That's not curved due to. That's not curved due to Earth curvature. That's due to your curvature of the hand.
Who said it was curved due to Earth curvature? You said there's no curved shadows or something like that, dude. That's why we're scratching our heads, bro.
I didn't say it. The Glober did.
What Glober?
The Glober said.
Jedi, didn't you hear him say that you can't have a curved shadow?
Yeah, that's why I jumped in with you. Yeah.
I didn't say it. Please don't put that on me.
Yes, you bloody well did.
I said it.
Yes.
The intervention, bro. You need to get on memory medication.
Where did I say that shadows are curved?
Just a moment. It's like, hello.
Damn it, James. Are you serious right now, dude?
No, dude. I am serious. You guys are taking me out of. So you like if you curve your hand
James?
and hold on,
James, we're
just
gonna
let
do
me
this here,
talk,
you are.
dude. Oh
Yeah,
my
no,
goodness.
you've done enough talking. You're just going to sing
Yeah,
yourself.
you're gonna mute
How
me.
about you go back to the YouTube clip, check it for yourself, bro.
Yeah, but what did I say though?
Shadows aren't curved.
You said that, dude?
They're not curved. They're parallel.
Gosh damn it.
Shadows aren't curved. They're parallel. So
Okay.
if you have an object,
Think about it. Think about
before
it.
you
Think
mute
about
me,
it, Richard. If I have a shadow of myself projected by a light, me stopping the light, and it's on the floor behind me, you know where my head is? That a curved line around the extremities of my head. Curved.
Yes.
Shadows have curved.
Yes, absolutely. But what I'm getting at is they're parallel to the object casting the shadow. So those are straight lines, not curved. Those are parallel lines.
Well, then, if they're parallel, then how can the shadow be bigger than the object?
It can't be.
It can.
Yes, it can be, dude.
Where's the okay. It's still parallel, right? It's
holy crap. Dude, you can't have a bigger cast shadow than the object if the rays are parallel, dude. That won't work.
Hold on. You're holding up a beach ball and somebody else is holding up a triangle, right? And both of these objects are casting a shadow on the wall, right? The shadow that's casted, of course, the shadow will be curved on the beach ball because the beach ball itself is curved, which is casting the shadow parallel onto the wall. So it's the actual light beam, it's parallel.
No, dude. I can cast a shadow onto a slanted surface so the shape won't be parallel to the other shape. And I can cast a shadow that's bigger than an object, dude. So
but it's the object. It's the object distorting the light, so it's the light hitting the object at a parallel.
Right. It's not parallel, dude. Dude, parallel means that they're all at the same angle, dude. And so you can't get a bigger shadow if it's all at the same angle. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, you do understand what I'm trying to say, though, right?
No, nobody understands what you're trying to say. Not even you.
Not when you throw the words parallel in there. No.
Okay.
Look, James, we're trying to be patient with you, but this is borderline ridiculous. So I have to assume you're either doing it on purpose or you have some kind of mental impairment going on. So what's it going to be?
That's fine, man. I'll be quiet for now. I'll come back to it later. Not tonight.
Look, I'm not.
Another day.
Bro, draw it on a picture. Maybe that'll help. Draw a picture.
No.
Sometimes people can't use their words good.
No. When I say that a shadow isn't curved, when you have an object that is curved casting that shadow, it's not the shadow itself that's curved. It's the object that's making the shadow appear curved. But the light is at a parallel. Parallel.
No, parallel curve. No,
the light itself is not curved. The light that's hitting the object casts the shadow.
Oh, here's a cool story. Shadows aren't curved. Shadows aren't light, dude. They're the absence of light. What the heck?
That's my point, which is straight, parallel.
Okay, so you're making claims. You're making claims that are self-evidently and easily demonstrated to be false, and then you're bouncing around with the definition. So here's the thing, bro. How about instead of making these claims, you just work with the people who are giving you critique to hone it to what you actually want to say. So it's like precise rather than all weird.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So James, if I could try to just see, let me ask if I can help you for a second. Are you saying that if we were to conceptualize a ray, because a ray is a concept of light, right?
Yeah.
Is being obstructed
Right.
by that particular object. Okay? And then it casts the shadow. I have to tell you that those conceptual rays are even they themselves not parallel. Now, the concept of those rays is linear, but because light, as far as we always diverge, they are not ever going to be parallel.
Maybe I would agree with that they're more linear than what I'm trying to say.
Linear.
But what I'm trying to say that you can have a fucking shadow that the object casting because without an object there is no shadow.
Obviously.
So obviously you can have a shadow curved if the object casting the shadow is curved. But the light
we are a team. We are a family.
Oh my goodness.
If you're depressed, I'm depressed. If you're coming out of the closet and you're scared, I'm coming out of the closet and I'm scared.
Go back in it.
I'm not accepting.
If I'm coming out of the closet, you're fucking staying in there.
I was hoping I didn't get muted for that.
Continue, James.
The only thing I was trying to say is, like the light beam that's behind the object, it's not casting a curved line.
It's linear.
Yes, straight.
Yeah, thank you. So I would agree with your terminology. Perhaps linear would have been a better.
Sure, we got you. No worries, bro.
Terminology. Yeah, my bad. But thank you for having the patience. So now I understand better. Thank you.
It's okay.
No worries, brother.
Do you guys disagree with me then still? That shadows are actually not curved, it's only the object that casts the shadow?
Not necessarily, but rays are concepts. And then we have funny things that happen with light. So
are you referring
I agree and I don't agree.
Are you referring to the orange demonstration where they demonstrate an orange and you hold a ruler up, a perfectly straight horizontal ruler, and you cast a light on the ruler and it looks like the ruler is bending across the orange? I mean, what is your main thing you're trying to describe?
The straight path of the light. But the word parallel was used when the light path from the source object is divergent.
Oh.
Yeah, this can be demonstrated when you put the orange or the ruler closer to the light and the shadow gets bigger.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, depending on the medium too, though, or the thing you put shine a light into or at. I mean, that thing can reflect or do different things too, or react different with whatever. I mean, so who the fuck,
It does tend to stay similar depending on the medium. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's mediums that totally absorb light, like mercury. It doesn't look the same as flashing a flashlight in water as it does mercury. It looks totally different.
Well, think about if you were standing in a pool, what does your shadow look like on the bottom of the floor of the pool? If there even is one, right? It's very irregular and wobbling around. So depending on the medium, you won't even have a linear path of the light.
Correct, because the water will actually control the path of the light or negate what it's going to do and how the weirdness. And even if your water's moving to the right, like you got it spinning, well, whatever the hell that means. Okay, say clockwise, clockwise, east to west, wherever you want to say, you spin the water any given direction. The light's going to look like it's going the opposite way, even though the light source is sitting still. You spin the water the other direction, and the light's going to start moving the other. Like, it's just, yeah, the medium is totally crazy. Yeah, and the reflection that it holds and what the medium does compared to what the thing shining or leaving its reflection onto the water that's moving does. It's just like a moving mirror. It's going to give you a crazy ass, yeah.
I would say light is so precise that it details the object that casts the shadow. Like the light is so precise, and you can move it closer or further from the object to get it, like the guy said, bigger, smaller. But at the same time, it's all the light and the way it hits the object that casts that shadow. So the light's not hitting the curved surface because the light itself is curved. You know what I'm trying to say? That's all I was trying to say.
Light,
So I
understand. Light goes everywhere, and it'll hit you, and then it'll widen around the edge of you, the outline of you. It'll hit that part, and then it'll touch itself behind you, and then it'll hit the object behind you when it does that too. So it does a lot of crazy shit, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost beyond gas. Like gas goes in every direction, but light goes in every direction at a more extreme level. If that makes sense.
It works like sound too.
Yeah, you can flip the switch of a gas and you can flip the switch of a light, and the light's going to hit you far quicker than the gas. Like it's more extreme level on how it disperses in every direction.
What about the vibration of the sound too? How fast you feel the action of something?
Yeah, vibrations, I'd agree with that. Matter of fact, the vibration goes through you before you feel it. That's what's crazy. You're reacting to something that already took place. When it comes to frequency, that's kind of what Tesla said. You'll react to the frequency far after it already took place. Frequency is almost like light. That's what I'm starting. Well, that's what I'm starting to wonder. I can't say that it is. I'm starting to wonder. 'Cause frequency's fast as hell too. I mean, the bigger the sound source, the quicker it gets there. The bigger the light source, the quicker it gets there. It's quick. If everything in the sky is a sphere, isn't it safe to assume the Earth is a sphere?
No, Earth's not in the sky.
Ah, damn it. You caught me, dude. You mean you got to look up away from the Earth?
Yeah, to not see Earth.
Ah, damn it. Why'd you have to catch?
The horizon is supposed to be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, the horizon should not be past 10 miles unless this dude is standing on a ladder. Do you get it?
Okay, but look, here's the thing. You can see the object because it's peeking over the horizon. This is what I'm trying to say.
It's not about the object. It's about the
It is about
distance
the
to
object.
the horizon.
What are they observing? The oil
You're
platform. How tall is it?
misunderstanding.
7 feet.
The
What is it?
argument is about the
How
horizon.
far away can you see that oil platform? 14 feet. As long as you are within that range, you will be able to see the platform.
It's not about the platform.
Yes, it is.
It's about the horizon. No, the argument is about the distance to the horizon.
Theory will not work with you, so let's do an experiment. How does that sound?
No, you don't understand.
What do you mean, no? I'm literally telling you we can do an experiment right now to prove it.
Just repeat after me. It's about the horizon distance.
It's about the height and the horizon distance of both
Why is it about the height of an object?
How does this sound? How does this sound? Look, how does hang on, let me finish real quick. How does this sound? How about you repeat that experiment and find the nearest oil platform to you? I don't know what it is, but you know what? Actually, matter of fact,
what
I'll
his
do you one
argument
better.
is.
I'll do
Dude,
it myself.
why are you trying to tell other people what their argument is? And then when they tell you what it is and correct
I'm
you,
not
you go,
telling you
no,
what
no,
their
no, it's
argument
not
is.
that.
He's literally giving me his side, and I'm trying to disprove him because this
Yeah,
is
but you
what this
don't
is,
know
a
what he's
scientific
talking
debate.
about, dude. You haven't listened.
All right, go ahead. The horizon distance is measured at more than 10 miles. How do we know? Is it because the height of habitat? Or is it because the distance to the shore?
Because of the height.
No.
And the distance.
We measure the distance. No, it's just the distance. We're measuring the location of the horizon. How do we do that? By knowing the distance.
You also need the height.
Why do we need the height of habitat to measure the distance to the horizon? Please explain that.
Because you're observing the platform. Yes, habitat.
No, you're observing the horizon.
You're not
the horizon.
No, you're observing the platform habitat, not the horizon. That's
you don't see the horizon.
Says. That is literally what it says.
I don't know what video you're talking about, but
the video that was literally posted, the video that we're arguing right now, the one of the platform habitat. That's the video.
It's about the distance to the horizon. I don't know if you're running from that or if you can't.
I'm not running from anything. I'm literally showing you scientific laws for optics. But here's the thing: you don't want to listen to them. So here's what we can do instead. How does an experiment sound? I will conduct this experiment.
Okay,
next morning. I will go to the beach and observe an oil platform for you. Or
it's an observation, not an experiment.
An observation is not an experiment? Is that what you said?
Yes, yes. That's an observation, not an experiment.
How do experiments start?
Well, first you have to observe a natural phenomenon. Since we're dealing with natural science, we're not going to look at any cars or anything
First,
synthetic.
you have to observe.
So we're going to hold on, bro. You asked me a question. First, you have to observe a natural phenomenon because we're dealing with natural science. Then you have to form a hypothesis. What is the cause of this natural phenomenon? So you find out, after doing a little research, what all the variables are. You isolate the independent variable and manipulate it by itself and not the control variables or any other variable. That's how science works, right? Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you manipulating while looking at horizons?
Here's what I'll do, because you like experiments. So I will do an experiment next morning and I will give you my results. How does that sound?
Fine, you can call it an experiment if you want to, but what I'm pointing out here is that it's about the distance to the horizon. It doesn't matter if the Eiffel Tower is a demarcation.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
In the middle of my sentence? Sure, go ahead.
Okay. The distance that you're getting it from, what number is it?
The distance that I'm getting the horizon from?
Yes. What number is it? What is the number that you're given?
9.41 miles to the platform to the beach. Correct?
No, not that distance. That's the straight distance. I mean the observer distance.
Can you define observer distance for me?
The one that DJ got his 3.46 miles from, the website that he linked me for his argument.
Yeah, so Larry, this isn't the 1 foot black swan, right? This is the 8 foot one because it's a clearer one, right? And it has a much more distinct horizon.
Oh, okay.
No, that's right. It's the same.
Okay, you know what, Larry? My fault for crashing out on you. I thought you were like talking about our experiment.
So this one,
I apologize.
Yeah. Look, here's a look, dude. Have a look in the side chat, right? Here's a picture of the observation, right? Right. So I just want to ask you: is the horizon, like, this is about the horizon, right? The oil platforms don't need to be there, right? But if the oil platforms weren't there, then we wouldn't know the distance to the horizon, right? So the only reason.
But look. The equation this 3.46 comes from is from 2RH.
No, it's not. Look, the distance to the horizon comes from 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right? That's going to be the distance.
Look, here, I'll show it to you right now.
Right. Okay, so there's no horizon. There's no horizon at 3.46 miles, right? So where's the horizon? It's behind the oil platforms, yeah? Where the blue line is.
Okay.
Okay, so we agree that the horizon. Someone hot miking?
I have no idea.
Who is that? 1 second. Yeah, okay, so you see the image I posted, right? We can agree that the horizon is the blue line, right? Obviously, right? And it's behind the oil platforms, right? On a globe, the horizon line that's behind the oil platforms would have to be at 3.46 miles. It's not there, right? None of the oil platforms are hidden, right? We can see the legs of the oil platforms touching the water, right? And then you can have a look at close-up photographs of the oil platforms.
I guarantee you, I will put my life on this. That platform is 14.27 miles away. I guarantee you.
No, it's 10.1 miles away, right? So you go have a look at the video.
The platform. I'm talking about the horizon line. The line itself, the blue one. I guarantee where it says 10 plus miles away. I guarantee you that is 14.27 miles away. I guarantee you.
Okay, so the horizon line, right, has to be at 3.46 miles if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not there.
Here's the other thing too. If the Earth were also flat, how come? And I'm sure you hear this argument a lot. How come you can't see like other mountains beyond their oceans?
We can get into that in a second, right? But you acknowledge that the horizon isn't at 3.46 miles.
Correct. I don't, and I acknowledge that it is 14.27 miles away.
Okay, so the horizon on a globe has to be at 3.46 miles from an 8-foot observer height. It has to be there.
Okay, sure. Continue.
Okay, so the Earth is not a globe, right? Because the horizon's about 10 times further than it could possibly be on a globe.
Okay, continue. Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, what else is to continue? I mean, okay, so do you want to have a look at another observation?
Yeah, like explain your posture. Like why is it the way that it is? Your mathematical model. I want to see them.
Right. Okay, so if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, there must be a geometric horizon at a particular distance based on the height of the observer. We do the formula 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We can calculate that from an 8-foot observer height, the geometric horizon must be at 3.46 miles. The observation clearly shows that the horizon is well beyond 10.1 miles. You're saying it's about 14 miles away. Let's just go with that, right? I'm not going to argue with that, right? The horizon is not at 3.46 miles, which it has to be at on a globe. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles.
I'm looking through my textbook here for this. Hang on. This is not my forte. I'm more of a astrophysics guy, not geometric differential geometry. I hated this subject, but here we are back at it again. God damn. You want to know what I got on my midterm for that class?
It's not really hard, dude.
Differential geometry? Yeah, it is. What are you talking about?
Distance to the horizon on a curve, man.
No, I was talking about something else. I'm talking about my class.
Yeah, but that's all DJ's talking about. You're going to see this far over this curved surface.
All right.
Pretty simple, I think.
I think you're just oversimplifying something that shouldn't be that oversimplified.
That's how so. No, dude, it is that simple. I think you're overcomplicating something that's that simple.
Oh, that's actually a very interesting thing. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Why is that? Hang on.
What's your big breakthrough now?
It's not a breakthrough. It's just something I forgot. Oh, you know what? I think I want to do my research on this now. Okay, that's pretty interesting. All right, so what is happening here, from what I'm reading, our horizon looks like it's red. Okay, so hang on. I'm reading further into this. Hang on. Give me a minute. I'm sorry if I'm taking too long, but you guys came at me with the videos and stuff, so you're going to have to give me a minute to bring my arguments and stuff together.
Problem.
Okay, that's why. Okay, this is why. Okay, so look, the Earth curves. Okay, so from 8 feet high, your eyes they can only see 3.46 miles, right? Like how they established. Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, then why are they seeing past 9.4 at
Hang on, let me finish real quick. So,
what the hell, dude?
Anyone who is in a radius of 3.46 miles around you will see you, right? So if we are like saying an open field, right, and we're in a globe, we're just like this big horrible planet of just an open field, right?
What?
Hang on, I'm trying to just show you what I mean. You're standing in this open field, and it's very large. It goes up for miles, right? Infinitely. Whatever. And hang on, let me finish. Stop saying what the hell and let me finish my example.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, all right. So, yeah, you're just being rude right now because I let these gentlemen talk, but you're over here just being rude to my argument.
Okay, yeah, let's try to get it over with. Sorry, I don't want this to take longer than it already has to.
Yeah, all right. Go fuck yourself first of all, because that's fucking rude.
Oh no!
I'm trying to prove an argument to these gentlemen over here, but you're just being rude and dismissing everything I'm saying.
Well, I mean, why are you even going here? I mean, you just said at 8 feet of height, you're going to see 3.46 miles. Well, they already saw further than that at 1 foot of height.
If you're 8 feet tall, if you are an 8 foot tall person, and there is another 8 foot tall person, right? The same height, and they're in a radius of 3.5 miles around you, they're going to see you. However, if they go beyond that radius, they will not see you.
Okay, but you already debunked that because he showed you that we're seeing further at 1 foot height.
Hang on, I'm going to get to that right now.
Oh my God.
Okay, so we've established that. Now, if we have a 77 foot tall platform, then it's going to be seen from 10 plus miles away.
Dude, it's the distance to the horizon he's concerned
right?
with. No,
I'm going to get to that. Just give me a minute. Stop interrupting me. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Where's the horizon?
Okay, you know what? I'm just going to mute you because you just keep fucking interrupting me.
You can't do that.
All right. So
Neo, please, don't mute anyone, right? Please unmute him.
He's
right?
being rude, and he's
Yeah, but he's the owner of the channel for starters, right? And it just kind of creates audio chaos. Like, please, can you please unmute Heretic?
Just tell him to type. Yeah.
Just type that you unmuted him, dude.
What a weirdo. Man, he got tilted over that.
It's kind of funny at this point.
That's ridiculous. It is. I'll try to let him get through it because it is kind of funny, but he's really missing the point.
Yeah. He's very enthusiastic, though. Right. All right.
Just get me unmuted.
all right. Let me start over. So, we are an 8 foot tall observer. Yes?
No.
Okay. Fuck you. I'm out of here.
Okay, that's it.
So he's 8 feet tall? I don't get it.
Huh. Well, I guess maybe I don't know. That was funny. Damn it.
That was funny. He was trying to come up with all sorts of random shit to try to explain it. It just didn't make any sense at all.
No, none of it did. I wanted to hear where he was going because he's like, I'm getting to that with the distance thing. Fuck. Didn't think he was going to be that much of a snowflake, though.
Yeah, me neither.
It's weird.
Oh, that's good. It's like freaking 5:30 a.m. for me anyway. It was taking way too long to get through such a basic conversation. That was like an hour just trying to explain it to him, and then he still didn't get any of it.
I know.
That's about the horizon.
Okay, I'm an 8 foot observer, right? No. Fuck you, bye.
Any other Globers in here want to talk about gravity?
I think we have Shadow. Mush Kane kind of debates more on the flat Earth side these days, but still thinks it's a globe. And then we got Hell's Angels, flat earther, I guess.
Angles.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Why do you even correct people? You know that their brain is going to see Hell's Angels.
I know, man.
Yeah, they're just going to automatically interpret it like, oh, that's Hell's Angels. Why is he here? But yeah, Hell's Angels is a cool name, bro. I like it. I dig it.
I thought it was pretty cool when I heard Nathan say it.
What do you want to know about gravity?
Oh, just make a claim, like that other guy was doing. Every time he said something about gravity. Yeah, just make a claim about gravity. What is it? Tell me.
It's a theory.
Okay, I'll give you that. Is it a scientific theory?
No. Doesn't meet the definition, the standard of the definition. Because you can't vary and manipulate gravity, since it's a theory of what causes down. And what causes down is our reality, like the entire Earth. So we can't vary and manipulate gravity. So there's no way, at least that we know of, that we can reach that standard.
Well, you can't manipulate the theory of gravity, its presumed cause, but you can manipulate the relative density between an object and a medium. Right?
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
I know, it's why it came out of my mouth. It's what I'm talking about. So you can put an anvil in a 50-gallon bucket, right? But if you fill it up with mercury, the element, it'll float, right?
Yeah.
So it's being held down, obviously, by lack of buoyancy. And the reason it's lifted up is because of buoyancy. So when you manipulate the relative density between the anvil and the 50-gallon bucket, when you manipulate it, you can make it go up and down. Same thing with an apple in a pail of water or ice in a glass of tea. So you can manipulate it. You just can't do it with the theory of gravity. You can only do it with specific gravity.
Well, specific gravity doesn't have, that's a relative.
Right, relative density, like I was saying. So you can obviously manipulate the relative density between an object and a medium. Because what is there, like 5,000 different mediums that we can choose to put a single object in?
Yeah, we can agree on all that, but I mean, what we're really talking about is why down in the first instance. Like, why is there a bias down to begin with?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm just talking about what we can demonstrate. And you're asking why is it that things go down? Not everything goes down. Helium balloons go up.
I didn't say everything goes down.
I didn't say that you said that.
Okay, fair enough.
So why do things go up and down? Because of the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. And there's no such thing as a vacuum. They don't exist. So an object is always in a medium.
What do you mean there's no such thing as a vacuum? Create vacuum all the time.
Okay, you can have a partially evacuated volume, but you're never going to get it completely empty.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum that we can demonstrate.
Right, so an object is always in a medium then, right?
Yeah, technically.
Right. So whatever object you have, right, let's say it's ice cubes, if you change the medium that it's in and you put it in water, the ice is then going to reach equilibrium, right? It's going to float. Of course, ice floats on top of water because it expands when it freezes. That's why the pipe's fast. But my point is that, you know, people claim that gravity can't be scientifically demonstrated. I can show you why the oceans stick to the Earth. It's because of high gas pressure and low temperature. If you were to manipulate any of those to a certain degree, then it'll cause a phase change. And when that phase change happens, water is really dense when it's in liquid form, but in the gaseous state, it's extremely buoyant compared to the rest of the atmosphere. So if you take a glass of water, you put it in a vacuum container, you turn on the pump for 3 days, it's going to boil at room temperature. So if you understand the law of cause and effect, you understand that when you manipulate a cause and you see the effect, that's an experiment. You're demonstrating with a scientific experiment that when you manipulate your independent variable, you see a reaction on your dependent variable.
Yeah, and there's limitations to that. You know, we can't vary and manipulate everything. So, you know, some things are just going to have to fall outside of that paradigm.
Right, like your version of gravity, you can't demonstrate it like I can. Unless you can, all you have to do is use my presumed causes, which would be heat and relative density and buoyancy and gas pressure. You have those as your control variables, and you only manipulate your presumed cause, and then tell me what would your presumed cause. And if you don't have one, I understand, because I don't suppose that, you know, Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity is actually derived from science. It's mathematic descriptions at best.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate gravity in that way. That's why it's just that's why it's a theory. It's got what they call explanatory power. You can make predictions with it. So that gives it like more clout as like this is the at least a further detailed explanation of our reality. But then, you know, you get past that with quantum anyway, so it's like Newtonian, then Einsteinian, now quantum, and I'm sure it'll be something else. So it's just approximations of the truth. It's not like any of this is 100% fact. It's all just approximations.
Are you saying that I can't demonstrate my claim?
No.
Okay, then it's 100% verifiable then.
No, but I can just keep asking you why that happens, and you won't be able to answer.
Okay, try that. See how that works.
Or just keep asking you why.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, why do things go down?
Because there's not enough buoyant force or any other kind of electromagnetic force to hold it up. And it's seeking equilibrium. That's why it goes down.
Why is it seeking equilibrium?
Well, it appears to be the fundamental natural laws that we experience every day, right? If you got a hot cup of coffee and you get a phone call and you come back 30 minutes later, you'll find out that, the second law of thermodynamics is true, and that all the heat has evacuated out of the coffee cup until it reached equilibrium with the room temperature, and it can no longer expel any heat. The same way with a battery that's fully charged, if you hook it up to a battery that's completely drained, the next day when you wake up, you'll find that all the charged battery energy has drained out or has left until it reaches equilibrium with the other battery, and then they're both halfway charged. And it's the same thing with the propane tank. If you fill it up, it's going to be great until you open the nozzle, and then it's going to all spew out until it reaches equilibrium. Now, all I'm doing is saying one more thing that's just like the other three. When you pick up a river rock, you take it out of equilibrium, but when you let go, it's going to seek equilibrium by going down back into the river until it can't fall down any further. That's just the laws of nature. I don't know why it is what it is, but it just is.
All right, that was good. So, but you did admit at the end you don't know why.
Yeah, when it comes to natural law, we don't really know why a lot of times. Like, why are boobs good? Like, they just are, Like, you can't really answer it. You can speculate, right? But the reality...
Why are what good?
Why are boobs good? It's different
They're
for
good
every
because
person.
they feed children, because children die if they don't get fed.
Yeah, but that's not the only reason. You know what I'm saying? That's not the only reason.
That's the main reason.
But it's not the only reason. But yeah, when it comes to like natural law, like how come you can't create matter? You just can't. We can't answer it. How come you can't destroy matter or energy? You just can't. We don't know why. So things falling down is just a natural law. If they're denser than the medium they're in, they're going to fall down, like no matter what, every time.
Yeah, wide hips and fatty tissue, that's all about childbearing and child. I mean, our reptile brain might not directly correlate it, or you might not feel that direct correlation, but that is what it is. They look fit for child rearing.
I get it, but I was just trying to illustrate that natural law just is what it is. Any kind of natural law that you think of, even laws of logic, it just is like that. Like, I can't tell you why you can't be a married bachelor. You just can't be married and a bachelor at the same time. It's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. And if you say why, I don't know why, because it's a lie. To say that I'm married but I'm a bachelor at the same time, it's a lie, right? It can't exist. A woman who's kind of pregnant, what does that mean? You're either pregnant or not. So back to gravity, if anybody has a presumed cause, if they would like to, manipulate the bending and warping of space-time, or if they would like to, manipulate mass only without, manipulating mass over volume, because that's my presumed cause.
Well, Larry, we can't bend and manipulate space-time, but what we can do is say, all right, if massive objects do indeed bend and warp space-time, and as light travels near that massive object, it will deflect. And then they do their equations and predict the amount of deflection, and then it came true. So, I mean, that's, you got to take, that's interesting. It's not like proof. They didn't go measure the thing that way, but.
Are you talking about gravitational lensing?
Yeah.
So you presume to know the cause, but you just said that you can't manipulate space-time. So how do you know that's the cause without?
That's the theory. It's not like you're presuming the cause. It's like, okay, we're saying if this is how gravity works, then this effect will happen.
Well, I'm saying if this is how specific gravity works, then when you freeze water, it'll float on top of the liquid water.
Well, yeah. Well, specific gravity doesn't contradict gravity.
Right. That's why science has never settled. I told you all you have to do is, use my presumed causes as your control variables, and use your presumed cause as your independent variable. And you said we can't do that. Well, I guess you don't have science on your side, whereas I do. Because I could do the experiments.
Well, yeah, you'd be wrong anyways, though, because what your presumed cause is false because it's actually quantum, and there are experiments for that. So while gravity, there's no experiment. You can't vary and manipulate gravity, but they can vary and manipulate quanta.
So let me get this straight. You think that I'm not telling the truth or I'm wrong somehow. So you don't believe in the rain cycle? Like you're not familiar with like water boiling in a teapot?
We're talking about the cause, though. We're not talking about the effect.
Right. It's the heat and the gas pressure. That's the cause of things specific. Sorry. That's the cause of water going up and down. You can't have liquid water in a highly evacuated partial vacuum.
Or maybe I misspoke. We're talking about the why things happen. There we go.
Right. So when you cause the phase change, the relative density between the water and the atmosphere that it's in changes, and the water molecules go up, and they turn into clouds. That's cause and effect.
Reality is ruled by quantum.
Prove it.
Alright, photoelectric effect.
Okay, what does that prove?
That proves quantization.
It proves quantization?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
I'm not going to argue with you on that one. But yeah, all I'm doing is talking about things that everybody knows to be true. Everybody knows that you can make an apple go up or down by draining or filling the pail of water. So it's not mass attracts mass. It's actually mass over volume that dictates where the equilibrium of an object in a medium lies.
Oh yeah, I know it's not mass attracts mass. I know that.
Yeah, I think when I argue with people, or when I tell people about this, they have an instinct to want to argue with me, but you really can't, because we all know why things go up and down. It's just people have been so indoctrinated with, the concept of space-time that they just think that it's correct because it's confounding. Like people get hypnotized by it, like it's absolute reality. But absolute reality, happens in your iced tea cup. When you drink your tea, the ice goes down. When you fill it back up, the ice goes up. All due to, mass over volume.
Well, yeah, because gravity is like an narrative of like where we are, so it's not falsifiable really.
Well, my version of gravity is you can absolutely falsify it. But yeah, when you're talking about Einstein and Newton, like, yeah, I agree. It's completely unfalsifiable. So, are you a Glober?
Yeah, I mean, when I talk about gravity or think about it, to me, it's just the best explanation for things so far. I don't take it like as the absolute truth.
Then why did they come up with modified Newtonian dynamics or MOND gravity? MOND.
I never heard of that.
Did anybody catch the images that I was posting last night with the different types of gravity? I'm not near my computer, so. All right, would anybody else like to make any claims about gravity? Other than the shit's weak. But all the fundamentalists be like, no, it's strong, bro. That dude said gravity was a force field. So crowded. So what are the Glober's most recent tactics? Anybody got any updates? I have been on hiatus.
I heard an interesting argument the other day.
Go ahead.
Somebody was talking about how the geometry doesn't make sense on flat because if at the North Pole is the center and everything out like east to west is a circle around that, like at the southern tips, those continents would be further away than they actually are. Like everything would be geometrically, it doesn't make sense. It makes sense on a globe though.
Wait, are you using the azimuthal equidistant projection map to make this argument?
That's just the normal map everybody uses?
Really? Everybody, huh?
Most people? Are you talking about like Google Maps?
No, I'm talking about the AE map, where it has the North Pole as the center, an ice ring.
I don't think the ice ring doesn't have anything to do with this, but yes, similar to that, but it doesn't have anything to do with the ice ring.
Okay, well that's a globe projection map. That's a globe map. So if you're saying it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense on a globe, that doesn't make sense.
I'm not sure it was tied to that map. The surface would have to be some geometric form of that, like with North Pole being at the center and everything else going out.
It has to be what flat earthers believe.
Well, that's how we travel. When you circumnavigate the world, what you're doing is going east and west about a circle, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the Earth looks like the AE globe map. And it doesn't have to look like that, because you could take that same azimuthal equidistant projection and make Egypt as the center, or New Mexico, or Arizona, or Texas. Like, it doesn't have to be like that. But yeah, you could basically put that map over your home city, and the center would be your town square. But that doesn't mean that's what the Earth is actually like, just because you made a map. Because the map is not the terrain.
So is there no map? Do we not have a map? There's no map.
Well, we got hundreds of maps, but that doesn't mean that the map is the terrain.
So there's no accurate map of our surface.
I mean, not unless you can produce one. Yeah, to me, like all these maps, like They're just useful tools. They're not necessarily a direct representation of reality. So I could make a map of my city, right? And tomorrow they start construction, and that map is completely useless, right? Well, yeah, the whole idea of a reification fallacy is taking something like an abstract idea, like a map of the terrain, and adding concreteness to it. Or another example would be, a mathematical construct of, bending and warping space-time, which is only an idea, and then claiming that, space-time is real, it's in the room with you right now, you sound like a crazy person. So yeah, maps are useful tools, but you can't count on them to be accurate. Just look at the maps we grew up looking at. Like Greenland is like bigger than Africa, when Africa is like 5,000 miles from the Mediterranean Sea to the tip of South Africa.
But Larry, we have an entire worldwide global logistical system down like to the hour, like just in time supply, like the grocery stores, they run out and then just in time the truck arrives with all their stuff from all over the world.
That's cool. Let's get back to why is Greenland bigger than Africa? What's the go there on the maps? That's what he's talking about. On the map it shows one thing, in reality it's something else.
Well, there's no other way to look at of a globe other than to project it onto a flat plane, correct?
So you're
I suppose you could.
Awesome.
Go ahead. I just want to point out that, outside where the dirt is, where the earthworms live, that's the real Earth. And any kind of map or globe or model, something that you see on TV, that's not reality. Reality is outside. And nobody experiences the globe outside. Except for allegedly the government sent people to a place that you can never go, kind of like the priest, they go in the Holy of Holies, and you can't never go there, but they're going to tell you what happened there, right? They're going to tell you exactly what happened. That's just like the astronauts going halfway to the moon and turn around and look at the Earth, allegedly, and it's a globe. Well, I guess you can have faith in men if you like, but I don't really trust other people's opinions and what they experience, because I've heard people come on here and they're fresh out of college, highly educated, probably $100,000 worth of unforgivable student debt, and they'll tell you, like, I don't know if I'm in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now or if I'm on Discord. And it's like, oh, okay, that's what's up. Like, you don't know if you're in the middle of the ocean or if you're in Discord. And she was serious. Like, she wasn't trolling. She was like, solipsism, but my solipsism, what about my solipsism? Descartes, you're not Descartes.
Yeah, that's just people, they like learn about probabilities and then they'll bring it up in conversations as like a philosophical point. It's pretty annoying. Can't be sure about anything.
We'll often ask those people, like, hey, if I put your pinky in a vice and I tighten it up until you start screaming, and then I tighten it up one more time, like, would you still have this, we don't know anything, or would you be screaming, get my fucking pinky out of that vice, or I'm going to sue you?
How long have you been FE, Larry?
Off and on for 10 years.
10 years, decade. Dang.
Yep.
So you had a little bit of a rocky start there, or were you like 5 years in and you were like, somebody, nah, it's bullshit, and then you got brought back in, or like how did that go?
Well, in the beginning in the Flat Earth, everybody was always posting that AE map that you brought up. And then once I figured out that the AE map wasn't real, I decided to take a lofty position on the fence and look at both sides with no emotion attached. So I let the Flat Earthers do their work, and they were extremely convincing once I realized that all the proofs of the globe lie on TV or looking at the sky. So when I ask people that are on the fence, like yourself, you don't actually know that it's a globe, but you experience it as flat, so that ipso facto puts you on the fence. I have to ask you, what is it about the TV or the sky that makes you think the Earth is a globe? Because you're definitely not going to point to the Earth.
What is it about the TV or the sky that makes me think it's a globe? I guess not the TV. I guess it is the TV. Yeah, I mean, if anybody is going to be honest about it, it's just, that's what we're told. I mean, we can't see the globe, obviously. So the only way we could know it is to tell it. And if anybody's telling you like, oh no, I would just come up with that on my own, they're bullshitting you. Like, there's no way.
So are you a glober fence sitter? You leaning on the globe a little bit?
No, I'm firmly in the globe category.
So what is it about the standard model of cosmology that you're skeptical about?
The standard model of cosmology that I'm skeptical about. Well, I mean, I'm skeptical.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm definitely skeptical about all the claims like diamonds raining, the age of the universe, how big it is, all the black energy or dark matter, all that shit. You know, I don't know. I mean, that's all kind of theoretical shit,
there it
anyways,
is.
right?
Whoop, there it is. You said dark matter. So when you're skeptical about dark matter, you're skeptical about gravity having anomalies at the galactic level and falling short, and therefore necessitating some sort of dark gravity or dark matter.
Mm-hmm. A lot of complicated stuff.
It's really not, because once you understand Thomas Kuhn and his paradigm shift, right? Once you understand that we're in the middle of a paradigm shift, and a lot of not all of them, but a lot of the astrophysicists and theoretical physicists, particle physicists, they're all looking at modified Newtonian gravity, or MOND, and they're taking it serious and not taking Einstein very serious. Like Professor Pavel Krupa. Like, you want to talk about, like, a scientist. Like, he's definitely one of them. And he says dark matter is debunked with the certainty of 5 sigma. So you being skeptical about dark matter, you're right up there with Professor Pavel Krupa. And he's saying that nobody he knows takes Einstein serious anymore, because with modified Newtonian dynamics, you don't need to invent 96% of the matter and energy out of thin air, because you don't need it. But with Einstein, it has to be there, or Einstein's gravity doesn't work.
Well, that doesn't prove that Einstein's wrong, right? It just that Einstein theory requires more dark stuff, you know?
Yeah, but you missed the part where I said that Pavel Krupa said that dark matter is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma, because when he watched two galaxies, they kind of collide, but the stars don't hit each other, but they call it colliding. He said that it should have been like dropping marbles in a jar of molasses, or honey, I can't remember which one he said. When the stars pass through the dark matter halos, they should have passed through slowly, but instead, it was like dropping a marble in an empty jar, and that's not what they predicted to see if dark matter halos were real. So, according to Pavel Krupa, like, that's it. There's no more dark matter. And a certainty of 5 sigma is like 99.9999% sure that there's no dark matter. So if there's no dark matter, then Einstein's gravity doesn't explain why the galaxies don't fly apart, because they're spinning 10 times too fast.
Well, I don't think Einstein's relativity theory is explaining for gravity.
Really? The theory of gravity is not explaining gravity?
It's just explaining space-time. But it's not describing gravity itself. It's just how time is relative in terms of space. That's what he is using this formula to tell us, how things are relative to each other. But it's not mentioning about gravity.
You believe in time travel?
Well, what is traveling? You require from point A to point B. But this is the thing that we are unsure about. What does it mean by from point A to point B? Well, to measure that, we need to create this concept called time. Because from point A to point B, it requires time to get from point A to point B. If it doesn't require time to get from point A to point B, then we're at distance. It's like if you're like playing a video game, you're not actually moving, right? Like it's just like you're rendering the graphics, and it just appears like that you're moving.
So let me ask you something: is the Earth orbiting the sun right now?
Well, that depends on what kind of theory you would like to use, right?
No, it's just a yes or no question. Like, is the Earth absolutely?
You need to have a certain
orbiting?
set of. You need to have a certain set of dependent variables. Once you have that, then you will have independent variables, and that will be your results.
Can you elaborate on what you just said?
I'm talking about how people have been thinking about science is like any equation equal to results. And the whole point of the debate is like, what is the symbol of equal? It's the equal. It's like an absolute truth, right? The formula can represent certain phenomena, can represent certain sets of results, but it is perhaps not in relation with other formulas, other theories.
Can you just answer yes or no if the Earth is orbiting the sun? It's okay if you don't know. You can say that too.
I mean, based on Newtonian, it is moving around the sun. And they can use Newton's formulas to calculate the orbits of the Earth around the sun. Yes, they can calculate that.
But not Mercury, right?
I think they can calculate the orbits of the Mercury as well if they want to.
Not with Newtonian. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work with Mercury?
Yeah, look up Newtonian perihelion of Mercury.
So it works on all the other planets, just not on Mercury.
Well, it doesn't work with the moon either.
Well, right.
What'd you say? Did you say why?
So, does that lead to how Einstein's theory of the general relativity?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why Einstein came up with this theory. But now that we've observed, galaxies not behaving in Einstein's theory, so now the observation isn't matching the theory with galaxies. That's why they had to come up with the dark matter theory. And dark matter would mean that there's more gravitation. If 80% of the matter in the universe is, dark matter, then that would create a whole lot more gravitation. Well, they noticed that the universe was expanding, but in the late 90s, they found out that it's expanding faster and faster. So that's the opposite of what gravity would predict, right?
Because gravity is supposed to pull you to the center instead of expanding.
Right. So it should be slowing down like a shotgun blast.
So let me put it this way. So Newtonian can explain certain sets of gravity, how gravity works, but when it comes to Mercury, it doesn't work. Well, Einstein, the theory of relativity, it explains perhaps the solar system, but it can't explain to the extent of the galaxy. So, well, there will be perhaps a greater extent of theory that can explain, can have the able to calculate the orbit of the whole galaxies precisely, but they will then come up with some other phenomena they cannot explain with this set of theory. So what does that tell you? Yeah, what does that tell you?
Tells me the theory of gravity is incomplete at best.
It seems to me it's like the more that I discover, the theory seems to be altered by the things that I observe.
Well, the theory is definitely altered. You guys have all been taught that we have a space-time continuum, but actually it's an ad hoc continuum, because when the theory doesn't match observations, you just invent whatever you need to invent, whether it's matter and energy created out of thin air to explain your model, or whether it's a new version of modified Newtonian gravity. Just whatever you guys need, it's an ad hoc continuum.
Right, yeah. So you can say the first question asked me if I believe the orbits of the Earth around the Sun. I would say it depends on what kind of theory. Well, it seems like it works on the Newtonian theory and is also working on the general relativity theory as well.
So your whole mindset is built upon someone else's. So
well, not
when
necessarily.
someone asks you, do we orbit around the sun, which is a close-ended question, yes or no, you've got to go, I'm not sure whose scientific bullshit you're following.
No, Matrix, I'm not following them. I'm acknowledge. I'm giving them credits.
You got asked a close-ended question. You're telling us that you need to understand which theory that you want an answer to before you can give an answer to. You were asked, do we orbit around the sun? And now you're saying you need to know which theory you're going to subscribe to before I can give that answer.
No, I don't need to subscribe to a certain sense of theory.
That's what you've just told us.
No, I did not say that. I said under the theory of Newtonian and under the theory of general
because that's what's coming across.
They both orbits around the sun.
You're not listening. Because that's what's coming across.
What is coming across?
What I just told you.
What did you just tell me?
Are you fucking stupid or something? Is this backwards day?
No, tell me.
You were asked earlier on, do we orbit the sun?
No, I did not ask that. Larry asked me if I believe in that.
And now you're telling us, whatever it is, you have to subscribe to these so-called theories before you can give an answer to it. So, let's try again. Are we orbiting the sun?
No, I don't say you need to subscribe to any of these ideas.
Fuck me! Yes or no?
Matrix, I think.
Yes
it's
or
it's
no?
rather difficult to continue the conversation if your manner is a bit...
How can it be difficult? Flip a coin. You could probably luck it the right answer.
Matrix. The thing is, there's no default answer for this question.
It's pretty straightforward. It's a close-ended question. Are we orbiting the sun? You've got a 50-50 chance of getting that coin toss correct, guessing your right answer. It's either a yes or a bloody no. I don't care which way you go. Ain't going to lose any sleep either.
Matrix, can I hold the position of being agnostic of this question?
In other words, you're a fucking weasel. You don't want to answer it because you know you'll be held to task.
I can explain though.
Why?
Just
Let me
because
guess.
I'm agnostic.
You don't know which scientific theory you're going to adhere to today? So you could just gish gallop in between whatever you like?
Matrix, I have justification to refuse these two theory that I've knowledge about, alright? And that's my position.
I understand why you were booted out earlier.
So yeah, to me it's not a yes or no question. Yeah.
So, what kind of question is it then if it's not close-ended? When someone says to me, are we orbiting the sun? Is the correct answer purple crayon? No. The correct answer is either a yes or a no. Are we orbiting the sun, Leaf? Yes or no?
It depends where you're at.
I'm sitting in my computer room.
Then no.
So, welcome to Flat Earth. Have a great day.
You know, a lot of people to hear that are here, they don't know how I was in 2017 for about a year and a half. But if you heard me debate, you wouldn't think that I went back to the globe. No one ever accused me of going back to the globe. But I just kind of held this position to where this thing just started. Let's wait and see where it goes. There's a lot of smart people out there, and you know, I was hearing people like Quantum Eraser come about, and other people were making a lot of sense. I seem to remember Stinky Cash. I don't know if anybody remembers that guy. But yeah, there was a lot of other people making a lot of other arguments, and I just kind of sat on the I don't know fence for far too long, probably. And I think I don't know is a good place to be because you're not emotionally attached. But this guy sounds like if we asked him, you know, like, is your house moving right now? He would say, I don't know. Whereas I never held that position. Like, once I started looking into stuff in like 2012, 2013, 2014, I was listening to like Malcolm Bowden and other people who were talking about geocentric Earth. And once I got to the point to where I realized that we aren't moving, like I always understood that my house isn't moving right now. And to me, when you ask a Glober, is your house moving right now? And they say, yes. I think about the girl who doesn't know whether she's on Discord or in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Like, your house isn't moving. Space time isn't in the room with you right now. The only time you experience a globe is when you turn on your phone, open a book, or turn on the TV. You don't ever experience the globe unless it's a received idea from someone else. So what secondary knowledge has caused you to ignore your primary first-hand knowledge of your senses to say that you live on a spinning ball floating in outer space? Like, what has convinced you of that? What about the sky or what about the TV has convinced you that you live on a spinning ball? Because it's not the dirt outside, that's for sure.
Yeah, in all seriousness, Larry, I would have preferred him just to say, you know what, I don't know. At least it would have been more honest than the dribble that we got.
All right, peace out.
It materializes in front of where the stars are. Now, last time I checked, the ISS was supposed to be a solid object. So how are we seeing twinkly stars through what is supposed to be a solid object?
There's no explanation for any of that stuff. No valid explanation. It's fake, obviously.
What I find interesting, and a lot of people seem to miss this bit, the only actual view you get from the ISS is directly straight down.
Didn't they used to
it
Yeah, go
shows
ahead.
sideways where you can see the alleged curvature. It's offline. It actually states down the bottom center of the screen, offline.
But didn't they used to show the horizon a lot? Like a lot? Then they quit doing it, didn't they?
50-50. Yeah, the
But
fair
they
bit.
quit doing it because everyone's like saying, look at Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying that shit is flat even at the ISS. It's like, well, then why are they showing curvature? And then all of a sudden they're like, shit, guys, we got to stop showing curvature, man. Let's just show straight down now. And that's all they do. I guarantee if you go to the live feed right now, all you're going to get is flat too.
I think even the Mongols had it, but the Muslims definitely have it, and that's the crescent moon on their flag. They got the crescent moon and a star in the middle of that crescent. Whereas if it was a full circle, the star is in the moon. It's in the middle of the moon. So the Mongols had it too. At some point, I think it was before the fucking Attila the Hun. They had dude. There's many flags throughout mankind's history where you have the crescent moon and a star showing in the middle of that moon. Whereas if it was a perfect circle, the star would be showing through the moon. It's right there in the middle. That's the Islam flag, the Muslims. It's been I think even a lot of people claim the Targaryens. If you've heard of the Targaryens, which I think is real. But aside from all that, there are little flags to this day where it shows that the star is being shown through the moon. There are flags that show that. There is a star that is being shown through.
Got any pictures? You got any
Oh,
pictures?
is that a Selanar? What's the name of that? Selan.
Yeah. Man, they communist dictatorship nation.
You got any pictures that you can see the stars through the moon?
Flags.
Thanks.
Country flags. Literal flags. Right now.
Selanelion? Is that what
To
that
this
is?
day, you would have Islam, the Muslim flag. It shows the crescent moon with the star in the center, where if the crescent was a full circle, the star would be showing through the moon. Yeah, there's many flags all throughout mankind's history showing this, where there is a star that shines through the
So
moon.
what star is that?
It's irrelevant. Mankind duplicates what they see, right?
Yeah, but like, do you have the picture of
I'm just
the
saying
moon?
it's irrelevant. Your question's irrelevant as to the fact.
So you don't have evidence to support your claim?
No, the flags. The flags are the fucking evidence.
No, what
The
he's
flag-
asking
that-
is
That's
for-
why I'm saying your question's
he knows-
irrelevant to the
No,
fact.
he knows that. He knows that. He knows there's a flag with the star. What he's asking
Yeah.
if there's a corresponding photograph that demonstrates showing a star behind through
Yeah,
the moon.
and the star of even in the Bible, the Star of Bethlehem talks about
means-
how
He means a real
Go ahead,
life
go ahead.
photograph.
I'm just
He's-
saying.
He's asking for a photograph. That's what he's asking. A real life
No,
photograph.
no. So, dude, you don't know what a photograph is compared to an image. So when you ask me for a photograph, do you know what you're asking for?
Yeah, I'm asking for, as you claim, you can see through the moon. with a
He's asking-
star.
Well, how about my claim
He's asking for
earlier?
an angular
my
size
goodness,
change of the
dude.
rising full moon.
No, he's
to-
not.
Oh my goodness.
No,
dude.
he's not.
Oh, my
James,
goodness.
settle down. My
All right,
call
go ahead.
earlier on the ISS live on YouTube was the shit materializes out of nowhere. Now, if you care to jump up and have a look at the live footage that I've got ready for you, at the moment, you can see a screen full of sparkly little stars, because that's what it looks like at night time on the ISS live footage. For anyone who wants to watch it, you're more than welcome to do so. All I'm going to do is just go fast forward, jump, nothing, watch this, jump, nothing, jump. Oh my god, where did that materialise from? Let's just go back to and watch it fade out. As we go back, fades out, stars already appearing. Look at that. If there's a solid object there, it should be blocking the stars.
Wait, what?
What's a unit
Hold on
of
a
power?
second. What?
He's streaming live right now. If you click on his,
Yeah, I'm watching it.
All right, so
So you're saying
at
it's
the moment you
stars,
see
like
stars on the screen, correct?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, right. And if I just fast forward a tiny little bit, you look at this. Materializes, and there's a piece of the ISS blocking out the stars. That section should have been blocked out completely. So let's just go back a tiny little bit. Look at them. You can already see stars sparkling through it.
Okay.
So much for live footage, boys and girls.
I think it's just like the lantern
Beautiful fade in.
It's the time dilation. It's
You don't know
called
what
time lag.
what is define dilation, and define time, and then define time dilation. I bet you can't do it.
Like the image can I
No,
cross
you said
over?
he said time dilation.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that?
Yeah, because it's image they cross over, yeah?
No, time dilation is not an image. You're wrong. I'll disagree with
There's
you.
no
and I'll
two
stand on
images
it.
crossing over.
You just picked a word out of a hat.
No, you said the word. You said the word. I didn't.
Yeah, he picked it out of a hat.
Not me.
He didn't know what he was saying. Not I. Yeah. Time dilation guy. He's bullshitting, obviously. I screenshotted that the last time they showed that. If you can see that, the guy who said time dilation. That's time dilation?
Well, it takes time for the image to jam back to Earth.
Off the cap,
so the image cross over each other.
Yeah. Okay, Leaf, let's use your brain power. I've got a solid light not go through object. Okay? It is suspended in front of me. At night time, when it's totally pitch black, can you see through the object? Yes or no?
No, but it takes like...
Excellent!
more time.
Stop! That was a close-ended question. We don't need a 4-day fucking sermon that follows. So you cannot see through it. Excellent. So why did I just show you the ability to see through something that's supposed to be blocking the bloody stars?
No, the image cross over each other.
There's no crossover. The object is already there. There's no crossover, mate. The object is there. It becomes light. That's it. That's the only thing. There's no crossing over. It's not like I've got an object there and then I take the object away and we've got a blurred in effect. That's not what's happening. The object is already there.
You don't know that. You've never been to space, do you?
You're fucking joking me.
What a retard.
There's a practical application of this. Yeah, people have seen this. It was with the flags. The man referenced the flags earlier. He said man replicates what he sees. And that's very true. The light, it shines through the moon. And all people will be witness to this. Like all people.
No, I won't be witness to that. I've never seen light shine through the moon.
You've never seen a star? Hold on,
He
Matt.
literally just said you've never been there. Neither is he.
No, it's on Earth.
Do you have a picture of
He
the
just
stars
he just
shining
dogged-
through the moon?
Hold
Do
on,
you have
hold
a
on,
picture
hold
of
on,
that?
hold on. Hold on. He just dogged one of my favorite guys on this fucking show. Damn it, Jedi. I think it was Jedi. It sounded like Jedi. He just dogged Jedi, and everything that he dogged him with is what he's claiming. a picture, a fucking image, a fucking everything, dude. Go back, guys. I did interrupt, and I apologize for it. Go back. 30 seconds, 45 seconds. Listen to what was just said. It's unbelievable. This guy just claimed the same thing. He said that you're relying on an image, you're relying on a what, even though that's exactly what he relies on.
It's projection?
Yeah. Just my bad, guys. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, man. I couldn't help myself. That was bullshit.
There's no need. There's no need. He called out a logical fallacy. Projection. I think there's a lot of that shit that goes on. Projection. Holy shit. That just happened. What do you guys think?
Hey, Matthew Learns.
Yeah, he literally claimed you of doing what he does for his globe support. He literally just claimed you of doing what he does to claim his globe support. And that's based off images, pictures, things he's seen on a flat screen.
Well, you're claiming you have seen a star in the middle of the moon, so that's why I'm asking you to provide evidence for that.
Yeah, I've never
James.
seen that.
You cannot make the claim and don't provide the proof. You see?
This is rich coming from you.
Listen, an experience is never at the mercy of an argument. You realize that, right? You realize an experience is not at the mercy of an argument?
Sure, it is. Sometimes your experiences are incorrect.
No.
But you have the burden of proof if you have
Your experiences cannot be correct or incorrect. That's a malformed fucking reasoning, Matthew.
I'm saying your experiences don't give you access to
not
truth.
Incorrect or correct.
Yeah, they are. Sometimes our experiences don't tell us the truth.
Exactly. We can always interpret shit the wrong way on accident.
Right.
No,
exactly.
I'm not
They're called
talking about interpretation.
optical
I'm talking about
illusions.
your experiences.
There's things that we as humans cannot sense, like Wi-Fi signals, and so our experience tells us that Wi-Fi signals do not exist. But
That's
our
not true.
human senses.
In what sense do our experiences tell us Wi-Fi signals don't exist?
Our human senses cannot determine if Wi-Fi signals exist. We have to rely on machines like your phone.
Wait, Matthew, wouldn't it be more appropriate to simply say we do not sense Wi-Fi signals? Like,
Sure,
it seems to me
yeah,
like you're
yeah.
kind of taking a step further to say it the way you're saying it.
Okay, yeah, I'll buy
Human
that.
senses.
Sure.
I mean, that's
Our human senses cannot sense Wi-Fi signals.
Yeah, but we have no reason to doubt.
So you're agreeing with us,
right?
It's like if I blindfolded you and spun you around, would you know which way north was? Magnetic north.
No, I don't think so.
Right.
But the point is, my only point was that sometimes we use logic and reason to add to our experience.
Yeah.
Well, you should have said that. Why didn't you say that?
Well, we don't.
You're right. That would have been a better way to explain it. You're right. Sorry.
What's the best way to find north? This is what's crazy, right? What's the best way to find
Big
north?
Dipper. The Big
Go
Dipper.
Yeah, if it's nighttime, if it's nighttime and you can see the Polaris, that would be a good way to do it. If
I'll
it's
tell you exactly.
daytime-
I'll tell you exactly how to do it right now. But just remember, the bark always grows on the outside of the tree. Congratulations, guys.
Well, I've always read books on the.
Did you mean the
stars and
north
shit.
side, but not always? But
It was
most
supposed
of the
to. I
time?
wish I was funny. No, I wish I was funny. I just wish I was funny. I'm not a clown.
No, the best way to tell north, guys, is not the stars. Used to be, but it's
Yeah, just
the best
check
way to tell
with
north
Giza.
is the compass.
No.
Did you know that? Did you know
Not
that?
under these power lines.
They differ.
Under
The
these
compass
power lines,
differs
my
from true
compass
north.
is all wonky.
Did you know that to this day, but
My
soldiers,
river actually changes my compass right here next to the house. A river.
but soldiers carry a compass.
I learned that when I was like, why does my
Yes, know
compass
that.
go all wonky when I get
You
near
guys
the
know
river?
that? You guys know that to this day
Hey,
that
James,
soldiers carry
quick
a
question.
compass?
Have you got a compass in your back pocket right now?
No, I don't. But I do got one. in-
You're talking on a compass, probably.
I don't want to have it in my back pocket, but I do got one in my room. The only problem is I'm in my garage.
Is that a compass in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
And I'm sitting next to my boat, Triton. EFI. Oh, it's a big boat. Yeah, it'll scoot.
You use GPS on that bad boy?
73 mile an hour on water, dude. You know what that feels like?
I think it feels like 50 knots.
It feels like 140.
Danger.
Feels like 140 on land, dude.
Feels like 50 knots, brother.
Oh, you're chopping, dude. Boom, boom,
50 knots.
Oh, it's badass, dude. Yeah, I'm sitting there right there next to it. Just looking at it.
Wow, what an experience. What if I could argue with you and like try to convince you that that wasn't your experience?
You can't.
I thought you were going to say argue with you.
I'm sorry, I was trying to start the argument. You can't.
Yeah, what?
You're gonna gaslight me like my narcissistic wife? Go ahead. Do your best. No, I'm just playing, dude.
That was funny, Mr. Six.
What if I can argue your experiences right out of your mind? Like
angular size. I didn't see a moonrise tonight, but I looked too late. You know, I was a winner.
Angular size.
Yeah, angular
Compared
size.
to what?
I didn't see a moonrise. Tonight.
Angular size compared to what?
Did he say angular or dangular?
I said
I don't
angular.
know.
Dangular size.
Strangular is what it sounds like.
No,
Stranger danger.
It was really simple. I said angular size change.
What's that mean compared to what?
Is that like a trend?
No, it's compared
sunrise?
to actual. No, actual size change.
Actual what?
Size change.
Compared to what? What's the actual and what's the non-actual and what's the non-actual actual and what's the angular change and what's the actual angular change compared to the non-actual angular change?
Oh, I think I know what you're asking for.
No,
Yeah,
he's
I think
asking for
the equation is twice the distance, half the size.
It's angle.
No, he's actually asking for the frame of reference.
Yeah, I want to talk.
Well, I mean, it's easy, right? If you move twice the distance, whatever the distance is, it moves half the size.
Wrong.
What's your frame of reference?
Until you reach what do you mean frame of reference?
With what objects where?
What do you mean frame?
You're the observer.
Objects above and below.
From any object moving away from you.
Demonstrate what you're talking
Twice the
about.
distance, half the size.
Demonstrate.
Just depends on your frame of reference.
Come a little closer. I'm going to bounce this ball off your forehead. Watch it go away from you. And as twice the distance from your forehead, it'll be half the size in your eyeball.
No, it won't.
So
watch.
I got a magnifying glass.
Did you see it?
And I move it farther away and it makes the stuff bigger. Did you see that?
But that's a magnifying glass.
Yeah, and it disproved what you said.
No, that's two concave lenses. I'm talking about with your eye, dude.
Okay.
I mean, I can look through a fucking kaleidoscope and make a whole bunch of different angles and prisms. But does that mean that what I've said was negated? No, you fucking knucklehead.
The moon looked really, really little the other day, like a dot, and now it looks bigger. I wonder what's going on there, magnifying her. I wonder if the air's magnifying her stuff.
Yeah.
Like I said, what's the fucking actual size when you're looking through a medium when you don't know what a size is compared to any size that you're talking about or a distance?
No, there's an interesting little illusion that happens to people when they're looking up at something with no reference, like a house or a tree next to it, and then all of a sudden it's on the horizon and you see a house or a tree and it looks huge because the house and tree are so goddamn little.
Let's put a tree on the moon and a house.
You're assuming a reference in your example.
Dude, hold on, guys. Let me say something. The reason I asked you the frame of reference was because you could be standing on the side of the road, watch two vehicles hit head on at 45 mile an hour. You can watch it happen head on, right? Like, bam, boom. You actually seen the whole thing happen, right? But guess what? Your frame of reference is different from those that are inside the vehicle. Like they're in the accident, right? That you witnessed with your eyes. They're in that accident that you witnessed.
Yeah, they don't see the front of their own car
But your
coming at them.
your frame of reference is different than theirs.
Is it a rotating frame of
Right?
reference?
They're in the accident. You're watching it.
Know
So
your
you-
actual firsthand experience.
So the frame of reference,
You guys are so
the reason why, hold on, man, the reason why that's an important question is because what is your frame of reference as a witness? Whatever the witness is, the car accident, the globe earth, the flat earth, what is your frame of reference as a witness? That's how I'd state that.
Oh, like when
frame
there's
of
angular
reference.
size change to the moon, the reference would be the horizon.
So is the horizon a location? Is the horizon a location or an event?
You can't measure it. You can't measure the horizon. That's a malformed question.
All right, so your answer
Wait,
is
when
malformed.
does the moon change size, angular size?
Compared to where? Where are you measuring it
Dude,
to?
when does
Your
the moon
toe?
change angular size?
What is it reference?
Yeah, the full moon
changes angular
stays-
size slowly
What
over
is
the
it
seasons as the orbit of the moon is not exactly, cylindrical.
So you guys are measuring the moon's distance from the moon that you've never been to your toe?
No,
Like
we're
my
measuring the angular
scenario.
size, Daymok.
No,
The
you just
angular
measure
size
the
you can
time
measure.
that it takes for measure the time it takes for radar signals.
The angular size of the moon.
What is that? What's the moon and what's the angular size supposed
sorry,
to be of the moon?
Oh.
Where
It's
at?
how big the moon appears.
No, like my
Appears.
hold on. Like
It's
my
how
car
big the
crash.
moon is, not actually.
No, like my car crash
That's
incident.
what he's talking about. He's talking about how big the moon is, not actually. Thank you, Matthew.
Right.
You helped.
Yeah, and the point is that tonight and tomorrow night, the night of the full moon, the angular size of the moon does not
The
change much.
non-angular
It doesn't
size?
change more than
Hey,
two
not
degrees.
size.
Remember
That's
reference.
true.
man.
Which one of the knuckleheads said that you could see through the moon?
That was me.
The flag that put the star through the moon?
That was me. You can see through the moon.
All
Yeah, so
you just say whatever, huh?
believe
You're
it.
like,
There's a
I
big
think that
religion that believes it too. It's called Islam. Isn't that weird?
There's 7
No,
days.
they
out
don't.
Hold on. There's 7 days out of the year where there's a star that's within inside the crescent.
No, there's 0 days that's like that. It's never happened.
7 days.
yeah, there are no days in the year where the fucking moon is translucent and a star shines through it.
That's exactly right.
It's the
When have you
crescent
been next to the moon or a star up close
Hold
to
on.
see the stars?
No,
around?
I've seen the videos that confused you guys, and it was hilarious that you were so confused. It's like a bias is so
nobody's
strong
confused.
that you'll accept anything
I'm
from
not
anybody
talking
as
about
long as it fits the narrative that comports with what it is you try to believe in so hard.
Deep brain, low IQ.
It's crazy shit, bro. And now you want to say I'm a low IQ guy.
I'm not
Look
talking
at
about
yourself, man. Come on now.
Yeah, some of these people are not your enemy. So I don't think any of us are each other's enemy. Honestly. We're talking about angles, right?
Yeah,
we're just
angular
talking about
size. There's a very clear actual equation for angular size and distance and as it changes. And it's very simple too. It's not even a confusing one. And you can do it yourself right now. Like with a ruler and a quarter.
Tell me how.
By measuring with your eye how big the quarter is at the distance at the beginning of the ruler, move it twice that distance as your eye is at the ruler away from you, and you'll see it shrink to half the size that it was.
What?
You could also do it by taking pictures with your phone.
Right, you can do that too. You can just take pictures, move something twice as far away, and then measure it on your phone.
You said twice as
compare
close.
it to the other image, and you'll see that as let's say if I move something like a quarter from 1 foot to 2 feet, what it would be 3 feet actually at that point, twice the distance. It'd be 1 foot to 2 foot. Then you'd see it shrink in your eye from your vision.
Would there be an angular size change? Are you saying
right? In the photo, it will take up a lot less pixels. That's my point.
So not actual size change.
Of course not.
Yeah, of course.
Actual size change is what would be necessary for excuse me, right?
Of course not. What are you talking
about?
No, of course
Quarter doesn't change size.
Actual,
you move it away from your eye.
Yeah, actual size change, or I mean, at least not actual size change, but
Not actual, right?
angular. Angular size change would occur at such a dramatic rate if the Earth were flat and the sun were moving toward and away from you at those distances. It would be so big, to match its the smallness of its of the sunset or sunrise. It would have to be so big in order to match the actual distance that is purported to be traveled over the flat Earth. And if it's moving at 270 degrees in, or I'm sorry, what is it? 70 degrees in, 270 degrees out, then you would actually see this huge arcing too, right? As it got bigger and bigger from when it came into view, you would call sunrise, it would get bigger and bigger and bigger. But not only would it take a curved line across the horizon, which it doesn't, it would be, you would see the sun would change size so dramatically that there would be no question that what's happening there, it's on a flat Earth and that's what's happening.
No,
right? But see, the problem is the moon too, right? You can say, I don't know what the sun is and all of that, right? But we know that only matter emits light and heat. So we know it's made of matter, and we know all this matter does that, right? So there's no real argument on that.
No, the Earth
end
is
of
like
the
a
flat
cake,
Earth for
like
that part of the discussion, especially when you start looking at the moon and the wagon wheel effect and all the kind of shit that's going on with that comports directly to a spherical Earth. It's hard to believe that we're wasting our time here still with all of this.
Nobody's wasting their time. Relax.
Mr.
We're gonna.
The flat Earth
Hold on a
is
second.
thing.
Just wait. Just wait. You can hear me speaking. All right, we're gonna talk to the new guy. Let him ask some questions, and then we'll go back to whatever this was. Go ahead, Jacko. Ask your questions to the people in this room. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Be situationally aware if you're in this room when we got a new person that's asking questions. All right, go ahead,
Yeah.
Jacko.
So my argument is that although like it's flat, right? Like we see it as it is flat. Like the substances of what makes up the Earth is like a cake-like mold kind of thing, right? So in a sense, everything that is made down to the molecule may seem solid to us right now, but if you were to shrink and down to that point, right? Like even water, even like atoms, bro, they move like this texture, right? So I just use cake as an example as to what it would like maybe feel like, something like maybe like Jello or something like that. But I think that what it is ultimately is that we can see it's flat, but what else is there, above and below? Like how far does it go down, right? And I think that when we go down, it goes.
You gonna let somebody answer your question?
Yeah.
You let somebody answer your
yeah,
question? All right.
yeah.
So anybody can take point on this, however you want to do it, but we could just address Jaco. I'm just gonna sit back while you guys address him.
Yeah.
All right. Is there someone talking that I don't hear?
I'm going to address your point. Jacob, it's sad. I'm going to address your point. Your point assumes a reference plane. That you can't have an up and down without a horizontal.
Yeah. Like we
So there's
see
the
horizontally, right? But there must be an up and a down. So what makes up and down?
Yeah, as a consequence of this idea, you have that which is above and that which is below. It's a true dichotomy.
Yeah.
It's based off of an axiom.
Yeah. And so then you look so the idea is
You're afraid to say something you don't want to hurt his feelings, right?
No, I think we're on the same page.
What the fuck did that even mean?
Shit. Like I think we're on the same page here. Is that like what I'm trying to say is that like if you want to bring some kind of science, 'cause I don't think all science is wrong.
No, it's cool. What is science? So let's agree on science. So we agree that there's axiom world and true and false dichotomies and true dichotomies.
Yeah.
What's the axiom that we agree on again? Just so we all on the same page.
That there is like an up and a down. The question is, what is it? What makes it?
What's the up and down? Okay, so there is an up and a down, and that's true. Why? Why is that true?
You can look down.
It's a natural law. Nobody knows why. We just all experience it up and down.
Yeah,
because there's a horizontal in nature. Because there's a horizon in.
No, because we live in 3 dimensions. Come on, dude.
That's what I'm saying. We live in 3 dimensions. We see 2-dimensional.
It's like we didn't go to fucking school here.
Yeah, that's like what.
And then we're uncovering the secret dimensions and internal dimensions of affairs. Understand the simple shit yet?
So how many?
That's what I'm
You
saying.
said dimensions. How many are there? Like y'all might not be wrong.
3.
Well, I mean, the ones that we know of that aren't theories, there's 3 dimensions.
All right, we're all on the same page.
Yeah. So there must mean that. So the Earth is flat, right? And we know that. And we want to know like what's on the edge of the flat Earth, but we're not asking like what's below the flat Earth, right? And then what's above it. You know, it's like some people believe like the firmament, but like I think it's built like a cake. I used to use a cake as an example. I think it's built like a cake, right? I think there's almost like the multiple dimension theory, right? There's like multiple different or multiple universe theory. You know, below us there's another flat Earth, right?
See, that's another like I'm lost, bro. Because we just agreed on 3 dimensions, and that's got to be the real universe. Like I could doubt that the real universe is not made up of 3 dimensions, but I can't doubt the fact that I'm doubting that the real universe is made up of 3 dimensions, and it's a problem for me. Because
I feel you on that one.
You're going back to Descartes. You're going back to Descartes then.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't doubt your doubts. I mean that is refutable in a sense that it could be a simulation. All your doubts could just be code, but
yeah,
but that just goes into theorizing, you know.
No, it's not theorizing, and it's not.
Plus, for me personally, I don't like to borrow from the worldview of the black hole, Big Bang, relativity, math magics to comport. If I don't believe in that shit, then I'm not going to believe in that shit. I'm not going to use it for my ideas either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. And I think there is one science though that is you can back that up because it's in the 3 dimensions. And I think that's biology, like molecular.
Well, no, it's classical physics. The entire field of classical physics incorporates and understands that there are only 3 dimensions in Planck.
Yeah, there's
for the whole universe. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about is also I think biology falls into that too because you can go down to the molecular level and you can prove like atoms exist and stuff like that. Like that stuff's provable. So we have to like figure okay, what's provable and what's not provable. Okay, so physics exists. That means there is an up and a down. So
biology is a experimental physics. It lies under the classification. So you're correct. 100%. Well, at least I agree. Right? We don't know if we're right, but I agree.
Yeah. So the question is, okay, so now we have a base and we have a foundation, right? So how we have to add to that foundation of what we know is true, right? We know there's a ground, we know there's a sky, whatever the sky is made of, and we know that the earth is flat, right? So now we gotta ask ourselves, okay, well, what's down below, right? What's above, right? I think those are questions that have to be answered. And my theory is that further down you go, you just find another flat Earth. I feel like that's the only one that makes sense to me.
You mentioned
I think what's underneath the flat Earth is at nighttime is the sun. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that's what the
I know what you mean. I think it's a realm.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
No, because we are the firmament for the flat Earth below. Right, there's one above us too, and that's the firmament.
So,
that's some Pac-Man.
Why do you think that? Because I don't think we've ever had any evidence for that, right?
The firmament's real, right?
Matthew, even if you had somebody that came back from the dead to give you evidence, you would dismiss him.
He's a fake flat earther. He's trying to make you guys look bad.
No, I was asking specifically about this idea that there are other people below our flat Earth in some other flat Earth, and we're their firmament.
That's funny, Grim.
It's a cool idea,
1984 guy. That's funny because you're making the globe look bad, and this guy's making himself look bad.
Hell yeah, because it's really a banana.
Hell yeah, man. I got couches and mattresses for sale. Hell yeah, late night and shopping spree.
Hell yeah, but this shirt makes me look good though.
The Hindu cosmology is depicted the way he just described it.
Like
Maybe you got it from that.
Like
oh,
this,
maybe.
this-
But that's a nice story. I'm saying we don't have any evidence of that, right?
Also,
Well,
the Bible
evidence,
says that there's
evidence, not proof, right? If
Also,
it's
the
in a
Bible says-
Hindu theology, that would be like evidence, but not proof. It's like,
yeah.
you know,
I mean, we
there
have to
might not be
dig
any
down.
corroborating evidence.
We have to dig down far enough to figure that out.
Because, you know, you can have evidence against somebody who didn't do a thing.
The idea is
It's just you don't have proof that they did it. But you might be like, oh, okay, well, the evidence is that you have no alibi.
Well, like there's no evidence exactly that's exactly what it is. That's a theory. And what I'm saying is that like it's going off the foundation that there's obviously 3-dimensional, there's physics, there's biology, and all that kind of stuff, right? So, and that's the foundation. That's what is real. And you know that's what I theorize maybe down below. But we won't know that until we drill all the way through.
Well, this sounds like a great discussion for Speculation Sundays.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're demanding questions that you're asking questions that
That's the thing.
are. Yeah, I'm not omniscient.
Yeah,
I thought it was Freaky Conversation Friday.
Well, it's Full Moon Friday.
Full Retard Friday.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
Does anybody have any good vanity plate ideas? Like flat earth vanity plate ideas?
Yes, vanity plate ideas for flat Earth. A swastika. I wish I was funny. Sorry, I wish I was funny.
You talking about the Volkswagen symbol spinning?
I think he's talking
Do you
about
know
the
what
Big
vanity
Dipper.
plate is?
So one would be no bend. But the problem with that is that people might read it as knob end.
Wait, say that again.
What about the insult "suck a doorknob," Matthew? That's a good insult, right?
You know why Burger King calls them chicken fries and not chicken sticks, right?
No. Why?
Because who in the
Earth
right
is a
mind
globe,
would
the
order
Earth is a
chicken
globe,
sticks?
the Earth is a globe, the Earth is a globe.
You're a spastic, MD Mackle.
Keep telling yourself that, Sunshine.
Bumper sticker. The Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe.
Yeah, people have no problem ordering chicken fingers. They just don't want to order chicken sticks.
Right. I wouldn't eat chicken sticks any day.
Lamb fries. You know the joke about lamb fries, right?
Nope. Hit me.
Oh, shoot. Oh, hold on. Well, basically they're testicles, but it's from a movie. Hold on.
The Chevy Chase movie.
Yeah.
Can't think of this.
Yeah.
No, what is that?
Funny
Rocky
Farm.
Mountain Oysters?
Well, I know the poem. The poem goes like this: Mary had a little lamb. Her father shot it dead. It goes to school every day with her between two hunks of bread.
Larry, watch the movie Funny Farm. You'll thank me. It's hilarious.
Does she have a wool sweater at least, as well?
You guys want to hear a good one? I'll give you a good one.
That was great.
Mr. G, we can hear you typing, by the way.
Oh, really? God damn.
Is that an
I thought
old
I
school
was just
typewriter?
muted.
Yeah, totally.
Is that an old school?
I was just trying to respond. It's probably better if I just say it out loud, right? Like when he said in the chat that I was choosing my own adventure.
Yeah, you were abandoning black holes just because I don't agree with the black holes.
I was actually speaking about what the other guy was saying because he was borrowing from a theoretical idea from like globe and relativity.
Yeah, I know. I've heard your own choose adventuring as well.
There's that word again.
Yeah, and then using it for
figure it out, Junior.
Cake Earth shit that nobody.
Did someone say
so I didn't say I believe in that shit. I said I wouldn't do that. Like if I were you, I wouldn't do that. That would be a mistake. And then someone's acting like I'm the one that was making the mistake. It's weird.
Are you typing, dude? Are you?
I know you're trying out a new persona, Mr. G, but just chill out. Get back to typing.
Mute, bro. Go on mute.
Oh damn!
Sort out your thoughts.
Low IQ motherfucker.
We can hear you typing.
I'm not typing, fuck boy.
Oh, feelings.
Yeah, I am.
It's just weird how you keep saying you're typing. I can hear you typing.
Or are you taking pictures?
I'm not doing anything.
Okay. Do you feel? Are you very feel right now?
He's now muted, so.
He's not doing anything.
Mr. G is now muted.
Hey, you guys, can you hear me or what? Mic check. Mic check.
Sonny.
That's not Sunny, but we hear you.
All right. Can I give you guys some humor? Flatter globe. You guys want to hear a joke?
Well, Ryan's still looking for a good vanity plate, but I guess so. Matthew started it.
All right, let me tell you a joke. Here's to the ladies in high heel shoes. Smoke all your cigarettes, drink all your booze. The only creature this side of hell that can get to a nut without.
Yeah, I hear where you were going, James. Let me sing you a song I wrote the day after 9/11. And the mute comes in 3, 2, 1.
Is it a song about how World Trade Center 7 fell down all by itself?
Actually, it was a collapse that was, caused by fire. And it didn't fall all at once like your lying eyes told you. It was actually a progressive collapse.
Yeah, that Larry guy said, Larry Silverstein, he said we pulled it.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? And you know what? I actually posted a video of him saying that, and some idiot said, "I don't believe your video." I'm like, what? I was like, what? You're denying the video? What the fuck? He thought it was like AI or fake, and that was years ago.
Yeah, college in Fairbanks, Alaska, they did a 4-year study on Building 7, and they said that it was not like the NIST report said, that they had a straw man model of the building, and that's how they got it to collapse the way that it did. And they also said that it fell at near free fall speeds. So progressive fires don't take down buildings like that. But yeah, if you want to look it up, Fairbanks, Alaska, Building 7, September the 3rd, that ought to pull it up.
A fire collapsing a structural steel building. These guys really, really thought we were stupid.
Steel and concrete. Never happened before, but happened 3 times in one day.
In one single day, bro. And it hasn't happened since.
Oh, we gotta stop. Otherwise, this will go down this rabbit hole forever.
Yeah, then we'll start talking about you know who's.
You know who's the dancing ones?
Yeah. We are not your enemy. Your enemy is our enemy, the Palestinians. And the Somalians and the Syrians and the Iranian and
Not the Tanzanians, though. If I'm saying that right. Tanzanians, yeah. Not the Tanzanians, though. They got the best coffee.
yeah, you can't wage a war on the Queen's Falls. Those are her falls, obviously.
Don't talk coffee. You'll get paraplegic in here real fast. All right. All right. Since it's quiet, Larry, can I ask you a question? Only because you were talking before. All right. You've heard the term Judeo-Christian, right? Yay, nay?
I've heard it, but I don't know why Larry's not answering. But yeah, I've heard it.
That's okay. Yeah. So, well, it's to anybody. Anyway. So, I'm like, well, who says that phrase? I've never said that phrase. So it's like, okay. I've heard it only referred to as Christian, but they call it Judeo-Christian. It's like, oh, okay. So, do Jews refer to their religion as Judeo-Christian as well? What? I guess the best answer, the best question would be, what do they refer to their religion as? Jewish. They're Jewish.
Probably just Jewish.
So
I think it's mainly Christians who use that phrase Judeo-Christian, and it just sort of means the overlap of the set of morals and ideas, like the Ten Commandments are both in Judaism and Christianity. So I think it's just sort of a generic term for the overlap.
It sounds like a contradicting term.
Well, yeah. So Judaism is different than Christianity, but there is quite a bit of overlap.
Quite a bit.
Dude, Christianity evolved out of Judaism proper from the scripture, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jesus was a Jew.
Yeah. Now the New Testament rejecting Jews that are Judaistic practitioners, they're stunted, like they haven't fully accepted it, right? So, but they like the ideas are still the same, you know, pretty much.
Judaism is not Christianity. It's totally different. Completely different. Not the same thing. If you think it's the same thing, then that's a big problem. It's completely different. Judaism and Christianity are completely different things.
Yeah, I used to have this list, like "Thou shalt not steal," and the actual Bible verse where it says it, and then you've got Jewish, I forget what was it, the Torah, the Talmud, and it had their verse that says it's okay to steal. And then I had "Thou shalt not kill," and then in theirs it was like, yeah, it's kind of okay if this, and then it says, do not. What was it in the Bible? It's like basically if you fuck with kids. It's like the what do you call it? You might as well have a millstone on you. And then in the Jewish's version, it says, yeah, it's okay for diddle kids. It's like totally contradictory. That's why I asked why people even use that term.
Yeah, but that's not the scripture. That's not in the scripture, dude.
That's the teachings of some kind of weird cult from the Judaism. That's not true. Judaism doesn't believe in stealing and killing and doing bad things. That's not real Judaism. Those aren't real Jews. Those are just people that perverted the Jewish religion. That's not even real Judaism that you're speaking about right now. I mean, Judaism never tolerated.
Like I said, I had a list and it listed the verses and where it was located.
Yeah, but that's not. Those things aren't. Those aren't Jewish. Those aren't real Jews. The real Jews are the real Jews that lived in those ages. The people that come along and make all these fake things with sin and stuff, those aren't Jews. Those are just pretender clowns. Because if they were real Jews, they wouldn't believe in that trash. Because even a real Jew wouldn't believe in unholy acting, bad behavior. That's fake. It's a cult. So there's lots of people pretending to be Jews that aren't even Jews. And they just follow the teachings of the Jewish teachers. I went to Jerusalem and I met like 250 different groups of Judaism. And only about 5 of them really follow the actual scriptures, the Bible. The rest of them just follow the teachings of their favorite teacher. They don't even agree with the Bible. Most of them they don't believe in God. They just go to church because they're told to by their parents. They don't actually have faith in God. They just have faith in the teachings of their certain cult teachers, of certain leaders of certain groups. So they're not actually real Jews, even though they call themselves Jews. They're not real Jews.
And keep in mind too that Jesus himself said Jesus said, if you don't accept me, then you don't have the Father. So he actually accused the Jews who claimed that they had a personal relationship with the one true God of not even having that relationship at all. Because he said, if you don't reject me, you reject the Father too.
So most of Judaism is basically just people pretending to be religious. And a lot of some Christianity is like that too. So, I mean, I'm not against any Christians or against any Jews. I'm not against anyone. But what I'm saying is a lot of it's just people that are just religious people that claim to be, they don't really understand what they believe. Like even 95% of Christians do not understand what Jesus really did at the cross. I mean, they talk about it. They threaten people with hell and stuff, which is, I think, perverted. I used to do that as well. I used to be this kind of Christian that threatens people with hell. I don't even believe in doing that anymore. Because I think knowing who God is really important. Like if you understand God's nature and characteristics, it's a whole different ballgame. If you understand what He's like, his character, His nature. Like a lot of people don't know God, but they know about God. They go to church and stuff, but they don't really know Him. Because if they knew Him, they would like kind of behave differently. They would treat other people differently, that kind of thing. Because how you treat people shows if you know God or not. Because God is absolute love, right? So if you don't walk in absolute love, then you don't really know Him. Not really well yet. You might know bits and pieces, and you might know about certain things that you heard about Him, and you might understand like some right and wrong stuff, but that's not really. It's way more than that. It's about infinite love, caring for people and loving people. That's the bottom line. You can tell a real Christian by a fake Christian by their love other people. Hatred will never save the world. But a lot of Christianity is still full of hatred. It's true. And that's why there's so many wars done in the name of Jesus. And that's why there's been so many wars in the past, because people just don't get love. They just don't understand how love can be that simple. It's so simple, but it's like people just can't get it. And God loves even the Globers, you know. You've got to understand that He loves everyone. It's not hating anybody. God's not hating anybody. He doesn't spend time hating people. Anything with hate in it is not of God. You know straight away. As long as there's hating of anybody, any group, any person, anybody, your ex-wife, whoever. As long as there's hatred, it's not God. The teaching is not of God. It's got to be pure, 100% infinite and infinite love. That's the only measure of goodness. It's the only measure of God's character. Because He said, I am love. I am 1 Corinthians 13. I am patient, I'm kind, self-controlled, I'm humble, bear all things, hope all things, trust all things, love goodness, hate evil, never failing, all those good things, those good kind of characteristics. Gentle, compassionate.
What about jealousy?
Caring.
Is that a good characteristic?
Yeah, he's jealous. Is that
a loving characteristic?
He's not jealous in an evil way. He's jealous because for our own sakes, because He cares about us. It's not selfish jealousy. It's unselfish jealousy. There's an unselfish jealousy where He loves us, and he does want our love. You know, He does want us to and to be for our own sakes. It's not God's not angry with us and jealous in a possessive, controlling way. Maybe you've been around jealous people and jealous parents, psychopathic people that are jealous. That God hasn't got a psychopathic jealous. That psychopathic jealous is not of God. That's not God's way. His jealousy was like a loving, caring, good jealousy, like a healthy jealousy, but not a perverted, evil, twisted kind of selfish kind of jealousy.
I want to talk about jealousy, right? Some people might say, if I see another man hitting on my wife and I react, that I'm being jealous, right? But I would say that I am not jealous towards my wife in a bad way, because I have part ownership and interest in all of her doings. So it's not a bad jealousy. In the same way, God sees us as His metaphorical bride. So He doesn't get jealous in a bad way when He sees us worshiping the dollar.
True. That's a good jealousy.
Yeah, but that's more principle. That's more principle and respect, the scenario you drew up.
What I was saying is like, you don't want. If you have a wife, do you want them hanging around with like lots of other men and being infatuated with them and at the same time? It doesn't even make sense. It goes against all like family values. It goes against everything that is good. You might have seen it on TV a lot, and you might have watched it, and you might have been programmed to think it's okay, but there's nothing okay with it at all. So that jealousy. But he's talking about Israel, because he was talking about Israel going after foreign gods at the time. So most of the discussion of jealousy is about idolatry, people going after pagan gods. And what we have nowadays is even a lot of Christians, they have a pagan version of Jesus in their churches, but they don't even realize, because they see God as a hateful God, or see Him as they try to mix philosophies and teachings and modern teachings or modern thinking with Christianity. You can't mix anything with Jesus crucified. Jesus crucified plus anything else becomes a cult. So you can't incorporate anything like anything created. If you put that Jesus crucified, then you're just basically a cult. So we have a lot of cults nowadays because people put the gifts of the Holy Spirit like even above God. They put all kinds of things. They put demons above God. Even in churches they do. So it's about putting God first in everything. Not just first, but He's got to be everything.
That's why I asked that original question. I asked, who says Judeo-Christian, and why would they use that term? I've never used the term. I've never heard the term until like within the last several years or more. But I look up Christian churches near me, and I get 1 million of them. I look up Judeo-Christian churches near me, and there's 0. There's not even a category for that. So then I keep Googling, and it'll find churches that teach both Christian and Jewish, and it's like, as you said, it's either Christian or it's not. You don't mix them, right?
Yeah, Judeo-Christian is just a word to define Christianity. It doesn't actually mean that you're Jewish at all. No, in that sense, if you actually look at the word, the definition of the word, it doesn't actually mean that you're Jewish at all. No, it's just a term for Christianity. But it doesn't actually mean
Christianity.
It doesn't mean anything to do with Judaism. It's just
I think the problem is we don't know what the word Jew means. So if you look into what that word actually means, it's kind of difficult to define. So if someone were to say that I'm a Jew, I guess technically they would be right because I'm a descendant of Judah, right? I'm a direct descendant of Judah. Does that make me Jewish? Like, by what definition?
These people who mix up Judaism and Christianity, there are people like that all over the Discord, and those people are dangerous because what they're doing is they're saying go back into the Old Covenant, and that's exactly what Paul taught them not to do. So they're going against the gospel, and they're going against all reasoning and all wisdom. And that is a terrible danger that a lot of Discordians have fallen into, the trap. They've been seduced by the devil to go back into Judaism, which is finished. It's over. In Romans 7, it says, you've died to the law, you've died to Moses' law, you've died to Judaism. So if you're carrying on with it and you're still continuing with something that you've died to, you've basically severed yourself in Christ. That's what Paul says in Galatians 5. If you read the Bible, it's very clear about forsaking the old covenant completely and walking in the new covenant. And if you haven't made that cut, that total 100% decision, then you basically get tricked by these scammers on Discord. They're pulling people back into this false lie. They're trying to mix two covenants. And that's a terrible lie. Because it robs you of all your enjoyment of God. You're not going to experience God if you're trying to walk in two covenants. Being double-minded. And being double-minded is against that's what James talks about. He's talking about double-minded. He's talking about those who go back to the law, and those who walk by grace and faith in Christ. And when you try and mix the two covenants, you're basically stuffed. You're messing up your whole salvation. You're not walking by faith anymore. You're walking by the law and faith, and then you're basically in the law. So you got nothing. So that's dangerous. It's very dangerous. The law is the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing that you can have is something so good that it actually looks real, but it's fake. The worst kind of deception is something that's like 99.99999% good. Now, the law is good in a way because it does, especially for people who are murderers and sick people and crazy people and people who do evil. The law has got some benefit. I mean, it's definitely got some benefit because it stops people from sinning. You know what I mean? The law isn't all bad, but at the same time, if you trust in that and that's your faith, in just in the law, but not in Jesus Himself to accomplish the law, then you miss the whole point of the gospel. Because the gospel is Jesus. Jesus
said over and over again, "If you love me, you'll keep my commandments." And when the rich man said, "I've kept all these commandments," he was talking about the ones that were in the 10 Commandments. So, people can say whatever they want, but I don't think you're supposed to go around transgressing the law, right? Because if you look at Matthew 7:21, right? He's talking about depart from me, ye that work iniquity. In other words, lawlessness. In other words, people that break the Ten Commandments. So I think we're supposed to follow the Ten Commandments.
By the law, then you're under the law. Yeah, then you're in trouble. But if you're walking by Jesus and you have Jesus in you and you're walking by His power and He's walking through you, that's a whole different covenant. You don't have to walk in the old covenant anymore. Walk in the new. And if you want to walk in the old covenant, you're going to be obsessed with the law. Yeah, you're gonna just.
So are Christians supposed to sin?
But that doesn't mean people must sin at all. That's the straw man that everyone uses. It's the same straw
No, it's
man.
yes or no. It's yes or no. Are Christians supposed to sin?
Oh, the straw man. Of course not.
It's a question. I'm not misrepresenting your argument.
Of course not. I already told you like 5 times.
So we're not supposed to transgress the law because that's how it's defined in the New Testament.
Yes, God, you mustn't sin. I told you 6 times you must not sin. 7 times you must not sin. See? But the thing is, if you try not to sin by your own ability, that's the trick. You're oversimplifying it and you're asking the wrong questions. You're trying to catch out with the law, but that's actually the wrong way of approaching it. You can't catch someone out with questions like that because that's a trick question. Because you're saying, okay, now the law must be true because I said that, so I asked you that question. No, you're actually arguing for the law now. You're actually not understanding grace. That is a typical argument of a legalist. A legalist will always ask you that question because he's not concerned about grace. He doesn't understand grace. So what he'll do, he'll try and make the law about the issue, and he'll say that those who walk by grace are actually trying to sin, but they're not. But and Paul said, my greatest accusation, trying to say that I'm saying it's okay to sin. Now, no one's saying it's okay to sin. No one said that. But you're implying that by asking that question. And that is the danger of the legalism. It makes the whole question the wrong question. You're no longer asking, is Jesus the Savior? You're asking, is my effort to save myself, is it valid or not? And you're actually trying to justify your own self-salvation of trying to be good. And that is actually the biggest danger. You're basically promoting the law by asking that question. And you're basically setting yourself up for the same questions that the accusers of Paul did. They try to accuse him of being a legalist.
The philosopher Dallas Willard called that the gospel of sin management, when the true gospel is about becoming more Christ-like and internal change, which still will be shown through our actions. But if we're merely trying to manage our sin, that's the wrong gospel.
Well, we can quantify it. That's fair, but we can quantify it mathematically. We can quantify it mathematically through logical exclusion, which the Bible lays out. The Bible says that if you keep the entire law but stumble at one point, you're guilty of all. So what that means is you're all guilty of the entire law all the time because none of us keep the law. People who think they keep the law are lying to themselves. It's really that simple.
That's true. But the thing is, if preaching to Jews, remember, go to context. He wasn't preaching to Gentiles, first of all, number one. Number two, he was preaching the law on steroids. Jesus was not preaching grace most of the time. He did preach a little bit of grace, like to the woman that was going to get stoned and things like that. But most of the time, he was preaching the law. And he was preaching the law on steroids so that people would come to the end of themselves trying to in their own efforts so that they could be ready for the cross and the grace. So he was bringing them to the end of themselves so that they could receive mercy from him. And he did it in such a way. God was so clever that he actually used their own law to get them sick of it to the end of themselves so they could come to grace. Paul was under the law. Paul was a full-on legalist. Before, he used to kill people because they didn't obey the law. He used to kill Christians, to go murder them. And children, he used to put them in jail. And you know what happens to children in jail and women in jail? Bad things. He was a cruel, bad guy. He was very evil. But he was actually doing it under the law. He thought he was a perfect Jew. He thought he was doing the perfect will of God, right? At the same time, he was actually doing the absolute opposite. So anyone who promotes the law is actually promoting an extreme form of shadow Christianity, shadow of religion. Because what happened was they didn't really understand God's nature in the Old Covenant. It says it's a shadow. A shadow means that it's not the actual flesh and blood. They didn't understand intimacy of the Father's heart. Very little knowledge of the Father's heart was in the Old Covenant. Very, very little. Even if you go to the Jewish scholars today, they don't understand the heart of God, right? They understood a legalistic God who was just law, and they didn't really know him. And the thing is, that's the fault of modern day people who study the Bible. They try and mix up covenant where people didn't actually know God very well at all. And that's a big problem.
Well, I don't know Paul, and neither did Jesus. And Jesus said, if you love me, you'll keep my commandments. So if we're supposed to be Christ-like, and he was without sin, what do you think that means?
Right, so when you love God, is that a commandment? Love the Lord your God with all your heart. Is that a commandment? To love your Lord your God with all your heart and love your neighbors yourself? Is that a commandment?
Well, that was
Can I ask you that?
that was a summation of the first 4 commandments.
No, is that a commandment? Yes or no?
Well, it's not one of the 10 commandments, but it's a
I
commandment.
didn't ask you if it's. I asked you, is that a commandment? Yes or no?
It's yes and no.
No, I want to know. I want to yes or no. Is that a commandment? Yes or no?
It's yes and no, because if you love God, you won't have any other gods before.
No. I want to know, is that a commandment? Yes or no?
I'll say I don't know. How about that? I don't know.
Okay, I'm saying it is a commandment. It's a commandment. It's the law. Jesus was preaching the law. What I'm saying is, he wasn't actually preaching the law. He was saying, you shall love the Lord your God because I will give you the ability, I will give you the power to do it. I give you the power to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. I give you the power to love your neighbor as yourself. That's what he was saying. But people didn't understand him because they took the commandment, which was actually a proclamation of the reality of knowing Jesus. When you know Jesus and have intimacy with God, he lives through you. He possesses you. Love. It's totally different to trying to do it yourself, trying to reach God by your behavior, because that's transactional. When you're in a transactional relationship with God, you don't know God, because when you realize that you're not in a transaction, you're in unconditional grace.
You're also in a marriage. You're also in a marriage, bro. And so Paul actually goes through the legal language of the marriage, referring to the old covenant and the new, and that you're bound by the law of your husband as long as your husband is living. But as soon as your husband is dead, you are loosed from the law. And it explains that you died to the law, so you could be married to another, which means the old you died to, the new you married. So if you're married to a new spouse who is alive, being Christ, and you go back to the law, metaphorically, you're going back to a corpse. You're going back, committing adultery with the corpse of your dead husband, according to Paul's logic.
That's a good point. Very good point. Yes.
So, in other words, whatever the marriage bonds and the covenantal bonds that were prescribed to the law of the old husband is dead. You are not obligated to that at all. Period.
That's a good point. Very good point.
Can you imagine going to the Father, right, in heaven on the day of judgment, and when he says, hey, how'd you do? And you say something along the lines of, well, I don't want to try to keep the law myself, so I thought I'd let you keep it for me, and I just did whatever the fuck I wanted to. How about that? Like, I don't think it worked like that.
That's not what we're talking about. We didn't say...
Who said it works like that, dude?
That's a straw man. That is a straw man. The straw man word is a perfect word in that situation. That's a complete straw man. Yep, 100% straw man. It's not how it works. No.
Okay, well, maybe I just don't understand. I'm not intentionally misrepresenting your argument. What I'm saying is that I'm going to try not to sin as much as possible, and that's what free will is for me to try not to sin.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah, check this out. You shouldn't sin when you're not saved. You shouldn't sin when you're saved. You shouldn't sin today, and you shouldn't sin yesterday. You shouldn't sin tomorrow either. Duh.
But I'm saying
not that complicated.
I'm taking it a step further. I'm saying that your volition and willpower to try and stop sinning, any of that without total reliance on your oneness in Christ, is detestable and against God. It's actually a form of antichrist. It's anti-Christianity.
So let me ask this question. Logically.
And without the cross, and without the union of Christ, and without without Jesus living through you, is actually a violation and against the grace of God. That's what I'm saying.
Well, let me ask this question: Why does the Bible say that the law was added? It gives a very specific reason. I'll tell you. It says, "But the law was added so that the offense might abound." The law was actually added to increase sin, not reduce it. Exactly.
Exactly. Good point.
It makes you real. It makes you self-aware. Makes you self-aware, because before, without the law, you had not known sin. But now, with the law, I know it. I know I'm a sinner.
Good point.
I don't know that I'm righteous because listen, check this out. I don't know that I'm righteous because I keep 7 of the 10 laws, which makes me guilty of all the laws. So I still end up at the same resultant. I'm 1,000% guilty at all times. Period. You're never righteous because of your ability to not keep the law. One more time. You can't keep the law. You won't keep the law. So you can never be righteous by your ability to not keep the law. Can't happen. The Bible's explicitly clear on this.
Very true. 100%. You got it. And
the Bible says that our righteousness comes from God. We are made into God's righteousness. That's what we're done. That's how we're done. It's no like I can't. Hey God, I didn't murder anyone today. Did I do a good job?
That's funny. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's well put. Very well put.
Let me hold on before you go on, friend. What's God's point of view? Okay, bro, you didn't take a knife and stab it through that bro's face and then watch his blood drip out and lick the knife and go, you didn't do that, I'll admit. As God, I didn't see you do that. But I saw you hate him in your heart. And you are guilty of murder in my eyes just as much as if you stabbed him in the face. Then he goes on to say, not only that, this is what Jesus said, if you look at him in derision, your brother, to call him the fool, like in a despicable, derisive way, you're just as guilty of the hellfire as someone who stabbed a man in the face. Because God is perfect, and when he sees you not loving, you are breaking the commandment at the top, from which all others proliferate, like people claim. So unless you're 100% love all the time, you're guilty of the entire law all the time.
And
now I challenge anybody. Hold on, Fred. I challenge anyone in the sound of my voice to tell me that they've kept the law. I challenge them. Good freaking luck, bro.
And guess what? It's not about being sin conscious, because if you're just focusing on that sin, you will eventually sin because you're so obsessed with it. So, if you focus on Jesus and look into Jesus' eyes, and you just got relationship, it's all about relationship and intimacy, and you got that fellowship, that intimacy with God, and you just want to be with Him, and that doesn't mean some fake relationship that you have with Him that you create in your mind, like some fairy tale. That's also another way people go. They try and produce their own relationship with God out of their own imagination, which is, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like a real relationship where you just silent before God and you acknowledge who He is, and you start seeing who He is. But when you start having that real fellowship with Him, that's what it's about. It's about intimacy. And
the conundrum,
intimacy.
The conundrum here is, and I can express a bit of what Larry's trying to get to. I get it, right? A lot of people have the question. It's almost like you scratch your head and you say, like, well, I'm the one that's like talking to myself every day and saying that I don't want to sin. Like, I try to do the best that I can. What are you saying? I'm not doing that? So who is doing that if it's not me? Do you get what I mean? So it's a bit of like, that question wasn't answered, Trinity. You have to explain a little bit what the gospel is telling people, in essence, of like how is it possible for one to achieve to be perfect in the law, but at the same time, avoid sinning without them being the ones that are the arbiters of stopping themselves from sinning. Like, you get what I mean? Because it's a very logical thing to say. Like, I woke up this morning and I didn't choose to hurt somebody because I chose not to sin. That's my choice. I did that. You're telling me that in some way I can't say that and stand before the Creator and be like, I didn't do it. It was me. You get what I'm saying?
It's not about sin though. When you become sin, when you lose touch with sin consciousness, you start seeing Jesus in a different way, because it's not about you trying to get out of trouble or trying to get out of hell, but it's more about you enjoying God. He becomes your passion and your love and your enjoyment. So when he's your passion and your enjoyment, if you're in love with your wife, right, you're not going to do something bad to her. You're going to be doing awesome stuff for her. You're going to be serving her, helping her with the baby, staying up all night, sacrificing, working extra hours to get money for the family, trying to do the best you can to be an awesome husband. But you're not trying to do it out of duty. You're doing it out of because you're just so in love with her. She's just your everything. Now that's what I'm talking about.
I get where you're going with that, man. But I guess I just want maybe there to be an answer that I guess Larry can chew on, because he's trying to kind of square that circle where you're saying that, okay, he's waking up every morning and choosing not to sin, but you're saying that it's not you. You can't be adhering to not doing the things that the law is prescribing, like the law saying, of course, do not worship any false gods, do not steal, do not kill. And he's like, I'm choosing not to do that. And you're telling me that if I do that, I'm a legalist. You're charging him with the legalist viewpoint. And he's like, well, I'm just doing basically what the Ten Commandments are saying not to do. And you're saying, in a way, I'm listening to you, right? It's how you put it. It's just how you put it. You have to make the scriptures work to the effect where he's going to understand what you mean. But I'm not sure if you reached him yet. I'm not sure. I'll ask Larry. I don't know if he answered his specific question. How is it possible that he's going to say, I don't want to do the things that the Ten Commandments says not to do, yet you're telling me if I say that, I'm a legalist. You're charging him with being illegal. You get what I mean? So how is he supposed to walk in that manner? I know the answer, but I'm asking you so you can enlighten him. I want you to see if you can carry that point to him. And
what I'm saying, didn't AI answer the question? I think AI answered the question.
I'll give you a hint. No, I'm not going to answer, but I'll give you a hint. There's only a verse in the Bible that says verbatim. Okay.
Well, I mean, AI answered the question already. He said, we died to the law. And we're not under the law, we married to Christ. That is, he answered the question.
Okay.
I mean,
that's not the exact answer, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you didn't say the answer, then, that is pretty...
that's part of the answer, but but that's not what he just asked you, though.
Okay, what was the exact question again?
So, basically, Larry's getting to, and I kind of heard a little frustration in his voice. So, I don't know if it's true, Larry, but I'm just only saying this from what I heard from the conversation between you and Trinity, is you're telling him, I'm looking at the Ten Commandments. God says, don't do this, don't do that. I don't want to do it. I wake up every day. I make a conscious choice not to do it. Yet, Trinity's telling me that if I say those things, I'm a legalist. Then it's almost like God saying, now it's the opposite. Why should I adhere to not doing these things if now I'm a legalist? Is that what I'm hearing from you, Larry? Clarify if I'm wrong, bro. Like, I want to know if Trinity can actually make the connection so you can understand.
Yeah, you got it, because
okay.
I'm going by what it says throughout the whole Bible, that we're supposed to keep the commandments. God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. He wrote it in stone with his finger. So, what's the big deal when I say that I attempt to do my best not to break those commandments, the ones that were written by his finger in stone for all time?
I just want to see if Trinity... Go ahead. I don't know if...
Jews do the same as that. They also do the same, but they're not Christians. But they also do the same. They all try not to break the commandments. There's people there that physically, if you break the commandment, they'll physically stone you and they'll take stones and they'll physically kill you because you break the commandments. I mean, there are people, literal Jews in Jerusalem that will actually literally carry out the law, and they'll take stones and they'll kill people. Like a guy was committing adultery, a school teacher, and they said, we're off to go and kill this guy because he's committing adultery in the school. And these guys were literally serious. They were going to go kill this guy, and because he committed adultery in school, and they were going to murder him. So I mean, you can. So what I'm saying is, like the law. I'm talking about the law of Moses. When I talk about the law, I'm talking about the law of Moses. The same one that says, stick your wife outside when she's having a period, whatever.
Yeah, but he's okay. The Ten Commandments. So I want you to see if you can. Okay, do you understand the question he's asking? I'm not sure if I think maybe you're talking past each other.
I don't understand the question. What's the question exactly?
I mean, if you want to restate, I don't want to like steel man you if it's not what you feel like. That's what you.
I don't understand the question.
It's real simple. It's real simple, right? If Jesus was telling us, hey, when you start thinking about lusting, like it's bad, just even think about it. So when a female hits on me and invites me in her house, right, and I turn it down, I'm not turning it down for the right reason because I'm holy and I'm saving myself. I'm turning it down because I know that it's wrong. I know that it's a thing that I know that I ought not do, and if I did it anyway, it'd be wrong. So if I'm consciously thinking about this, right, don't think about women all the time, avoid the certain type of woman at all costs, right? That doesn't make me a legalist. That means that I love him because I'm keeping his commandments. That's literally what he said. So I can show you verse after verse where it says, the same thing about following the Ten Commandments. So I don't really understand why I have to explain to Christians that you ought not sin.
And Trinity's response was, he never said you ought sin. So your idea that you have to explain that you ought not sin is laughable. All due respect, Larry, it's a silly point. Like it truly is. The idea that you think Trinity's concepts of what he's saying means in any way that you need to say you ought not sin. Think about that for a second. It's very disrespectful to Trinity to characterize it in a way as if he's saying you should sin. That is silly.
Slander. Actually, it's slander. You're actually slandering me.
I was being charitable.
Yeah. You're actually insulting me, actually, because
it's not my intention to insult you. That's not my intention. Actually, I apologize.
Yeah, but you're actually insulting everyone listening as well because it's in public. And you're insulting me because I'm saying that it's okay to sin. That is actually pretty bad. But I mean, I don't hold it against you, but it's kind of.
So if we're both in agreement, what's the contention?
The contention it's a bit more nuanced. You see, I'm trying to help you. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to argue with you, and that's the thing.
I'll give you the contention. I'll give you the contention. It's very simple. Larry, can you be in the Bible? Are you allowed to be married to two people at the same time?
In the way AR puts it is the best. It's really
if you're a man.
I'm talking about like a normal marriage, like not a
normal marriage that Jesus himself affirmed.
Okay, now you're talking about the New Testament. No, you need one wife.
Right, and so it's not the New Testament as much as it is written in that scripture, but Jesus said from the beginning, the way marriage is this. This is what marriage is, Jesus said. From the creation, how it's created. Right? So there's no ambiguity, right? Like this is what it is. What happened later was functional and logistical. It wasn't the way it's meant to be. Right? Like Paul's argument is, when you're married to a husband, it's the bride, right? Keep in mind, he analogizes the church as the bride, and all the marriage language and covenantal language. And he says, when you're under the law of your husband, you are under the law of your husband until he be dead. When he is dead, you are no longer under the law of your husband. You are then free to marry another. Therefore, we are dead to the law to be married to Christ. It describes it as your one husband passed away and you adopted a new husband. He married you now because you're now free. You're no longer
Are
under.
you guys a bunch of fucking retards or what?
Yeah, we are actually. What's it to you?
Yeah, relax, Leonardo. I don't think you're any intelligent if you're coming in hot like that, bro. You should just listen and add to the conversation if you
Listen about what? Like, you honestly think that the earth is flat?
like. Relax. Just calm down, relax. All right.
Oh, man.
Take 5.
Get triggered, bro.
That's funny.
We want to talk to you, honestly, but we're just finishing up over here. You don't mind? Jeez Louise. Go ahead, AI.
So it's much more nuanced than that.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Oh, when you're married to another, you're now under the law of that husband. Now, it may be the case that both of your husbands had similar rules that they want you to obey. That's fair. But you're not beholden to your old husband's rules in your new relationship with your new husband. The Bible describes that the old husband you're no longer married to that husband. In fact, you died to that husband, and that husband died. Now re-alived to a new marriage with Christ. So the commandments you're now in a marriage with, in which your husband and you have a relationship, are not from the old marriage. They're from the new marriage. So when it says, keep my commandments, first off, you'd have to recognize that if you're talking about the Old Testament, they would have to be Jesus's commandments, right? Which is interesting. It also says that a will or a testament is not exposed until there is evidence of the death of the testator. So when Jesus died, he died as the testator in the transition into the New Testament. So you cannot have the old covenant with your new husband, because that belongs to a different husband. The Bible's clear on this, that if you do that, you're essentially trying to live in 2 marriages simultaneously, and one of the guys is actually dead. So that the commandments that it says there, when it says, if you love me, you will keep my commandments, it's talking about Jesus's commandments in the new, not of the old. It actually says verbatim what his commandments are. It says, and these are his commandments, and then it lists them after that. And it basically, I can't remember exactly, but it's basically like, these are his commandments, that you love one another and believe on the Lord Jesus Christ as he gave commandment. However, the question on the table was, how do you live that out, being embodied to fulfill the quote-unquote law, is by walking in the Spirit.
Yep.
Not by trying to follow the letter of the law, but by walking in love with the empowerment of the Spirit, where Jesus Christ empowers you because he gives you the gift of the Spirit.
I just want to say too, like, Jesus knew the human condition, right? There was an example where they were praying in the garden, right, in Gethsemane, and the disciples were supposed to stay up with him while he was, the night before his crucifixion, and they couldn't even stay up because their body was really tired, so they were sleepy, and he made it a point to let them know that he knows that their spirit really wanted to do that, but their flesh, their body, it required that sleep. So he's like, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. So he knows the human condition. He knows that we are unable to keep the law. It's not something that we can do. So he has to give us that gift, right? In order for us to move forward and, do his will. So every day, it's kind of an affirmation of having him in your life and acknowledging him and, for repentance, right? Because it's not like any one of us could say, I live every day in the perfect walk and not offending God, because that's what Paul said. That's the struggle, the inner struggle, right? That he wants to do good, that he doesn't want to do the thing goes against God, but it seems like his flesh is tearing him apart to want to do that. So he, at the end of that, I think it was in Romans 6 or 7, I believe, where he talks about
is the struggle.
7, right? The inner struggle, Trinity. So he talks about the inner struggle, and the reason why at the end of that he capitalizes it with saying, "Thank God for Jesus Christ." Like, it's almost as if he didn't have that salvation within Christ, he wouldn't be able to keep the law. There's nothing within him the flesh was wanting to do the sinful things and the nature of, doing things against God. So it's almost like, yes, you can say at some point you don't want to do those things, but your mind and how, Jesus put it an example like, okay, this is the law, but you know how the law says this? Well, I say, even if you have a thought of this thing, you're transgressing. So he made it an example to say that, yes, you might not do the things, your flesh might not actually do the action, but you think about it, and the intent to do those things you're as guilty. So none of us can say the intent in our minds, like even if we don't do the action, that the intent hasn't crossed our minds. So that's what he was saying you need Jesus for. So Jesus enables all of us to continue to do forward and to have the repentance. So it's almost like, I just wanted Trinity to get to that point where he's like showing, yes, you can do these things, but it's through Christ. It's not, to say that, Larry's going to be doing things on his own.
That's the answer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the answer.
So
it's not, it's because he talks about the free gift, right? The free gift is given from the Creator to you, from God to you. And so without that gift, it's of works of your own. So that's what Paul was trying to say as an example. He's like, so no man can boast at the end, and you say, God, I did it for you. I didn't want to transgress when I thought of that woman. I did that for you. And he's going to be like, well, you did it through me. I gave you that gift, so it's like that gives us the strength to resist all the things. So it empowers us as people who walk after. Anyway, that's kind of like, I wanted to get to that point, but there's much more that kind of expounds on this. It's an inner struggle, right? You don't want to do those things. Yeah, I get it. None of us do, right? But it's the sinful nature that we war against every day. And so waking up in the morning, and I don't think there's a pastor that says that they're the most holy and doesn't sin. I think we battle against that on the daily basis. I mean, I don't know if you guys, does anybody in here raise their hand and say they wake up sinless? Because, I mean, you must be above reproach, man. Like,
2 points though that are substitution, right? Jesus, when you died, that means you don't live anymore. That means Jesus lives as you. It says, no longer I lives, but Christ lives in me. So it's him actually possessing you. It's actually him living through you. So it's no longer you living, but he lives that perfect, righteous, new creation life. So you're a new creation. The new creation can't live in that old creation. It doesn't live in that same way. So the Romans 7 is not the struggle after you're saved. No, it's not. That's the lie that they've been taught in churches. That's why churches are so weak, and that's why people are so messed up, Christians, because they believe Romans 7 is the actual Christian walk. It's not. Romans 7 was before he was Christian. Romans 8 is the Christian walk. Romans 8, who can save me? Yes, Jesus, wonderful, Jesus Christ. That is the walk. Jesus living through you as you. So anyone who preaches Romans 7, that's why their churches are so messed up and not walking. People are walking unholy and doing all the wrong stuff because they think there's still a struggle to fight. Jesus fought the struggle. He fights the struggle.
But think about it. Yeah, think about it, Trinity. Like, even if you go through this life, if you say that you do not sin, you're going to be held accountable, because at some point in your life there has been some transgression that will come about. And if you say, no, I've never, from the time that I've learned about Christ, that has never happened to me, I don't know. Like, I think if AI agrees with you, that's a different way that I've heard. I've heard of like,
that's a straw man though. That's a straw man as well.
No. I'm saying that either it is a struggle, and Christ enables you to power through anything, right? Like he's going to give you that strength to move forward. Because some of us, there's people that actually fall back, and if you say that if that happens, well, sorry about your luck, because you already know God, and there's nothing else.
No, I didn't say that.
Right,
I'm saying that if you understand that you are died, that you have really died, Romans 6 verse 6.
Right. Well, that's the struggle. You answered your own question, Trinity. You answered
struggle,
it.
Yeah. When you rest,
you both answered it. Yeah.
You will actually have the victory.
Right.
You'll actually have
the we agree. We agree. Here's the problem.
Yeah,
we got it.
The problem. 6.
We got it, dude.
6, the fight is to rest in the cross. The fight isn't to strive to be
right,
holy, because obviously you want to be holy.
Right. So you answered the question, dude. That still presents a struggle, which is this: whether you're in faith. The struggle is for me not to mute you. That's the struggle, bro. All right. So the struggle is you're walking by the Spirit, or you're not walking by the Spirit. When you start to retreat from walking by the Spirit and come out of that faith, you start to live more by the flesh. And when you're waffling between those positions is when that struggle manifests itself. If you're perfectly walking in the Spirit, struggle would never manifest itself. We, even though we have Christ living through us, are still involved. When we're not in faith and in the Spirit, then we succumb to the other side of that dichotomy. That's how we all play out our lives.
You're taking experience and you're making that the way to interpret doctrine. Never do that. Always use the approach of the God down approach. Never use your experience to interpret Scripture, because if you do that, that causes you to move into the reasoning realm.
I didn't do that, dude.
I'm just saying, because that's what people do. They're trying to take the Word of God and reason it in their experiences, and then
that's fine. That's fine, dude. But the Bible is clear that saved people will experience struggles with sin. They will commit sins, even to the point of being kicked out of the church, for the sake of not shaming the church, so that the body will perish, but the soul will be saved. So it is the case that saved people, even though they're empowered by the Holy Spirit, will still suffer struggle in their lives, with sin and with faith. Right, so you answered the own question. If they don't fully comprehend and fully take it on board, their position in Christ, they're going to suffer the consequences of that. The Bible is clear. The Bible even talks about how to deal with each other as believers when these things happen to each other.
That's why I'm trying to help you to understand this reality of that we've died with Christ. So once you understand,
we understand it, dude.
It will help you to see that you can actually walk a new life, and you can actually be empowered to live a holy life. And yes, you can live a holy life with the realization that you've died with Christ. But you've got to stay focused on that realization that you have died.
Exactly. So when you lose focus, what happens? When you lose focus, what happens?
Yeah, you can go off track, of course. Yeah.
Yes, you go off track. You drift into sins. You drift into doubts. You start to doubt that you're even saved. You start to doubt that God's promises will apply to you because I'm a dirty, rotten sinner. You know, the thoughts in your head start to attack you. The accusations. There's a big round circle, right? And then you need to be preached the gospel again. You need to be reinvigorated with the gospel, which is you're raised in Christ, right? Et cetera, et
So you
cetera.
got to preach the gospel to yourself every day, right?
Exactly.
Today you got to actually get back into the gospel, and I can slip out for a second. I can say, "Ooh, now I'm going to try and prove something and try and be proud or arrogant," and then I move out of grace, and I'm there. I'm like in the flesh because I'm just trying to prove something instead of trying to move with Jesus. Yeah,
you're saying that it's not. I don't want to inflame this anymore, but
it's very nuanced, because as long as you're trying to do something out of your own instead of trusting in Jesus, just do it through you. That's the real thing, is about reliance and rest.
Absolutely. So I'll give you a verse which sums it up perfectly. The just shall live by faith. The law is not of faith.
Right. So we walk by faith, not by sight. Now, when you walk by sight, you're walking by experience, because you're trying to analyze everything with your mind. Sight means analyze everything analytically and try and figure out your experience. I
think your interpretation right there, that little bit of interpretation, where did you get that from? Was that scriptorial? Because it sounds a little bit like you came up with that interpretation.
That's from
you got Trinity. I know that you fancy yourself a scholar in the biblical standard, but these interpretations, if they're not sound from biblical findings, then you're making them up, sir. Just saying. You have to at least acknowledge that. That's all I'm saying. On that point, when you have the interpretation specifically on what you just said, that's your specific take on what it means, not specifically what it means in Scripture, like as we read it. That's how you took it.
I'm not saying don't use your brain at all and just turn your brain off, but there is a. But what I'm saying, I didn't say that. I'm saying
that's kind of what you were saying.
No, I'm not saying that at all. You misquote. You see, you're hearing what I'm saying, and you being triggered by the words, and you're getting misinterpretations of how I'm using which words I'm
definitely
using.
not triggered, bro.
You're getting triggered on those words, and you're thinking I'm saying something.
Trinity. Not triggered.
But you
I'm just hearing you say things. I'm just hearing you say things that it didn't. I couldn't find that in Scripture. Your interpretation. Although we can understand what it says plainly. All of us. You could read it, and It can speak to all of us in
But
the
if
same
you are
way.
misunderstanding some things that I'm saying, there's definitely I can tell that you definitely are misunderstanding a lot of things that I'm saying, and it's quite
Okay,
it's
brother.
quite it is problematic because what you thinking I'm saying is not what I'm saying, and that does cause a lot of communication problems.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Perfect.
Okay, because I don't want to be accused of slander, I'm just going to read this real fast. Matthew 19:16, Jesus counsels the rich man. Now behold, one came to him and said, Good teacher, what good things shall I do that I might have eternal life? So he said to him, Why do you call me good? No one is good but one, that is God. But if you want to enter into life, keep the commandments. He said to him, Which ones? Jesus said, You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness, honor your father and your mother, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. The young man said to him, All these things I have kept from my youth. What still do I lack? Jesus said to him, If you want to be perfect, go sell what you have and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven, and come follow me. But the young man heard that saying, and went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. Then Jesus said to his disciples, Assuredly I say to you, it is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And again I say to you, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. So he couldn't keep that one commandment. That's all I got.
He was excluded. Jesus was teaching him is that you think you're keeping the law. You think you're keeping the law, but let me show you by revealing to you that you are not.
That's interesting.
And now, interesting, if you look at this passage, before you go on, Alpha, if you look at this passage account in the other gospel, it says the man, the ruler, when he met Jesus, Jesus knew that he was seeking to justify himself before Jesus. So Jesus said, okay, come on, justify yourself to me. Yeah, hear you flapping your gums. I keep the law, blah, 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 blah. And he said, oh yeah, sucker, check this out. Let me ask you this one question. Do this. And then the rich young ruler realized, oh wow, I'm actually a piece of shit.
Yep.
If the
But
majority
what do you think was
agrees,
important?
like,
What do you think was important about that, though, when he actually said that to him? Because it wasn't something written. Oh, we got to mute Henchman. He's going to be interrupting. Okay, just for a second, Henchman. So basically, what he was showing him was that something that wasn't written, because he was like searching the script. Where does it say that I need to sell all my things? So it wasn't put there, but it was what was in his heart. What he found to be the thing that he found the most precious, the idolatry, right? So he didn't think he was worshiping any physical idols, right? But the thing that he coveted most was his riches. So the thing that Jesus said to him was, yeah, give everything away. And he tested him to, like, now he went away. The scripture reads that he went away sad. Why? Because he coveted his riches. And he thought that to be something to be coveted. And Jesus was like, dude, like, you think of all these things that you're holding on to is something to be coveted. It's not. And he was teaching him a lesson, essentially, because it wasn't something written that he could read. But, clearly what Jesus was showing him was a lesson about, understanding what, God's will is. And it wasn't what he thought it was, because he thought it was just by the letter. Read the letter. It's by the letter. So the intent of what he was coveting, of course, his riches, was something, the reason why he went away. He didn't want to sell his stuff. He didn't want to, that was too hard of a command that Jesus told him. And he turned to his disciples at that moment. It was important, right? It was like, what do you covet? Yeah, maybe it didn't say specifically in the law, hey, don't, take Jerry's car from his garage, because that's not what, you know what I mean? Like, specifically, but he was showing him an example of the will of God. It's like, it's something in alignment with, like, don't cling to this world. Don't hold on to the things that you think that are important, because they're not. And he's just showing them what he needs to put stock in, where his stock was in his riches, holding on to the coveting his riches. And, that wasn't written specifically in the law. I don't know if you guys can. The takeaway from that is, like, that's why he went away sad. Why else would he go away sad? He had many things.
If he ran away,
it was a valuable lesson, for sure.
It was actually what Jesus was doing was he was bringing everyone to the end of themselves. He was showing them that they can't keep the law. The law was just he was preaching the law on steroids, actually, so that they would rely on him dying on the cross. That was the whole point, to get them to that point where they'll be ready for that total reliance on what he did for them. And he did by us dying with him on the cross, us buried with him, and us raising. If you understand what baptism really means, it's not about going in the water. It's about us physically dying with Jesus, being there in that death, in the burial, and in the resurrection. And most people do not understand what baptism means. They think it's some kind of thing you do, ritual that you do when you meet Jesus.
We'll go ahead.
It's not what
We'll
it
go
is.
ahead and just cap it
It's
off with
not
that,
more than
Trinity. Oh, thought you were done.
So when you raised up with Christ and you're walking in seated in heavenly places in Christ Jesus, one with him, then you're walking as a Christian. And when you sit in heavenly places, how are you going to behave? How's a beloved son of God who knows they're loved by their father going to behave? You know you're loved by your father. You know that you're adored by God. How are you going to behave? You're not going to do evil because you know that you're loved. But when you think that you're hated by God, then you're going to behave wrong.
All right, well, you guys can move down the God channel. I think there's one in the server.
Yeah, we're capping it off, Radwin. So I guess that should be the end of it.
Yeah.
But we do have some other people in here that maybe they want to talk. See, I think Grizzly was muted. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, he said he was muted, and you guys went off on religion.
I did mute him, but can I unmute him? I don't know. I don't want to step on someone's toes. Okay.
Yeah, he's unmuted. Shit, sorry
Anyways,
guys, I brought it up.
You're fired.
Yeah,
fired.
We're gonna have to give you 10
Ban 'em.
merits. Just kidding.
Well, they were talking about 9/11. Anyway, I'm not going to bring it up again.
Not Jesus either. Yeah, 9/11's not religion.
We won't circle back.
Hold up.
Anyway, see, the guy was in here earlier and was asking some questions. I was catching sort of bits and pieces of it you were talking to. It was right before, like about 30 minutes to an hour ago. Matt Will East was in here. I think James Richards was talking at the time. You had another dude. I think Larry, you were talking to some guy in here too. I don't know what he was. The Cake Earth guy. I think he was trolling, but hell, sometimes I don't know if they're actually proposing something that they would say as an argument. I think he was trolling, but I don't know. What do you guys make of that conversation?
Earth has layers.
That's where he had this
He's trolling for sure.
Sunday.
I promised him if he makes a cool enough PowerPoint presentation, we'll do like a show. We'll make it an event. We'll have like him go up against, like let's just call him Cake Earther, and then he'll go up against some other type of Earther, and then some other type of Earther. They'll give their presentations, and we'll vote on who we think is the greatest.
Well, there's what's his face that does concave Earther.
Oh, God. So I got Gumball Earther and Cake Earther, Shrek Earther.
We got a few like little nuanced Earthers that come through here. The Bevites, they do the, Earth is not flat and it is flat and it's not flat and it is flat. They're bouncing back and forth. We don't know what it is. It's true. It's a true globe, according to Bev.
Yes, someone got them to admit that they could identify a flat tire as a flat tire.
Oh,
and
yeah?
They went on to say, okay, so the road and the tire are the same. Both flat. That's why it's a flat tire. And then they went, well, no, it's not. The road isn't flat. The tire isn't flat. You're like, oh, so close. Almost got you there. It almost got you to say the reason why it's a flat tire is because the tire, instead of being round, it's flat like the road is. So you've got a flat tire on a flat road. Nope, the road's not flat. It's got bumps and divots and grooves.
I wonder if we could get him to admit that decarbonated soda is flat.
OMG, dude, you're never gonna get that guy. Well, I tell you what, AI put a good question to him, so we got him at least on record. He shellacked from that argument, but there's like the guys who come in here are Fallen Friends that I've seen him lately. He comes in here every now and again. He'll chime in when we start talking about like, you know, what the Earth is. You know, measures flat. It's observed as flat, and he'll every now and again he'll open up his mic and start challenging people. Well, I heard you say that it's measured flat, and I just want to know what that means. Like he acts like he's really trying to dig into the question. He's not.
My take on Bev is that the trolls, like on Gems, just seriously brain fucked him. Like they did a number on him where he is just unsure about even anything, really. I mean, the flat thing is just a symptom.
Yep. Fallen Friends. No, wait. No, it was RTH. So Right the Hand came in here and saying that paper's flat. And then I think this, either you or somebody posted this, Crit. I think it was you. I put it in text chat. That's paper at 100 times zoom. And if you see it from this specific magnification, you can't agree that it's flat. But
Yeah.
I mean, according to his standards, right? Like he said, paper's flat. So we're
That's
like,
flat.
okay, RTH, check this out. And then, you know, showing him that, and dude, his hair just lit on fire, man. I mean, they're shellacked, dude. There's no other way about it. But I mean, every now and again we can deal with them because they don't come in like very often. But when they do come in here,
Their whole worldview is based on not. It's not that. Okay, so what is it then? I just only know things that aren't what they are. I can never identify. Like his try-thinking way of logic and reasoning is you can never know anything. You can
Oh, bro.
know what something.
Crit. Hold the phone, Crit. You just invented a term. Now, you've heard of double-minded before. He's try-minded. Get it? Try-thinking?
Oh my god, that's
He's
sad.
not double thinking, he's triple thinking. Oh man, that's juicy.
That's
That
really
actually
good.
Hey
works
Stan,
out
can
to
you
be-
pass me the not screwdriver?
The not screwdriver. No, I'm saying that also works out to say that he'll try anything as well. I don't know. I just try to use that angle as well. Because try could mean 3, but also that he's willing to do anything.
He's got
So he can try-
triangle.
I cannot believe that group. Today I was listening to a soundbite with Dell and Nathan for 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure maybe some of you guys might have heard that Dell came on his show one time, was arguing the upwards moving Earth position. And you know, Dell has his own platform in that, and he's really talking a lot of smack over there on his own. And
Got his ass handed to him. That was just a.
Oh,
that was one of the
man.
best thrashings I've ever fucking seen ever, man.
dude, that was Nathan at his like final form, I think, because it was fucking surgical, dude. The way he dismantled him, because I don't know, Dell was willing to get onto the show and talk to him, so it was just amazing that he actually did that, and then he was talking trash on his show, like. Dude, how well do you think this is gonna go? As far as his argument went, he didn't even he just wanted to trash talk Nathan. It's like, dude, you got this shining moment. Go to your argument, lay that shit out, like all of it. And it's like didn't do that. So I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Upwards moving Earth isn't what it's cracked up to be, I guess.
I mean, I liked Dell when he was out there, like, really kind of, like, making fun of the globalists. But then when he decided, like, he's not going to do that, he's just going to go after other flat earthers, you're like, all right, fuck you, too.
Yeah, he wanted to take a shot at the title, I guess. See if he can take Nathan down with this upward moving Earth. And I think it was Kiwi that even told him, he was like, dude, just talk about clouds. You'll end Dell right there with clouds. It's like, and that's the way that argument went, actually. Nathan brought up clouds, and you heard Dell just trying to refuse to engage on that point. And then threatened fisticuffs, dude. Like, oh, if I saw you in person, I'm like, oh God, Dell, don't do that. Not on the internet, bro. I mean, you know what I mean? What are you gonna do? You're gonna go try to search him out because he said something on the internet? Oh wow, that doesn't. Whatever.
That's like Florida man, Rob Noxious level type of bad shit.
Yeah, dude. Oh, I'm gonna. If I saw you in person, and Nathan just ate him up after that, dude. I mean, yeah, he didn't have an argument for upwards moving Earth, dude. I mean, and then his whole thing was he was gonna come forward and show people, with this water bottle off of a balcony of a 2-story apartment complex. I'm like, at some point, man, you just slap your forehead like, oh no, man, like this again. So there's many different, I don't know, offshoots of people saying that they're with flat Earth, and then they get into these silly arguments and get a following, I guess. So we got the true Earthers, they're over there with the ether and the geocentric Earth, now that it's morphing into a globe even. Like, oh man. And we got the numpties coming in here to be like, aren't you flat earthers that think that Australia doesn't exist and all this other stuff, man? It's like, I have to be talking to those guys. So, I mean, I was listening to Larry one time. Larry, if, you were talking about the, was the problem of cosmology, the crisis in cosmology. Was that something that was written? Or you're just referring to a book that was written about? That's because that's talking about Einsteinian's problem, right? Like with the cosmos being constant. Because redshift and blueshift was something that was Edwin Hubble. I'm sorry to say his name wrong. Which just was a disprovement of the cosmological constant, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's basically conflicting, right? Like Einstein's constant and Hubble's constant, they don't make sense together because if the universe is expanding, it would be slowing down because of gravity, and then more gravity because of dark matter. But in the 90s, they said that they observed the universe speeding up. So both of those constants can't be true at the same time. And then this whole idea of dark energy, when they try to, say, well, this dark energy is what's causing it to speed up, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't make sense. So this crisis, it's not just one book. There's a bunch of books, bunch of papers. This is a well-known thing. And it's not really talked about or understood by the undergraduates, according to the Harvard document that I always post. So it's not understood, but the people who do understand it, they understand it to be like a huge crisis.
And it flies in the face of the ever-expanding cosmology, right? That whole theory that the universe is expanding. I've heard it different. I've even read it different. It's expanding into itself. Whatever the hell that means. But still, it's the red shift and blue shift example of things moving away from, from Earth and showing that it's, shifting away with the light spectrum. And then, of course, some of it's coming towards us in that light spectrum. So, but you're saying that it's just all, it's not true according to them in their own paradigm. They've been basically disproven and they don't know it. Is that what you're saying?
Right. And Thomas Kuhn, he's the one that talks about the Kuhn cycle and the paradigm shift. They're in the middle of a paradigm shift. They just don't want to admit it. Some of them do. Like Professor Pavel Krupa, he talked about dark matter being debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. So he's already had his paradigm shift.
So what do you think the rest of these guys are doing? Just lagging behind these guys, or are they just ignoring the fact that they've...
Well, they're the fundamentalists. There's still people that are hung up on Newton. Yeah, there's different sects because some people think that gravity is a force. So they're the fundamentalists that never paradigm shifted, to Einstein. And then some of them are like fence sitters where they think Einstein and Newton is the same thing.
It's live on YouTube. Is that what that is?
Yes. We are
But
live.
where is it on YouTube?
Somebody might post a link for you in the
Well,
text.
if
I
you
don't
look
have
at
it.
the
Give it a
two
link.
bots, there's two
Yeah.
bots.
I see them. That's why I asked.
Okay, click on the bot.
Yeah.
On the About Me tab for the bot, it'll give you the
Oh
link.
shit! I see it. Oh my lord! What is that? A scam link?
No, that was
Holy
scam.
fuck, dude. No, it's a
Really?
link to the YouTube channel.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, there's 18 people. Wow, that's a whole fucking army.
Well, not only
You
that,
sound
but
like someone who'd understand something about gas pressure and propane.
Look at
Oh, I do. Of course I do, sir.
Excellent.
I know
man.
everything about gas pressure.
Yeah, hold on a second. Is that Bev right now freaking out in the VC? Like, or is that
What?
No, that's not. That's
is that old?
Set.
I'm here.
T-Dub,
I'm
I
waiting
can-
for you to
I
tell
can
us
pump
about
your
gas
tires
pressure.
for you,
I'm
T-Dub.
still listening though while you tell us how gas pressure works.
Yeah. TW, taking point.
Who?
Not you. But tell us how.
Sorry, man. Sorry, man. Sorry, just one sec.
You busy? Yeah, no problem. I don't know, Radwin, if you want to take point.
Do you just call me the N-word, sir?
No, dude, I'm
Oh,
talking.
okay. Sorry.
Oh God. All right, just relax.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, man. I was just having a dig at your accent. That's all. And,
Oh,
and
okay.
relating it
That's
to
good.
some of the stuff that we talk about. That's all.
Well, I do both of those. What
I
you
think
said.
this guy's fucking wasted.
No, the fuck. I don't drink, sir. I do not
All right,
drink.
so
But
do you-
anyways, the Earth is flat. It's obvious.
Rich, so do you honestly want us to think that you think that the Earth is flat?
But what do you mean? Yeah, of course. This is who I am.
What's the best evidence for the Earth being flat, sir?
Well, there's lots of evidence.
Okay,
What do you
go
mean?
ahead and roll some out.
Well, so I mean, there's lots of people that have gone to, they go over to Antarctica and then they take a little boat out to the edge and then they see right over the edge and they report on it and they take pictures.
Mhm.
Yeah, they do. And there's no proof that we went to the moon.
Right. So you're just
We
going to
didn't
take
go
the
to the moon.
trollish. You're going to take the trollish approach. But when you have an opportunity right now
I'm
to
not trolling
present,
you, sir.
yeah, think about this. You have an opportunity to present that the Earth is a globe in any way that you can, and it's your
not.
moment. If you can do it, you're better than most.
Wait, present that it's flat? You just said
No, that it's a
present that
globe.
it's.
You don't think it's flat. We've all heard what you just said right now, and that doesn't
No, I do think it's
constitute.
flat.
That doesn't constitute somebody. Nobody in here would even say that to advocate for the position of.
Well, but I have other reasons.
No one would say that, Rich.
Well, I have other reasons because the Lord Jesus Christ also knows it was flat. Because how would we get up in the sky like that? We can't get out the atmosphere. The Lord Jesus Christ never would have thought that. He told us that it was flat. He knew it was
What
flat.
about Space Jesus? Have you thought about Space
No,
Jesus?
there is no space Jesus.
Said there's some. The
No,
astronauts said
the
they
only
found
Jesus I
Space
know is
Jesus.
in heaven. The only Jesus I know
All right,
is up in heaven.
Rich. Let's tone it back with like the talk about Jesus saying this. But I want you to go
Well, he
ahead
did.
and show us. Yeah, listen, Rich. I want you to
Okay.
show us how you can provide evidence that the Earth is flat. Do it in a way that makes it empirical.
Okay.
Something you can have a testimony of by yourself, so you can tell us.
Okay. So you know how so you know how NASA launches the rockets up like real high, you know how they do that? So when they go up there, right, and then they disappear, they're just still up in the sky. They're not going up into space, right? And how would there be shadows on the moon? Remember all those
So you're
pictures
not
on the moon?
doing-
There ain't no shadows. It was fake.
You're not doing the telling us how the Earth is flat. You're telling us about.
No, I am right now. They're just still up in the sky because there
How is
is
the
no
Earth related to
space.
be? Yeah, how is the
Your
Earth
troll
related
is
to
no
terrible.
space.
Dude, your troll is terrible. It just sounds ridiculous.
No, it's not. It's not a troll, sir. There is no space, and there is no moon. Well, no, the moon's there, but it's not really because it's just up in the sky. The moon's in the sky. It's not in space. So you know how we can all see the moon?
So planes are up in
It's
the sky.
still-
Are they there or are they not there?
No, they're there, but they're not going like in a circle. They're just going
Rich,
across.
do me a favor. Yeah, Rich, do me a
You know
favor.
how the map is flat?
Rich, do me a favor. Just hold tight for a second. We're gonna see if this other guy's here, and if he isn't, we'll come back to you.
Do you know how the map is flat?
Just hold tight, Rich.
That's what the Earth looks like.
All right, so we got Jafar that's in here right now. Jafar, welcome to the forum.
Hi,
If you're
Jafar.
there, can you unmute your mic? We'll talk to you. We're not talking to you, Rich. Mute your mic, please. Por favor.
Jafar.
Can you hear me?
I'll do it for you. Hey, what's up, Jafar? Welcome to the
I'm
forum,
good.
man. Awesome.
Thanks.
So we just asked new people in here. Do you know if the Earth is a globe, sir?
It is.
Excellent. Do you have any evidence to provide that it is an actual globe?
Well, satellite images.
Okay. You're seeing the Earth from satellite images and you declare that it's a globe. But how is it possible that it is one from just images?
Okay, then I'll give you another answer then.
No, you could stick with that one. I just want you to justify it from that position.
Well, you obviously
Because it
don't
only
believe in
sounds-
satellite images.
No. It just sounds like you see an image and you already automatically believe that they're showing you something that's what the Earth is. But what I'm saying is there's nothing that you can do from your own vantage point that you can show me that Earth looks like this from down here where we're at. So you can't compare
Okay, I'll
that
show-
image to
I'll-
anything you can see.
I'll show you then.
Show me what?
You know, telescopes.
Yes, I know telescopes.
You know, when we view telescopes, we see the other planets as spherical.
Oh, you see them as
So the
spheres, do
Earth-
you?
Yes, so as Earth also being a planet, we can assume it's also spherical.
but-
Assumptions.
You're
Damn.
using assumptions, though, Jafar. Go ahead, Banhammer.
Come on.
No, I just heard the assumption. I was here we go again.
Yeah, it's an
Mike.
assumption that you have. You look through your telescope and you see things that you consider to be planets. You're giving them attributes, I would imagine, like they're spherical or they're gas or rock or whatever it is that they're telling you that you have to believe. But there's something that you can't identify when you look at those things, what they really are. You can't tell me that you know what they're made of. Nobody can say that.
Yeah, then prove the Earth isn't round.
Well, that's the problem. That burden is actually yours because you believe that it's round. You think it's a globe, you think it's a sphere, but there's no evidence of that. That's why I'm saying. And you're looking to something else. You're looking at what you consider planets, other things. You're not looking at the Earth. And I think that's important. You need to look at the Earth. Right? Jafar?
Then when we stand on tall buildings, listen, I have another one.
Yeah, go ahead.
When we stand on tall buildings, we see the horizon as curved.
Curved, do you?
Right.
Interesting.
Yes, the
No,
horizon is
that's
curved.
That's not true. And I can, or at least you can demonstrate to us, if the Earth is curved from a tall building, you can see the horizon from a tall building. So the best way to demonstrate what you're seeing is exactly what you're seeing is to show a measurement, right? Because you can see something from a tall building, but maybe your eyes were squinting or you got dirt in them or something happened where you're not seeing correctly. So I want to know how you know exactly that the horizon is curving. So can it be measured to be curving, sir? The horizon.
Actually, yes, it can be measured.
Excellent. Show us the method in which that was measured, please.
Sure.
Let me see. What you might not have the permission. I don't think you have the permission to post images, but you can send them to me and I'll post them for you. I assume you're going to give me an image, but I might be incorrect. Jafar, are you still with us?
I'll DM you to wait.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so what we're going to see here from Mr. Jafar is that the horizon is curving and that it's been measured. My assumptions again. Hopefully that's what you're presenting. It's a very bold claim, Jafar.
It is.
Yes. You're gonna need some time on that. You can take
I
your time.
already sent it.
Oh, did you? All right, let's have a look. Let me get this image, download it, and then I'll send it to the chat. Give me a second here. Going to the chat now. All right, for the chat, this is what he sent me. Here you go. You guys can click on that.
So begging the question is proof of sphere. Okay.
A drawing. Interesting.
Yeah, the title in the very top says why it's hard to see the curvature of the Earth from 37,000 feet. Now, importantly enough, Jafar, we were asking from a tall building, or at least you stated from a tall building, you could see the curvature of the Earth, at least from the horizon. Yes.
Yes. Yes, I can see it as curved.
Yeah, this image is saying something opposite of what you're saying. Even from 37,000 feet, it's hard to see that curvature. But you're saying
But it
you
isn't
could see it from a
impossible.
building. No.
Yes, I can.
Right, but you're saying you can see it from a building. Now, this image that you sent as your evidence that the horizon is curving is actually saying that it's hard to see the curvature from 37,000 feet.
Yes, it is. But it isn't impossible to see it.
Okay.
It isn't impossible to see it.
So,
That's fine. You said you
Jafar,
saw it. Go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, what is this tall building that you've been up that you have witnessed the curvature?
Just a tall building, a residential building.
So just a tall building. How many stories?
10.
10 stories.
10?
Is 10 stories above 37,000 feet or below it?
No, it's hard to see it below that 7,000
I didn't
feet.
ask if it was
isn't
hard to
impossible.
see. I asked a very simple question. Is 10 stories above or below 30,000 feet?
It's below.
Excellent. So if it's hard to see at 30,000 feet, do you think it would be even harder or easier to see if you go even lower?
It would be harder.
Excellent, my friend.
Interesting. Thank you for that, by the way. You can cede it to that, but that's good. So you didn't see curvature according to your own admission. And furthermore, you didn't but see this image here that you posted, Jafar. Do you think it's a measurement of the Earth's curvature?
No, I've sent you one that you can use to measure it. I've sent you another image.
What? Another one? Okay, let's have a look.
Yes.
We'll give Jafar the benefit of the doubt. All right. I'm going to actually, you don't mind, I'm just going to save this and I'm going to post it in the text chat. I want to show everybody, what's been sent to me. So just hold on a second. This is, it was from Jafar. And I got another one incoming. So just hold your horses. This is what he also sent me. This right here. Here you go. For the chat. You guys are involved in the conversation, you can chime in. 24/7, yeah. You guys can chime in. This is what he sent me. This is how he measured. Is that right? Am I getting it right? This is how you measured the surface, the horizon to be curving using.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. If anybody wants to take point on this, I'm just gonna lob it up to you guys.
But when I do provide the evidence, you deny it.
Well,
so what's the point? It's just sophistry. No, listen. It's just sophistry.
That red line,
speculations.
That red line, did you dig that tunnel out and measure it, or are you just chucking it up there?
I'm just checking it up.
No,
just chucking it up.
I stop the conspiracies. I'll stop the conspiracies now.
No, Jafar. No. He was asking about the red line on that image. The red line.
I didn't dig it up. Not personally.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what that line? It's going through the Earth, right?
Yes.
That red line? Okay. I just want you to like be on the same page where he was asking, did you dig through the earth and get that? You didn't do that. So obviously what you're doing here is trying to get a triangle, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, this has got problems. Deep problems.
I knew it was coming.
I'm waiting for you guys to.
Deep.
Well, where the line OH meets the line CH, what's that?
That's to you, Jafar.
What did you say?
You know, you've got a line there, OH. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, then you've got a line C to H.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where those two lines meet, what's that?
The observer's height.
No, that would be the observer's height would be H, right? I'm talking about O to little h. Is that a H? Oh, sorry, yeah, that's a little. So you got a line going from O to the circle where it touches the circle, and it's a little h.
Huh?
You see that?
Yes, I see that.
And it meets a line where from C up to little h. What's that? What's that where it meets there? What's that called?
That's called I'm blank. It's still the observer site. It's still the observer site.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're tracking with me, mate. Someone else take it. There must be like a language barrier.
Yeah.
Or something.
I was seeing if I could lob it up to you guys because I think it was going to be a little bit difficult. There might be. English isn't your first language, Jafar, is it?
It's my dad.
No, you're doing good, man. I'm just saying it might be a language issue. But this diagram that you put, it's got a bunch of problems in it. Namely, one I could just point really quickly. There's an R value. The R value that's used here is assumed. The radius value is 6,371 kilometers.
Yes.
Earth's radius. Yes, it's an assumption. It's not an actual measurement.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see a problem with that?
To just deny the Earth's radius.
No. We're not denying it. It's an assumption. You know what an assumption is, Jafar?
Okay, Jafar. Where did they get the R from?
I think there's various methods of measuring the radius of the Earth.
Excellent.
Really? Okay.
How did they get that?
I'm not sure. Let me Google it.
Have a Google. Do it. We got some time. Have a Google. We ain't going anywhere.
It'd be interesting. Think it out first, then Google it. How would you do it? And then compare to how they said they did it. That way, you could say, hey, I can call a ball or a strike here because what they did isn't even remotely close to what you would have thought they would do.
That's fair.
I found it.
Okay.
Just trigonometry. Let me send you the picture.
Yeah, send me the picture.
So trigonometry. So that means it would involve triangles. Triangles have 3 straight sides. Let's have a look at this picture.
All right, I'm about to save the image. All right, I'm sending it to you guys. Here you go.
Did you hear that? What's up, guys? What are y'all talking about?
We're discussing Jafar, who's in here right now. He believes that the Earth is a globe, and he's showing us his evidence for the measurement of the surface of or actually the horizon to be curving. This is what we're talking to him right now. So
I'm right on time. I am right on time.
yeah,
That's great evidence.
We got Banhammer right now taking point, and I think T-Dub and Crit's in here.
Of course we do.
And so,
of course we do.
So the evidence,
what was the gentleman's name?
Jafar. What he's posting is in the text chat. So if you want to get, there's 3 posts already. I posted them because he can't post them himself. He's a Politics 2 journeyman. So he's sending the images to me. There's 3 images so far that I've posted that he sent me.
One's at 25
that'll
past
catch
the
you.
hour. The second one is at 27 past the hour. And the last one you see at 34 past the hour.
So this was, the last one was a measurement of the Earth's radius, just to let you know. Because we're asking for the R value in the second image. And he said, this is how you got the R value, which is the last image.
But now convince me to be a flat earther then.
Yeah, that's fine. We're just going through the evidence for the Earth being a globe. But right now, the R value is what's in contention. I don't know. Does anybody else want to take point? I'll dive in if
let's just
anybody
get rid of
doesn't
this
want
R
to.
value. All right, my turn to put a picture up. Okay, Jafar, can you see the image that's just been placed up? 35 past the hour.
I see.
Okay, what do you see there? You can see the 2 oil rigs?
Yes, I can see them.
Excellent. Where's the horizon in relationship to those oil rigs?
But the horizon is still there.
Yeah, we know the horizon is quite clear. Whereabouts is it? Is it behind the oil rigs, in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs? Whereabouts is
Behind it?
Behind it? Okay. Now, as you've already pointed out to us, there is mathematics associated with the sphere. Circumference, diameter, radius, we all agree with that. These are very particular names of the geometry. Anyways, the radius, if it is 3959 or 6371, you've probably been taught, at 1 foot of elevation, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Now, the big issue we've got is that their image is actually 1 frame out of video footage. And the horizon is behind the oil rigs. Now, we can all see that. It's not a trick image. There's no funny business going on. We know where that was taken from or filmed from, and we know those oil rigs are fixed. They're not floating. So the one on the right-hand side, 6.21 miles. The one on the left-hand side, 9.41 miles. The problem is the horizon is behind the oil rigs, which we can all see. It should be in front. So this is what we talk about, real-world observations, where we're seeing things that are not where they're supposed to be according to the mathematics that we've been given. And this is just...
Can you link where you got this picture?
Say again, sorry?
Can you link where you got this picture from?
He's probably going to want the video from BML Labs.
Yeah, I've just got to find it in my little collection of stuff.
It comes, it's a clip or it's a still from a video, Jafar.
Okay.
Is it? Gotcha.
This long distance observation was done for the example of the Earth's circumference or the curvature of the Earth to be at least pronounced in between an observation from a target distance, which would be farther past 9.41 miles, and an observer that's standing at a beach, looking off into the distance at 1 foot observer height. So 1 foot off the water, looking straight on horizontally. There should be something that conforms to the Earth at 1 foot, right above the surface, that the Earth should be getting in the way of that observation at 1.22 miles. Did he just deafen? Oh, man.
Maybe he's looking at the video.
It might be.
Crikey, that's pretty rare.
We'll wait till... Yeah, I
Normally it's,
know. Well,
I'll watch it later.
He sounds charitable, man. I don't know. I'm not getting, like, trollish vibes. He's a bit obtuse, but it comes with the territory.
Look at this. Roland's decided to step up to the plate. Hey, Roland, I don't want to offend you, but that's a black swan also. Don't tell anyone.
When they post it, they don't give you any details. They're just like, hey, look at this. Yeah, look at it. That is way outside of the globe model prediction. Way outside. The reason why the black swan is so great is that it totally breaks the model. Like, it's so spectacularly that it's like there's no recovery. This one still breaks the model, but maybe you've got a little wiggle room. You can play around with the math and kind of you'll move that bar with refraction just a little bit here and there.
That was the original.
Not even, bro. The horizon's supposed to be in front of that first platform.
Oh yeah, so, they're done either way.
Yeah,
but their excuse
That's why it's
for the black swan, the original one, doesn't even work for the second image either. They just think they like to pretend it does.
Yeah, thanks, Kiwi Buzz. That's the second portion of that he forgot to put in there. He didn't put the most important part.
Sorry, Alpha. Sorry. Go. I was just going to say I'd be insulted. Like, can't these guys handle themselves? They need these white knights to come in for. If I was the person like that was in the discussion, I'd be saying, hey, back off, bros. I can deal with this myself. I don't need your help. Did I ask for your fucking help?
Well, because they have that concept where they don't view themselves as an individual. It's like a collective.
Oh, they're like the Borg. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like they don't when you say like, "Hey, I got this, bro," they don't see that as any difference between them or other people. It's a hive mind that you're dealing with.
Speaking of Craig. Oh, is he back? Is he? Oh, yep. As you were.
Yeah, I just watched the video.
Yeah, did you see the camera zoom out?
No, it was just atmospheric refraction.
No, but I'm saying, did you see the camera zoom in?
Yes, I saw.
Okay. And so the camera zooming in is not what you would consider atmospheric refraction because it's the camera is zooming into the distance. You think camera zoom is atmospheric refraction?
No.
Okay. Now I just didn't know if you're confused and you think that's what you think. I'm just clarifying, man.
No.
I think it's gonna be all right. It's just I'm clarifying because I don't know what argument you actually sent. So if you think there's refraction involved, do you think that's going to help the case for the Earth being a globe that has predicted distance to the curvature? All right. So how does refraction help the case for the globe in this instance?
Well, you see, the curvature model, you assumed light was traveling in a straight line. But we know this is not the case. Through our atmosphere, there is a form of atmospheric refraction. They assume light was traveling in a straight line. So there's a study here that adds some calculations to the picture.
Are you sending it to me?
I sent it to you.
Okay.
Any time for questions, guys? If it's refracted, then how is it measured? You still don't have an Earth curvature at 3 miles at 6 height observation.
Yeah, come in with that point after. I'd say just let him present what he's going to present. I think that's a good
Yeah.
point you're making, though. But come in
And
with it
see
after what you
Roland?
see.
See Roland? He's got this, bro. He don't need you, Roland. So just back off, bro.
Whatever
the
he's
interim-
posting.
Sorry if I may just. I just wanted to ask: do we have the heights of the oil rigs also, as well as the distances, or just
You
the
could
distance?
look them up. Yeah, you could look them up. There's definitely something there to be looked at.
I was thinking about that, but if they were readily available, I just thought that.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter. The height doesn't
yeah.
matter. The only thing that shows you is the distance, how far. They're mile markers, is what they are.
Yeah, the reason why I understand that. The reason why I'm asking that is to further. I was just curious about
accentuate the point.
Exactly. I wanted to know how high they are, because with that we could actually use something like the Walter Bislin calculator, right? That would give us the necessary index of refraction that would yield an apparent quote unquote height lift, whatever the term is, right?
Yeah,
Based off right.
So it's not refraction.
Mick, hold on,
Yeah.
Mick. I would say it this way: let's let Jafar roll out with his argument, because we'll give him other things that he can swing off to when he hasn't presented this information. So
No,
let's
by
not
all means,
give him.
Yeah, please
Yeah,
continue.
but like
please
you get
continue.
what I'm saying, right?
For
That-
sure,
that
for
would
sure. I
feed
just
him
wanted
another-
to do that. Yeah, no, go
I know
for it.
what
Go
you.
for it.
I know what you. I get what you mean, but you're feeding him another angle that he can go. Oh, yeah, that too. Like we don't. We
no
don't.
problem. No,
Yeah,
I want to keep it simple, but no problem. Go ahead.
So just you let him. All right, I still haven't received anything, Jafar. So, he deafened. He deafened. Yeah. Meanwhile, he's deafened. I guess we're not gonna wait forever on him. We'll just put a pin on that
Something I
conversation.
find interesting, Alpha, when he first started
Go ahead.
talking about the Black Swan, he was basically clueless. And all of a sudden now, atmospheric refraction. I'm willing to put a lazy 20 on someone else's in his DMs.
Oh, you mean Phil Bellum, Thermodynamics? Thermodynamics?
Because
It could be
he
him.
went from struggling to understand English to all of a sudden atmospheric refraction. Like, someone with that level of understanding doesn't just magically jump up the atmospheric refraction out of left field.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah, the best part is
Makes
remember they used to call that flurfspective. You tell them, hey, you can see too far. No, you can't. That's flurfspective. And now it's like, it's refraction. It's bendy crane.
Mike. Yeah, Matt did have a point. I just wanted him to roll out with his information, and then Matt can probably hit him with what he was going to say.
Oh, just that if he claims that this is atmospheric refraction, whatever he meant by that, right? Then the horizon, you can't measure it. And the house of cards still falls down because you don't have an Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles if you can't measure the horizon.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he knows that as far as like being in here, but he will. So I wanted him to roll out with that information and hit him with that afterwards. Because I'm pretty sure he's getting fed whatever. He's deafened right now, so he's probably talking to somebody. Bellum's probably got him on the horn or something. Like, hey, dude, this is what you need to do right now. Coaching him.
Talk about the crane. Just keep talking about the crane until they're like, wow, dude, okay, you're kind of like, dude,
He's like,
this is an
something's gonna
argument
happen.
about
They're-
the horizon, not the cranes, okay? Not the bendy crane.
You're going to see a flat earther for what they really are. They're going to be upset when you talk about the cranes. They're going to want to mute you, and that's when you win. Like, I bet you he's probably coaching them in that way.
Yeah.
Fucking Phil. Mr. Thermodynamics. Crit's in the mood for seeing somebody just spurg out.
Yeah, I mean, I
can
get-
tell.
Look in
I hear
Cog
it in your
Disc.
voice, bro.
Hey, look on 24/7 Cog Disc. They got a dude just cracking. You're harassing me. Stop messaging me. I'm like, okay, well, don't message me then. Duh, right?
Yeah.
He said there was no proof. There's no evidence, no proof listed on the server, and I linked them to 24 the additional
right.
information, A through A or A through L, and M through Z. And he says there's nothing posted there. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? They're like, he goes like eclipses. So I link him to eclipses. And there's nothing posted, and I'm like, try again. Yeah, try again. There's like tons of content there. What are you talking about?
Did you see what I posted?
It's like
in Cogdiz.
Yeah, press ignore dumb shit or whatever. Or care.
Hey, but serious question. What color are the oil rigs, dude? Just kidding, Mick. I'll jab at you, man. I'll jab at Mick.
What color are they?
Like, they use the right kind of paint on those rigs.
I heard my
I
name.
was making a jab at you, but you asking for the height of the oil rigs. I was saying, what color is the paint on the oil rigs? Did they use the right paint? I mean, we got to be.
It's like
we
rusty
got to
as
be
shit.
meticulous, man.
It's not even related.
Those things were built in the 70s, and then like they were ran dry, and then they've been abandoned since decades now. They're just like shit just rotting out there in the middle of the ocean. Or not
rust.
Don't worry about it, man. The
Yeah.
homie Trump's got it all under control, bro. It's gonna be good.
The rust
Make
color.
America great again, right? Like again. Like I'm just kidding, Chris. I'm giving you shit. I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, it's like someone should go out there and dismantle them, and like there's a lot of metal out there.
And then spray paint on the remnants. How you like me now?
Yeah, if you like get out there and like vandalize them or whatever, and you like spray paint the Earth is flat or something like that, and you like see look
Oh
at you.
shit, dude. Earth is flat, bitch. Fuck nigger.
Research flat Earth up the side of it, so people can forever get black swans.
Hey, did Deccan just say the N bomb when he left?
Yeah, someone did just said that.
I already muted him.
I think that was
already
Deccan.
muted him. I already muted him.
Damn it! What the hell? We got Kara that just jumped in. Welcome, Kara, to the forum. Do you care if the Earth is a globe? See what I did there?
Or care in that other people think it's flat.
Oh, jeez. Do you care? Kara Moon, welcome to the chat. Yeah, we're just hanging out, chilling. You might be in here just to listen, but we'd like to talk to people that are coming into this forum brand new, and maybe they have some questions, maybe they don't. Feel free to unmute your mic. Got Xeon's in the chat. He's muted. Was he there? Someone else? I don't know.
Yeah, he likes to drop N-bombs. I muted him.
Xeon's, you being a naughty boy. Don't do that.
He should feel lucky that he's actually still in here.
Yeah, bro. All you got to do is attempt to have a conversation in here. I mean, maybe that's something you can do. You don't have to go all like crazy and whatnot. Oh, you dipped. Jafar's really went away, man. I can Phil probably pull him and say, look, man, let's just have a heart-to-heart for a moment here. Just let me school you on what needs to happen. Jafar's taking notes. Oh, wow. Didn't know. Teach me, wise one. I shall learn from you.
It's like, first of all, talk about the cranes, then talk about refraction, and when all fails, start slamming QE and Nathan Oakley as grifters, and then ask them a bunch of questions, and then get muted, and then say you won.
Yeah, Jafar left.
Damn it.
He'll be gone.
That smacked.
You were hoping for some high IQ shit or something or some argument. It was a waste of fucking time the whole time.
No, he got
You
flat
never know,
smacked.
man.
I think it's a flat
You never know.
smacking.
Because
Oh,
he
go
can
ahead,
come
sorry.
from downtown, and all of a sudden he's just going to come out with some brilliant argument. And you're like, fucking hell.
I would not think that there would be anything brilliant coming out of that mouth. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, we can
I'm
do
with you
little
on that
gentleman's bets on here.
Well, I mean, like, he started off with Fuller from Space, but he wasn't really super ego attached to it.
Yeah. Kind of felt that way myself. But as the conversation progressed, I think the DMs probably started flying in. Oh, wait a minute. Talk about this. He was saying buzzwords and didn't know what they meant. Stuff like that. That's all right.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, geez, the flat earthers are making sense, and you're confusing the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Like, whatever globalist was, like, telling them some stuff, it's like, dude, what the fuck does that even mean? Just repeat it? What the hell? Why?
Maybe it didn't work out for Dynamics. He probably tried to show him the ways, and he's like, nah, it's too much. I'm out. Better luck next time, Phil.
Maybe he got weird. Like, how remember he used to message women, what does your father think about you doing this? Well, he said,
shit.
what do you think about your parents right now if they could hear you talking on Discord? He's like, holy crap, I don't know who the fuck this is.
He went all
but-
creeper on him and shit.
Yeah, trying to shame him. Yeah. Bullshit.
Crazy stuff. Come on, man. We need some good interactions. Something juicy, Give Crit a run for his money if that's even possible.
Crit's old. You've only got to take about 8 steps and he's gone.
No, it's been a while. It's been a minute, I think, since Crit had a really good challenge. Just, one of those guys who are really in their feelings and just obtuse as all get out,
Yeah, it's like they try to. So they know I'm an old dude, and they're like, okay, let me see, scientific proven, old people are stubborn, so we're gonna try to out stubborn the old dude. And I'm like, really? That's gonna work out for you? Is it?
You're like, please, go ahead.
Yeah, that's just my game.
That's-
Like,
oh, shit. I'm your Huckleberry. Fucking hell.
they should try to do something else, like play to their strengths instead of their weaknesses.
You should just lie back in the cut, man. Every now and again, we'll hear you come up to the mic, like as you get closer and farther away. You're like, nah, homie, just go ahead and talk to everybody else, man. You don't want none of this. Oh my goodness. Ballers beware. The dreaded newsletter will come at you.
I love the newsletter, and they're crying about it.
They come in here, they're looking for Crit. Where the fuck is he? Where's Crit? That son of a bitch. And I'm like, dude, relax, man. It's just a freaking newsletter.
We've got Crit sitting in the
Holy
background.
smoke.
You called down the thunder, well, now you got it.
Yeah, exactly. But see, they don't know that when they're engaging with Crit.
But he sounds cute and little. It'd be funny if he's like 6'8" or some shit like that.
Yeah, Crit wrestling bears and shit.
Earlier, I hadn't been around in a while, guys. It's good to hear you all. Earlier, I heard Matthew Learns on here talking about there's no angular size change tonight at a full moon. Did anyone see a moonrise? Is anyone going to see a moon setting this morning?
It's like the pink moon.
That tomorrow or is that today?
I think was it today or it's tomorrow? Yeah, it might be tomorrow.
I think it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Got a pink moon tomorrow. But there's also what I posted. I don't know if you guys seen what I posted earlier. Did you guys see what I posted? I'll post it again. It's just interesting that he even said that because there's these images that I posted. of the apogee and perigee of the moon, like when it's in its elliptical orbit around the Earth, according to the paradigm, right? So they would say that around the way it goes around the Earth, there's a point where it's farther away and when it's really close, and in those instances, you see the moon, bigger or smaller. So then flies in the face of what Matthew's even talking about. It doesn't change angular size. Really? Then why would they say that? What's a supermoon? Yeah, what's a supermoon, Matthew? Not you, Matt. Ask him that. Why do they call it a supermoon? For God's sakes. It doesn't change in angular size.
It's an intentional doublespeak. Matthew is actually a flat earther, but don't tell him that because he'll get upset.
He's one of our boys. Nah, I don't think that. I think he's fully immersed in the globe.
I wonder if in the real world, Matthew runs around telling people that he's been in 24/7 for the last 7 or 8 years.
As a matter of fact, he tells his students about. He did the 3 questions that I gave him a long time ago. He used to tell them the 3 questions, and how he helped debunk them to his students.
He's got a pretty big YouTube YouTube channel with a lot, like I don't know,
500,000 followers.
Yeah, something pretty big. Yeah, he does that. He takes clips from here and talks about them and
that he does.
He's a hostile witness. He's a Judas Priest.
These days, he's just really He's like the lampstand in your living room. He's just furniture, man. He's not a threat to anybody or the argument whatsoever.
I seriously thought Matthew Lynch was like some kind of set up from skeptic or whatever that he like basically was hiring or something, because it just seemed like so fake. You know what I mean? It's like it's the stuff he says is so unreal that I actually thought he was like a setup to make more discussion in Flat Earth first.
Yeah, I mean sometimes you question like all that
I
stuff.
sometimes wonder if he's just. It seems like just like trying to make more discussion. It's like you almost every time he opens his mouth, you actually reaffirms the flat Earth. It's weird. I don't know how he does it, but
Okay, I'm gonna post what I posted earlier. Check this out. This is the globe rhetoric, man. So it's not anything that we're saying. That I even posted that to Matthew in the text chat. This is according to the globe rhetoric, bros. Didn't come from flat Earth, so. Yep, there's another one.
The whole argument, Miggy, the whole argument, the whole thing is weird that he does with angular size change versus actual size change, and the wordplay he does. He double speaks on purpose.
Yeah,
he knows. He has to know that the moon has an angular size change. There's no way he can be ignorant of that.
Well, maybe he's just doing that to rile some people up, because obviously that's what he's been doing. Because it's like stupid, dude. If it's posted in the globe lore, it says so that it changes size, dude. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be talking about it. It wouldn't even be a thing. But it is. So he does, and I was busy, so I couldn't get on the mic. But I would have told him that. Every time he brings that up, I bring it up. He forgets though. He's getting older or something. I don't know.
He's getting old.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Yeah. Oh my fellas.
Yeah, dude.
Now you talking about Matthew, dude? Are you talking about his like the moon would get bigger if it was flat type of bullshit?
Oh, we got W's in the chat. Flat Lloyd.
Oh, we got W's going?
Yeah,
all right.
Flat Lloyd.
Yeah.
I'm gonna join in.
Let's see the chat fly right now, guys. Who's here? If you're here, let's see the chat fly. Let's get some W's going in the chat.
Definitely.
I want to see this shit flying, bro. Let's cook.
Dude, we had fucking Matthew in here. We had a guy named Jafar just a while ago, but he was really just a passerby, you know? Just somebody comes in, pokes his nose in here, and be like, "Oh, what's going on?" Yeah, really nothing much from that guy. He's from Kenya. Yeah.
Oh shit! Does he know the way?
Well, he wasn't really that good with the argument, but it was worth the, it was worth the go round anyway. We have, I don't know, we have Kara in here, but Kara's been pretty silent as she came.
Is that a 304?
No, she's just like silent. So we have Kara's just
Oh,
listening,
good.
kind of.
Just as she should be. No,
And
I'm just
she
kidding.
might-
Kara, you gonna let us talk to you like that, or?
She might jump in here and smack you around a little bit.
All
Listen
right,
here,
hey.
Sonny.
Funny if it was
I
a
just
dude.
said it like an old timer. Listen here, Sonny.
Man,
I would say
hey.
that.
Just write straight up 10, 9, 8.
8, 7, right?
0, 4.
Yeah, the panel's lit anyway. We're waiting for the clown car to show up. It's actually 3:05. It ain't 3:04. So the clown car should have
Wow.
been there. It really
That's
is, dude.
crazy.
That's the time when you said it like 3:04 earlier. It was actually 3:04 in time
Yo,
for
that's
me.
crazy, bro.
That's the time it was for me, dude.
What the heck?
I mean, coincidence? Probably not.
Coincidence? I think not.
I think not.
It's always 304 somewhere.
Oh
Facts.
shit! Look at Crit, man.
All right, Crit, I see you.
Crit's like, wash her and bring her to my tent.
I'm stealing that.
Oh my.
Damn.
Oh man.
Had a pretty good night, yeah? Maybe?
Yep. Just finished up some work. Hella 304 is out right now, bro. Hella.
Are you about that life or what?
I can go live. You want to see the streets?
No, I meant like, are you about that life?
Oh, yeah.
That's what. Fucking hell.
Oh, dude.
We got some time on our hands. Well, we got Roland. Roland's he's always good for a chat, right? Right?
Here we go.
Like, fuck no, dude. Don't talk to Roland.
It just depends on how lit homie is.
Nah, I mean, he's just gonna stymie the chat.
Stymie.
Yeah.
You
We're gonna
missed
go
it,
nowhere
CB.
fast.
2 days ago, we had a young chap over at P&R talking about things being obstructed by the curve of the Baltard, and we're talking about water. Yeah, it hides behind water. And I played the
Not a hill of water.
And you wouldn't believe it. Yes, it is! That's exactly what it is! He argued with the soundboard.
It was classic. It cracked me up because he thought he thought someone had actually said it in the chat. Like,
Yo, those shoes though, bro.
Yo, bro, I'm
Gators,
fucking
man?
glistening.
What
I'm
the
glistening, boy. I'm glistening right now, fam.
Holy- Dude.
Oh,
You
you
got
can
that
see this
drip?
flag.
Is that
I don't know.
drip
You
right
this is a
there?
bad mirror. Let me
You
flip
got
this
that
bitch
drip?
around.
What's going on? Uh-oh.
Yeah, you already know what time it is, boy.
Look at him. You're dressed to the nines. Oh my gosh.
Bro,
Yo,
we
what up,
we
man?
really
Earth
out
is
here, dog.
flat, y'all. Earth is
I
flat.
know, right? I know, right? I'm gonna find a NASA shirt. I'm gonna flat smack, bro.
On a NASA shirt.
My camera. Crazy.
Wait, yo, Stevie, turn that camera around. I missed it. Let me see ya.
No, hold on, man. We got the.
Go and
we
flat
got the
smack the
five-
officer.
Bam. Bam. Sharp. Sharp as a knife.
Yeah, we got Popo, man. Hold up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
we got the
asking
boys.
the questions. Am I free to go?
Yeah. No, we don't. Yeah, we don't mess with that.
Don't let me find a NASA shirt or a 304 with a NASA shirt on. I'm flat smacking out here, bro.
Oh, shit. Is that your Uber right there?
Nah, bro. We driving.
Oh snap! What's she doing? All man, you looks like the place is jumping over there, man. What's going
It's
on?
fucking super jumping, bro. This is where all the people are at right now tonight.
Bruh, there's only one problem with that place. All the damn vampires.
The vampires. Is that SoCal or what? You're in North Cal?
Yeah, yep. Gas plant. We got 304s.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Hell, bro.
Oh.
Fucking guy.
Banhammer, dude. Banhammer's waiting to give you a fist bump, dude. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I just feel like
facts.
that's what. What is that?
What's up, man? What's going on? You what are you guys doing? Yeah? I'm talking to my flat earth friends. What do you guys think about flat earth? You don't know? You guys want to say what's up to the people?
Yo, what's up, homies?
Yeah.
What's up, killer?
The earth is flat.
Hell yeah.
Just so you know.
It's measured flat.
Do you think we're spinning right now? You think we're spinning? That's crazy, bro. Why do you think that? Nah, we're not spinning, though. You're new?
Man.
Where are you from? India. Damn. All right, cool, man. Cool. What's your name? Alex. Nice to meet you guys. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, brother. What's your name? Steve. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys. Flat Earth. Have a good night. All right. All right.
You know what that reminds me of? Have you guys ever seen that video from Mark Dice where he just goes around and like talks to people and like I think in one of his things he offers someone, hey, you know, I have in one hand I have this gold coin, it's made of solid gold, and the other hand I have this O. Henry bar. Which one do you want? And they're like, I'll take the O. Henry bar. You know?
That's economic plans. Yeah, that like, hey, in this hand, I have nothing.
I have a globe. I have a globe. My God.
What we got going on right there? What's going on right there, man? Was that some paletas? What's going on? Oh shit, bro! They got the
I'm not eating that
sausage
fucking
links, bro.
Nah, we're not eating that.
What's good over there, man? Have you eaten yet?
Never eat
That's what
tamales.
he's looking 304s.
Yeah, I'm trying to eat. Yeah. I'm trying to eat something. Nah, I'm just kidding. Okay. Girl, I know you're cold right now. You cold right now? Where's your jacket? You don't have a jacket? All right. Trying to be a 304, bro. Bro, I swear women always do this, dude. They always like put themselves in fucking precarious situations.
Wait, CB, are you on the speakerphone or do you have earbuds in or something?
No, I got the headphones in, bro. I wouldn't be able to hear you guys. It's so fucking loud.
Yeah, it would be super loud.
It's so loud.
Fuck. We don't hear shit. That's good.
You about to dip into one of those places there, man? Did you get?
Nah, probably not. Honestly, it's super crowded over there. Actually, nah, I'm just walking around, to be honest. Matrix, dude. You're cracking me up, bro.
And are you walking towards your car or are you walking away from it?
I got out of the car as soon as I went on camera, so I'm gonna spin the
so
block.
You're just going and checking it out?
Yeah.
What's going on? Young man on the town.
I already know,
Time
bro.
on his hands. Looking sharp as ever.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Was he supposed to have like an event there, or is it just like?
There was a Padres game like pretty recently, so it was hella people. It's Friday night too, man. So everybody there. And everyone's fucking lit right now, dude. You see people stumbling around. Oh, shit.
What's that supposed to be?
I don't know what that is. Gentlemen's club?
Yeah, it's just advertisement. I thought it was something they're advertising in the like one of those food trucks or whatnot.
That'd be a hell of a food truck.
That's not food. That wasn't food.
No, I meant because they could have like advertisements on it. It could still be a food truck, just advertisements on it.
Sure.
Of course you did.
CB, if let us know, right? If anyone's going to find a clown car around here, it'll be you.
Yeah. Maybe I'll try to find not these whales though, unfortunately.
Get over here!
Yeah. Let's check out what mom.
CB's looking for a sugar mama.
Oh, facts.
And we got AJ that just jumped in the chat. Welcome, AJ.
Yo, what's up? I didn't even know if this is real. I'm not even gonna lie, so I just joined to see what y'all are saying.
Oh,
She's
I mean,
real,
it's
bro.
real. So we're actually, I tell you what, AJ, we're the #1 channel on the server. What do you think about that?
Do you think the Earth is flat, or
Yeah, I don't think I know.
it's just ironic? Be so real with me right now. Is this ironic?
Yeah.
Ironic. I think you're using the word wrong.
Yeah, I think you're misusing that word. But
I
check it
am
out, man.
misusing the word. Is it a joke?
No, it's not a joke.
Can I
No,
take
this
the?
isn't a
Can I
meme.
take the
This is not
straight?
a
Can I
joke.
take the?
No, hold
It's
on,
dead
man.
ass, bro.
Well, we're not gonna crack in too hard, man. We're just gonna
No, it's
roll
not.
easy on this one.
It's not. It's real easy. It's real easy. AJ,
All right.
it's AJ, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
AJ, how tall are you, bro?
I'd say I'm about 6'2" or 6'3".
All right. How
Okay,
do you know
Chad.
that?
Chad, bro.
AJ, how do you know that?
Because I measured myself.
Right. So when we measure the Earth, we measure it the same way, linearly. It's flat.
Linear measurements, yeah.
And I'm Black Panther.
Yeah, I messed it up.
Um,
Linearly.
Have you seen those videos where they send a camera up to space? Do you think those are fake?
No, AJ, acknowledge what I just said, dude. Just
Do
be
you think
honest.
those are fake?
Wait, AJ, just
We'll
acknowledge.
address it. We'll address that, AJ. Just acknowledge what Matt's telling you. We'll talk about all that stuff.
Okay. So wait, what did you said? What did you?
All right, we're gonna have to. Yeah, CB, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, I can go. Yeah, I got you.
Go ahead, AJ. Say again.
Okay, so I didn't know what you meant about the measuring thing. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, when we measure the Earth, we do it with elevation angles to the stars, particularly Polaris.
Okay.
That gives us that's how we measure the Earth. That's how you measure it in the north. And then when you measure the south, it's the same way. It's elevation angles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
So those angles, right? One of the legs of that triangle, the adjacent, is the Earth.
Oh shit! Yo, bro has a NASA shirt on. Should I say something? Sorry. All right, sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
So just like you measured yourself, you know that you're 6'3". I know that the Earth is measured flat, and so do you now, AJ. So what do you think about that? No, we all measure the Earth that way. Even if you believe the Earth is a ball, you're still measuring the Earth the same way as everybody
Why
else.
can the moon be round and the sun be round?
Focus.
Yeah, he's not gonna engage with their question. It's too far above him right now, Matt.
All
I'm gonna just engage. I'm gonna engage. We can come back to
Is that how
point.
you do arguments? Is you put down your?
No. I'm what I'm doing right now is I want him to kind of put a pin on his question because we're a little bit too far ahead of ourselves right now. We're assuming that you already understand what he's saying, and I think that's unfair for you. I think we're gonna start a little bit more easier. We're gonna.
No, I don't understand because it's an
What the
archaic.
heck are you doing?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that flat Earth is archaic because why? I don't really understand.
Okay, you might have an idea of what you think archaic means and apply it to this specific thing, this conversation. But let's start off with answering some of your questions. Yeah. So what questions do you have for us, man? We'll get into flat Earth for sure, but I want to see if you get some of your questions.
You know what archaic means?
Yes,
You don't
AJ,
know
I
what
know
that
what
means,
archaic
bro.
means. I just want you to ask some of your questions, AJ.
Okay,
Let's kind of
here's my
be
question.
charitable into the conversation, man. Let's not.
Okay, I
be pushing your
got
limits,
one
bro.
question. This is
Go
my
ahead.
one question.
Here we go.
The sun and the moon are round. Why can the Earth not be round?
Well, you're
Can I ask him?
assuming. Sorry.
Let me just ask you one question. Can you name one single similarity, one resemblance between the Earth and, say, the moon or the sun? We'll wait.
I mean, they're celestial things.
No. Look. I'm talking about you go outside, you see the moon, you go outside, you see the Earth.
Well, they're
What
both
can you
round.
point at? You don't see that when you go outside, dude. I'm saying.
Well, you can't see air, but you know
Let
there's
me just rip the
oxygen there
band-aid
because
off. I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off. There is no resemblance. There is no single compare. There's no way to compare the Earth to the moon, bro.
I mean,
All
they
you're
both have
doing is
craters.
repeating lore. What?
They both have craters.
The sun?
And not the sun. I'm saying the Earth and the moon.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
what
but
about a new
that's not
moon?
that's not the distinguishing feature that you want to point to. Craters aren't what you want to point to, AJ. You want to point to how
I
they're
know.
similar in the way they look. So do you see the Earth and the moon or the Earth and the sun looking the same in any way?
Yes.
Okay. What way is that?
The round way.
The what way?
The round way.
Okay, so you think the Earth is round like the moon? Yes?
Yeah, they're both pretty round.
Yeah,
They're
I
big
know that
enough to where their gravity smoothens
AJ,
themselves out.
AJ, you
Yeah.
don't have to keep going. You think that right now. I want you to demonstrate how you know that the Earth is round like the moon. Demonstrate that to us.
So the way I figured it out was that I saw this YouTube video.
No,
Somebody sent
you're
a
not going
camera
there.
to space.
You're not going there. You're not going there.
Yeah, I'm going there
No,
because
you're not. No, you're not. It's simple. If you can't demonstrate a way through academic reasoning, then there's nothing you're going to do by some flat earther doing anything. You have to do it through academia. How do you know the Earth is a globe or a sphere?
lunar eclipses.
Okay, what do you
There you
see
go.
in the lunar?
That's your proof.
Yeah, what do you see in a lunar eclipse?
The eclipse of the moon.
Yes, what are you looking at? The phenomena. What do you see?
I mean, it's red. It's red. The moon is red. I mean, what else am I supposed to say?
I don't know why you make it think. Why you thinking has some sort of comparison to why the Earth is a globe? What makes it a globe? Because you see the lunar eclipse.
Because there could not be a lunar eclipse because if the Earth was flat, because it would be okay. Let's say the Earth was flat. It would be a little more difficult. It'd be rarer, but also because it's round. When the moon passes on that shadow point, like I think it's like that space where it's being eclipsed. Of course, that's when it turns red, and you can't do that with a flat Earth. You only see a red
AJ,
line.
I know that it turns red at some point. We get that, but what are you saying that you think the Earth is a globe when you see a lunar eclipse? Why is it a globe? Because there's a lunar eclipse. What about the lunar eclipse makes the Earth a globe?
Because the Earth is covering the moon with its roundness.
All right. So now I want you to focus with me on this. How do you know the Earth is doing that?
What?
How do you know the Earth is doing that?
Because of basic science, and I learned it in third grade.
What the fuck you're talking about.
Like what?
Like this. The sun casts light, and the light is being eclipsed by the Earth when it reaches the moon.
That's a claim, AJ. AJ, that is a claim. That's what you claim is happening. I want the evidence that the Earth is actually causing the interruption of that light. How can you prove it to me that a round globe is interrupting the light? and causing that lunar eclipse? How can you prove that to me? Or to yourself, actually?
I've proved it to myself already.
How?
Because I don't really know any other way to just put it. The Earth is obstructing light.
Yes, that's what the claim is, AJ. It's the claim that you keep repeating. I get that's what you think is happening. How did you prove it to yourself or to anybody else? Can you prove it?
I don't know any other way to.
I'm about to
That's
drop
what
something
I'm
in the
saying.
chat that
So
shows how retarded this is.
here's the important thing, right? You're making a claim and circling back to the claim and saying because you made this claim, the claim is true.
I know the reasoning is bad, but I never had. I cannot think of anything.
I know, AJ, and this is what we're doing. Bro, check it out. It might sound ridiculous, but the reason we're asking you this, it's called critical thinking, right?
Yes,
you're
I know.
You're going to only engage in critical thinking if somebody challenges you, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm challenging you to think about how you know what you know. If it's something that you know that's true, then it would easily be explained by a demonstration, or you could say, look, this is how it works. But because you're not able to detail that information, it only shows that you have like a faith-based belief that it's just happening the way they're telling you it is. So somewhere somebody told you, this is how it is. You took that on as a belief, and you haven't questioned it since. Now, everything that I'm doing right now is challenging you. You're like, dude, come on. We know that this happens. But that's the problem. You don't know that, AJ.
Hold on. So I know what you're saying, but now I want to hear from you. So how do you think a lunar eclipse happens?
Yeah, the natural phenomena of a lunar eclipse is a mystery. It's not discovered in any way. It's a mystery.
Oh my days.
No, it's not. You might reject.
My days.
Yeah, you could reject what I'm saying to you, but the thing is, you cannot prove that the Earth is getting in the way. You've been fed a story, and you believe the story.
This has got to be a joke, right?
No, you believe the story. So you're telling me right now you're just going to go believe the story, AJ. Are you just going to believe it?
I'm not. It's not something that it's not faith based. I know what happened.
It is. Then tell me. Then tell me how you know. Then tell me how you know it's not faith based. Demonstrate it to me that I know that you're not having a faith based.
In my belief, there's something called the solar system.
In your belief.
Yeah. Can you prove that?
Okay, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Prove the solar system to me, AJ. Prove it right now.
That's all you've got to go to. You can't. You don't have a simple way of saying, oh, well, yeah, it's because of X, Y, Z. You resort to, now this is just ridiculous.
So in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth.
No, stop. We're not going to go there. I want academic resources, bro. I want you to prove to me that there's a solar system. Everything you bring up, I want to challenge you. And at least give me that, AJ. Give me a challenge back. If you're able to respond, listen. If you're able to respond, AJ, hold on. If you're able to respond to me in an intelligent way through academic resources, I would understand you have some sort of belief with that's backed up by academia. But if you say, "Well, shit, that's just stupid," then I know you don't have a response. I need to hear you respond.
Here's my response. Here, I got it. I'm locked in. Trust.
Okay, solar system. How do you know?
Solar system. Go. There's a star that has gravity, and it pulls in other celestial beings.
Is he just lore reporting, bro? Are you just reading bedtime stories? We don't need the bedtime story. We need the facts.
You asked for an explanation, and I give you the
No, we're not.
Look, that's fine.
You said to explain it in a scientific way.
AJ, I know. That's what you think. Listen, there's a story that we've all been told. You, me, and everybody in this room, right? We weren't all born flat earthers. We encountered the information and challenged ourselves and started to question, okay, wait a minute, maybe this isn't true. So on the question for the solar system, you haven't been challenged, and I know that because the story is what we've all heard that you just repeated to us. We all know this. The sun's in the middle. You got 9 planets roaming around the sun. Yes, we get it. But how have you proved
actually, it's 8 planets, 1 dwarf planet.
That's fine. I don't care. That's fine. What I'm trying to tell you, though, is how do you know it's a solar system with everything revolving around the sun? Because from your vantage point, I'll put it to you this way. You only see the sun moving from east to west in your sky. So from your vantage point, you don't see anything going around the sun. You actually see the sun moving across your sky from east to west. That's what you see. You don't see anything going around the sun.
Well, I don't have any big scientific instruments. That's why I'm saying we can rely on the scientific instruments. I also have a telescope. I do have actually. I lied. I have a telescope, and I can use it to see celestial beings such as Saturn, which are round. They have rings.
Celestial beings.
That's fine. Look, dude, you can see something through your telescope. I don't deny what you say you see, but the problem we're having is that the model of the solar system hasn't any merit to say that it's actually what they're telling you it is. Well, number one, you do not observe a solar system. When you look up at the night sky, you see what people consider them to be planets, right? That they're
You can't observe air either, but it's still there, isn't it?
Brother, listen to what I'm telling you. I have a moment in time to speak to your mind. After you leave here, you may never return, but you will be left with the challenge.
Yeah, I'm not going to return. I just came here for fun.
That's fine. All right, but I want you to stay with the challenge, at least to consider it, if anything, even if it's a joke to you. But think about it. When you think about the solar system, you've only been told the story of how it operates, right? The planets are revolving around the sun due to the fact there's a gravitational attraction from the sun pulling all the
That's
planets.
what I was about to say, but old Storytime McGee over here interrupted me.
Yeah, but
we don't need the bedtime story. Let me get tucked in first, bro. Sorry, hold on. Let me get tucked in bed first.
Listen, we've all heard that, AJ. It's the reason why he interrupted and said that. So we don't need to hear it again.
You asked for an
from you.
explanation.
Yeah,
no, we
I was
didn't.
going to give my explanation.
It needs to be a vantage point from you that's going to solidify how you know something is the case, not something that you.
But
is the.
I don't have any scientific instruments. That's my problem. I'm not a rich boy.
So right. So what you're telling me is you're just adhering to a story that you've been told because you don't have the equipment. Supposedly, those who have the equipment know the answer, according to you, right?
And in some cases, yeah.
Okay, so right now, is it the fact that it's just a faith-based belief system to you?
It is. I would say it's pretty faith-based.
Okay,
but it's also widely accepted.
I know, but it
okay,
doesn't
hold
matter.
on, wait. That's a horrible point. Sorry, it's
No.
There's been
Go
the
ahead.
same claim by multiple sources as well. So
yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, just like, and I'm going to use an analogy, right? Just like Santa Claus is widely believed, and it's a tradition that everybody practices, and the young children believe it because the parents are making the kids believe. It's a fun thing for them anyway. It's a tradition, right? But
I'm breaking the cycle.
It doesn't matter, right? The
doesn't
traditions, because there's other people doing it, so it doesn't matter if you don't do it.
Yeah,
it doesn't. So, anyways, think about it. Other children will still think Santa Claus is real because there are other people on Earth that their parents are teaching them this. Anyway, Santa is not a real person, right? You know that, I know that. We all know this. But the thing is, it's being taught traditionally year after year. And so just the same, this model of the Earth as a globe in a solar system is being taught to children everywhere and adults. And it's given the same type of lore that Christmas is, right? All the trappings, you got all the, space imagery, and you got videos and NASA's saying the astronauts and people speaking out and globalists, vernacular. All this stuff is coming at you at light speed. And you're just here just like, dude, these flat earthers are stupid. But you don't contemplate the implications of believing a story without any evidence. Now that you have at least one inkling of time frame to think about it, you should at least think, okay, wait a minute. How the fuck do I know that the Earth is actually in a solar system? Did I ask anybody about it, or am I just accepting it faith-based? And I think that's important, right? Because if you're actually searching for truth, you're going to ask yourself those questions. You're not just going to completely accept everything that's coming at you, bro. That's my kind of like piece to tell you, because I know, bro, like some people just come in here and you're like, this is fucking stupid, I'm out. Like that's fine. All I'm saying is when you're listening to people tell you something, you should critically think about what's being told to you, AJ. Whether it's true or not, it's still going to be up to you to do the research.
Right. You're right. You're right about that.
But I'm saying, like, everybody has the option to accept what they hear and believe it, or, trust whatever they hear, or they can challenge it and say, you know what? I don't know if you're telling me the truth. I want to challenge you. That's all I'm saying.
Here's I'm gonna say something, and I don't want to be putting down with no bedtime story thinking. And let me tell you how my critical thinking would work. I told you I have a telescope, and as a child, you look at the telescope and you see all these beings, these celestial beings, and they're round, and the sun is round, and shut up. So you can see those are round. And you can think, why would it be any different with the Earth? Why would it be any different? I don't, and that's why I don't understand.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked you earlier.
And
Name one resemblance.
Hold on, just for a second. See, with asteroids, the smaller they are, the less they can pull in their own gravity and become
AJ,
round.
you're preaching the stories we've already been told. We want you to verify them for us, mate. Validate them. Prove they are true.
That's a challenge, AJ.
I don't have any of the instruments to do that.
But that's important, right? Isn't that the most important step?
Except for Safari.
You personally don't need the instruments. You are allowed to go and do some research and go, oh, look,
that's what I'm
John
talking
West
about.
has actually done this.
He has
Yeah, I
phantom
said
instrument
aside from
syndrome because you
Safari,
couldn't
I don't
even
have the
say what instrument would need it. What instrument? Name one.
That I would need to
To verify,
observe.
no, not to observe, to verify the claim that you believe, basically on a faith base right now. CB's asking a legitimate question. What instrument would you need if you think there's an instrument out there that actually produces the evidence?
Let's see. A GoPro, a balloon.
No, I know. Dude, like, think about it. Where does that GoPro have to go, bro? Where?
And then pop and then come back. The gravity brings it back.
No, I mean, where does it have to go so that you can verify that you live in a solar system or that the moon is what they say? You know, where does that go? Because that's it's a pretty low standard if you ask. Like, if it's just going to go up in the air and then come back
Yeah,
down.
I see where you're coming from. But I was just talking about the curvature of the Earth. But in a solar system, I don't know what instrument I would need. Let me think.
Think away. Because this story is not only just being told to you and you accept it, everybody hears it, dude. Which is why CB says, dude, it's a bedtime story. Because we've already heard it. So it doesn't need to be said again. All you have to do is just say, look, let me pony up with the evidence. I'll tell you how I know the thing. But it sounds to me already you've given us the information that you're just believing on faith. And now you're searching for the equipment that it would take for somebody to know this information to be true. Which is the next
Check
step,
it out.
right? I guess for you.
T-Dubs chucked up in text chat for you, mate. 35 past the hour. 121,000 feet. Camera, balloon.
Let's see.
Where's your curvature?
Smoked. Hooked.
That is way too low.
That's not too low. You said a
Gotta go a little
GoPro and
higher
a
than that.
balloon. What do you think? How high do you think a balloon can go? What's like the max?
It's in the stratosphere. That's exactly
Alright.
the height. That's the height of a balloon right there, AJ.
Yeah, it's at max, bro.
That's the max for a balloon. 120,000, around 120,000 feet, bro. That's the maximum distance a balloon can go into the stratosphere. Nothing travels into the
Okay.
mesosphere.
Okay, you're right. But what about? Okay, now I have a legitimate question.
Sure.
Well, I always had a legitimate question until now. But what about this? Like, let's say the International Space Station, for example. Hold on, I don't want to hear the "oh, here we go again."
I want to know where you're coming. I want to
Here
know
we
where you're
go.
coming from. Where are you coming from?
But it's the footage is just how do you deny that footage that is being sent back to Earth?
you think about it. Think about it like this. If you do a little bit of math, right, you want to know how big the Earth is. So you don't know this right now, and I'm giving it to you like this so you can look into it. So the size of the Earth actually matters in regards to the altitude of the ISS above the Earth's surface. Because according to the lore of the globe, where the ISS is in the upper part of the thermosphere, it's flying around the Earth every 90 minutes. So it's going about 175. Wait, sorry. Let me back up. It's going 17,500 miles per hour. That means that every 90 minutes it does its orbit around the Earth. This is the
And
lore.
you think
I'm
that
telling you.
affects the vision?
I'm telling you the lore. So it's been up there since 1998. I want to say. You guys can quote me on that.
I think it's about that time.
Says 98 or something like that. So it's up there for like more than 25 odd years. 26, 27 years. And according to the lore, it's in a decaying orbit. So what it is, it's falling around the Earth. Over 27 years, bro. And now think about this. Because of the orbital trajectory that it hasn't collided with any space junk, yada, 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 right? So there's a lot of stuff that's attached to the lore. But now, the important thing is, at the speed at which it's going, at the upper part of the thermosphere, there's a lot of things that are attached to it. Now, that's the belief. So you have to think in terms of whether or not it can be at that specific altitude based on the altitude of where it's at. Now, it's said to be about 255 miles above the Earth's surface. That's where its location is above the surface of the Earth. And it's descending, of course. It's in a decaying orbit. But very little, according to their exclamations. Now, it's important, right? So we have 255 miles above the Earth's surface, which accumulates to about, maybe, guys, quote me on this if I might be wrong on the numbers here, but 300,000 feet. Is that right? We're talking...
I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, not you. I'm talking to the team here. Going over the lore of the ISS.
You talking about stratosphere?
No. It's way above the stratosphere. It's in the It's in the upper part of the thermosphere, but it's still not past the exosphere. I'm talking about the ISS, the location of where it's in the decaying orbit. So it's said to be around 255 miles above the Earth's surface. Anyway, the vantage, I'm just going to get into it, AJ. The vantage point from the ISS is said to be that at that altitude. Now, according to the size of the Earth, we have the radius value at 3,959 miles, right? So from where you're standing on the surface of the Earth to the center is 3,959 miles. So that's this from where you're standing on the surface to the center of the Earth. The circumference around the Earth is 24,901 miles. So that's the circumference of the globe. Now we have all this information, which means that we can apply some math, right? Simple geometry to extrapolate what distance the ISS is in relation to what it would see. So according to that distance, the ISS is not able to see the curvature of the Earth in relation to how big the Earth is. So at that altitude, you would think it could see curvature. According to the math, it doesn't work out. It would see about, I think the percentage works out to be less than 3%, gentlemen, in the room. So less than 3%. I want to say the upper 2% of the Earth, which is not nearly enough to see curvature. So according to the math, it works out that you can't see curvature even from the ISS. Now, what's really important is that we have people that are advocating for this position in academia. I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass, AJ. Trust me, I'm not doing it. I want you to realize that we've researched this topic, and it comes out that people who advocate for the position of where the ISS is and what they could see will not say that you can see curvature from that altitude. Now, importantly enough, people that want to actually know that they could see curvature are only a handful of people that actually left even that altitude and much further. So those who went to the moon were privy to actually seeing the Earth's curvature, which amounts to about maybe 6 or 7 people, maybe 8, somewhere like that. Individuals out of all of humanity that have seen the Earth in a very particular vantage point. And those were the...
Do you believe the moon landing was real?
That's not, it's not beyond what...
Hell no.
What I'm saying right now is it's not really relevant to the point to say that solidifying the point the Earth has curvature. What I'm showing you is I'm demonstrating this is the lore of the space mythos, right? So this is all attached to it, everything that I'm telling you. So the only people that have seen the Earth's curvature are the ones that left the orbit of the Earth and have went to the moon and such. Those are the only ones that could say for themselves that they were the ones privy to see that. Okay, now that you know that, only a handful of people have seen the Earth's curvature. The rest of the people believe the Earth is curving. So we got like 8 or so people totally seen the Earth's curvature, astronauts. And everybody else on the surface believes that the Earth is a globe. They do not know it. They have not seen it. The ISS is not seeing it. What they're displaying to you is video footage from lenses that have been distorted with barrel distortion. Now, barrel distortion, every lens has. I don't care if you talk about a rectilinear lens. Every lens has a barrel distortion. So it doesn't matter what lens you go to. And they all are built this way because that's what lenses are meant to do. They're meant to see in that way. So even if you get the lenses that are straight and you don't have that much fisheye perspective, it doesn't matter. You'll still have some sort of barrel distortion at the edges of that lens. That would be considered minuscule amount of barrel distortion, but it won't totally take it all completely out and make it perfectly flat. So, with that said, the ISS, number one, cannot see the Earth's curvature because of the percentage of what it would see from its vantage point. Number two, the lenses that it uses do not give you the correct way to see, even if you could see at that vantage point that the Earth is demonstrating itself to be flat because it's using different type of lenses, and there's different lenses that have been used going up that take out as much barrel distortion as possible, and you could see actually what the Earth looks like without any of that barrel distortion. The Chinese space station has shown that there's a flat horizon on one of their spacewalks or whatever. They showed that there was a image of the Chinese space station showing a camera that has that type of lens, a rectilinear lens, and it shows that there's a flat horizon. And there's people that send their cameras up on balloons that show the flat horizon. So we have what we have that we've encountered is there's much more evidence to show, not only in just video and what people can say that they've seen from a high altitude, but also with measurement that the Earth at that size, the size of the Earth, how big it is, you could not see curvature from even the ISS. So it's a long-winded approach, and I'm sorry, but I'm trying to give you as much detail as I can before I lose you, because I don't know how much time you got. And
I'm still here.
Anyway, it's important, right? All this stuff, you can ask questions, but still, yet again, if you do the math, I'll challenge you to do that. Find out how big the Earth is on Google. You can find out the radius, diameter, and circumference, so you'll know how big the Earth is. Then put it to how the altitude of the ISS, and try to do the math, working out to see if you could see the curvature, or whether it would only be so minuscule that you wouldn't even be able to see what you would consider the curvature of the Earth would be. And this is important, right? Because there's either the Earth is too big and we can't see curvature, or the Earth is small enough that we could see curvature. So you got two things that are in contention with each other. So you have to kind of rectify that in some way. Either the Earth is too big, we can't see curvature, or the Earth is small enough that we could see curvature. There's a problem, right? That you have to rectify in some way. So that's the challenge for those who think that the Earth is a globe.
So I feel like any questions I'm going to ask, you've already heard before.
That's fine, dude. But you still have to go through. Even if it's something that I've heard, I have to kind of listen.
No, I'm not finna. Oh, yeah. Bedtime britches over here. He's muted, but
Yeah, you're not finna cook. Facts.
Do you have anything in regards to a question about whether or not the paradigm you think is true maybe be challenged? Because I can, dude. I will challenge you. But the thing is, that's all I can do. I'm not here to convince you, AJ. That's not the heart of my aim. I'm not here to do that. I'm not going to spin my wheels to infinity till you get the fact that the Earth is flat. I'm not going to do that. I want to be as concise as I can possible, even though it sounded long-winded the last time. But, I want to give you as much information as well. So that it's not just kind of, you're coming in here and you're just getting like a half-baked, explanation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, man, if you really challenge yourself, you're going to find out that this is not a meme. There's legitimate people who have been challenging themselves for over 10 years, and all the ins and outs about the Earth being a globe, every argument you could think of has been brought into this room by people from academia. I mean, professors and PhDs, scholars, academics, everybody you can think of has already challenged us, and also the internet trolls, the everyday Joes. Everybody's come in here. Nobody has proven that the Earth is a globe by way of demonstrating measurement or any way, practically using the Earth that it's a globe.
So how would you prove the Earth is flat?
Oh, that's simple.
How tall are you, AJ?
I didn't ask you. I asked my friend here.
Yeah, but we've come full
It's
circle.
an axiom.
We had a conversation earlier, AJ. That's the only
I
reason
didn't
why
ask you, did I? And I'm not rude, so don't talk, please. I want to hear from my friend here.
That's fine. We could circle back to that later. I'll just give it to you this way. In 3 ways, we can detail that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. I'll go into the 3 methods. The first one would be observation. We stop and look at the Earth, right? We make our observations. Depending on where you're out on the Earth, I'd say go to any watery part of the Earth, large bodies of water display no convexity while at rest. And I would say that's a pretty clear indication of an observation producing itself to show. Thank you. Yeah,
Well, hold on for a second. If it produces no convexity, you were just talking about how even from 300,000 feet high, you can't see it. Why would you be able to see it on the Earth?
Yeah, this is an important point, right? I guess what I'm demonstrating to you is that from our vantage point, it does indeed look flat. And so I don't think there's a challenge here for anybody that thinks that the Earth is a globe, at least from an observational standpoint.
The
From an
Earth being
observational
flat is an
standpoint,
axiom.
yeah, from an observational standpoint, we should all agree that the Earth looks flat.
Of course
This
it
is
does.
like
Even
an
I agree with
axiom. I know that's what Flatsy is basically getting into. It's just a base axiom. We observe the Earth this way. Now, we're going to say that because an observation determines that. We're not going to say that the axiom is we're starting with the Earth looks like a globe or an oblate spheroid, because that's not our observations.
That's not. Yeah, I agree. It looks like from here. It looks like a
Yeah.
flat plane. There.
So you would say, like, people would argue, well, okay, we're just like amoebas on a beach ball or whatever, right? That's probably what it is. So what we'll get into is that just covers observation. So I'm doing it in 3 waves. Second wave I'm going to cover right now is measurement. Now, if we're going to do measurement, it's not just observation anymore. We're going to verify that the Earth is measured to be a horizontal topographical plane. What do I mean by that? Simple. Land topography. So wherever you are, there's going to be hills, mountains, valleys, and such. And so you're not going to say that the Earth is paper thin and flat. That's not what we're saying either. What we're telling you is a horizontal plane will demonstrate itself to have features, right? Which, of course, that amounts to mountains, hills, or valleys. So a horizontal plane is what we can identify from the surface of the Earth, from the liquid parts of the Earth. So any watery surface like lakes, oceans, and that sort of thing, we can demonstrate that water holds its rigidity in space, which also demonstrates its orientation to be a horizontal plane. So water is definitely, within physics, the best way we can describe the Earth itself producing its level plane to us. And also, it's useful for measuring. Now, measuring how? Well, it's simple, right? So if you're going to use a measurement system, you have to have a baseline. That baseline would be mean sea level. Maybe you've heard this term one time or not, but mean sea level is the average of the rise and fall of tides. So they're going to get a mean average of the rise and fall of tides, create a horizontal vertical point. So it'll be horizontal, which will be perpendicular to that is vertical. So you have a 90-degree angle right at that vertical point. So it becomes a standard, a baseline, if you will. So moving from that vertical point and horizontally outward, you're going to create a 90-degree, which is the standard for measuring surface topography, which means that land surveyors doing planar surveying, useful for construction in roads, canals, any type of building structure on the surface, are going to have a useful baseline in small distances. Now, planar surveying, as you can look up right now, will give you an indication how the standard is being utilized across the surface of a topographic plane. So that means that we're going to get an elevation profile from this horizontal plane standard. From a zero baseline, we're going to say the mountain or the hill that's either 20 miles, I'm giving you an arbitrary number, 20 miles inland, we're going to have like a vertical measurement from the land topography to say that the hill or the mountain is 200 feet above sea level, or, we have a depression, which will equal out to be anything below sea level, right? So we're going to have values that we can attribute based on this horizontal mean sea level baseline. And this is the way we're going to be able to ascribe a horizontal plane to the surface of the Earth, horizontally. Now, if it were the other way around and the surface was curving, then we'd have to account for a curving surface, which we do not. Planar surveying in no part takes account for the curvature of the Earth, nor does it need to. According to globe proponents, they would exclaim that the curve of the Earth is so minuscule at a small amount that planar surveying would not have to need to account for any curvature in any way. So planar surveying is the way we get going with starting to measure from a horizontal plane that's taken from mean sea level as the baseline. So we understand very simple facts that the Earth is measured as a horizontal plane with land topography, which means that the flat Earth that we speak of would be that horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is indeed as flat as can be, if not perfectly flat, because that would be the baseline for every measurement that we would take on the surface to gain elevation profiles, if you will. So what we understand, the point number 2 is covered with the measurement of the surface, but measurements also increase to include other things like angle measurements to Polaris. An angle measurement to Polaris can also give us indication of latitude and or longitude. So we'll be able to ascribe the Earth in a way that can use these straight line angles. So an angle is used with 2 straight lines, one having a baseline, which would be on the surface of the Earth. That is our baseline. That baseline for the angle would be the surface of the Earth, which we get at a horizontal plane. Now, I know what you're thinking. This could happen on a curving surface using a tangential plane. Problem with that is we're going to have to measure a drop over distance using a tangential plane. Now, the tangential plane that you create on a curving surface will have to be demonstrated as true. So if we measure from a tangential plane and we have a drop over the distance, then we would be able to understand that the Earth is curving away from that tangential plane. But if that's not the case, then we are indeed using the Earth to measure a flat baseline or straight line for one of those angle measurements. So the bottom line of that angle would be the surface of the Earth, and the one angling towards Polaris would be the other angle. So you can definitely measure with that using like a sextant or whatnot, and that would be a great way to get a baseline for a ground position of a star, let's say. But further than that, there's other methods to include measurements on the surface to be a horizontal plane. I want to stop here because I don't want to get too far long in the tooth. So let's just say measurements of the surface of the Earth. Well, we can conclude for this particular moment that the Earth is measured as a horizontal plane, as a flat plane. I just want to stop there for a moment. I want to conclude the third part. I don't know. Did you have any questions, AJ, or because I'm kind of like
no? My only thing was gonna
W monologue,
but
sorry.
I was gonna say it, but you already said it. It was the curve is too minuscule to even count. But you already said that. That was my only thing. So
that's fine. That's fine. I understand all points from every position. I've been doing this for about 10 years, as you might notice when I'm going through my monologue. But I will accept questions that you have. They're very important at this point. I do want to, entertain, and it doesn't. Dumb questions aren't dumb to me. They're just ones that you thought of, and I should engage with them because that's what I need to do. All right. So the last one would be practically used as a horizontal plane. This one is, I think, to me, one of the most astounding because it actually goes by a lot of people's minds that the Earth is just utilized as a globe. Obviously, we travel over the surface. So people such as pilots on a plane or mariners, navigating on their boats, they would travel over the surface exactly like they would as a globe. Well, I think that's indeed the opposite. When you talk to anybody who's actually navigated the oceans or anybody who's flown over any land, in a plane, you talk to these people and they'll tell you very frankly, the Earth is not flown over or navigated across the oceans as a surface. It is definitely navigated across as if it were a flat Earth. Now, it's important because there's questions that come up like, well, why do pilots have their flight plans? And in their flight plans, they show like an arced curve, like with these maps that they show, showing that they have to take an arc path and such. But even if that were the case, when you talk to a pilot, right, after they make their flight plans, and you say, excuse me, Mr. Pilot, when you travel the surface of the Earth, when you ascend to your cruising altitude, and once you reach your cruising altitude, do you have to account for the curvature? As in, do you have to traverse the surface of the Earth, negotiating over any specific amount of curvature during your flight? As in, do you take it into account that you're flying over 500 miles of curvature? Well, the resounding answer from the pilot will be an absolutely no. They do not account for
because the autopilot accounts for it.
Yes, every pilot that I've spoken to thus far that are being honest will always say they do not account for the curvature of the Earth. They fly over the surface of the Earth on a very flat and level course without accounting for the surface curvature, because there isn't any. So they would say, like the measurement side of things, as you might have heard, that it's so minuscule that it doesn't need to be taken into account. Because I tell you like this, these pilots, even though they think that the Earth is a globe and don't say that the Earth is actually flat, they don't say that the Earth is actually flat. They'll say they'll treat it like it's flat because they don't have to account for the curvature. But when they're flying their planes, they don't have to account for it because they fly over the surface like if it was a flat Earth. So practically using the surface as if it were a flat Earth. Interestingly enough, the same goes for mariners. When they navigate across the surface of the waters using their sextant, they understand that they do eye height corrections, so they can do angle measurements to stars and correctly navigate the surface of the ocean waters as if it were a flat Earth. Now, that's not to say they don't believe that the Earth is a globe, but when they use their navigation methods, they always treat the Earth that way. So it's practically used as a horizontal plane, and they navigate across it as such. Whether or not they actually think that the Earth is flat it's not even the point here. The point is they navigate across it that way. So whether they believe that the Earth is a globe is of no consequence. The thing that is important is how they navigate. And if you don't believe me, which I hope you don't, you can go and ask those guys and grill them and ask them, do you take the curvature into account when you're navigating across the surface? They will give you a resounding no. They should if they're being honest with you. So anyway, practical use case number 3 checks out as using a flat surface, which would be a horizontal plane. And therefore, the 3 cases for it being observed as flat, measured as flat, and practically used as flat are all 3 points solidified for flat Earth. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, man. I just...
Don DeMarco. Marco.
I try to stay as concise as I can. I'm going to tell you this way. Each one of those points has hundreds, if not thousands, of demonstrations of ways I could tell you in like many colorful ways of how they're all demonstrated to be true. But right now,
so
it should be...
I have to go soon, but I really want to ask you this question. Like, I'm busy right now. I have to leave soon, but here's just one more question I have to ask you. If this is such a big revelation, then why is nobody talking about it?
Simple answer.
You're talking about it.
Well, I'll tell you like this.
I didn't ask you.
I'll tell you like this.
It's an open panel.
Can you stop talking, please? I want to hear it from Alpha Fritas. He's the most calm person here.
I'll roast you right now.
Seriously. I respect him the most because he's not like...
I just want to tell you like this, dude. We were all brought up with this, like, teaching or being told this thing. So it's not...
Yeah.
It's not that we're probably pretty sure that maybe your social circles haven't been exposed to this. That's probably because it's either one, they're indifferent. They don't really care one way or the other. Yeah, we've got some people thinking the Earth is flat. Some people think it's a toilet. Some people think it's a T-Rex. Who cares? It's not that. They're just people talking shit, right? But on the other hand, you got people who have never heard of it. Like you probably maybe never heard of it. Like it's never been in your radar. All of a sudden, you can join a politics server, and you're like, "What the hell is this flat Earth thing about?" So when you jump in here, there's the reason.
Yeah, I actually joined because of some like Christian Muslim debate thing this guy was telling me about. I said, "Sure, why not?" But I saw this. I genuinely thought it was some kind of joke, and I wanted to see what's going on.
It's not, because the fact that when we talk about it, think about it like this. Even if I were to tell you this, your first impression was, "Dude, this is stupid." And I'm gonna say this, AJ. Most people in here that first heard of it were probably as abrasive, if not more, than the way you were. The ones that are sitting in here right now that are flat earthers were the same way. They were like, "This is some bullshit, dude." When I first came across this about 10 years now, when I came across it, I thought it was bogus, dude. I was like, "Dude, what is this dumb shit that I'm looking at?" It said one of the videos that I seen, AJ, was Bruce Lee proves that the Earth is flat. That's how I looked into it. I was like, this got to be a good, fun joke. I came in there and I was like, the first thing that got me was the mechanics of water. So that to me stuck out like a sore thumb, because I'm all about like trying to figure out through an academic side of things, right? I want to know specifically how it's a globe. I don't care about the memes. I don't care what people are making videos about. I want to know from academia proving to me that the Earth is an actual globe. I don't care about anybody else talking to me. It was just like I was drowning everything out. I want to know from academic resources how it's an actual globe. And I'm telling you, brother, they could not detail to me how water curves over large surfaces. These are all assumptions. It's a mythos, dude. What actually happens with physics? Hydrostatic equilibrium provides evidence that the water bond, the molecular bonds of water, actually push out a surface that's flat. So the surface tension on the molecules of water that bond, they push out a flat surface. An easy demonstration of that is when you pour water on a countertop. Water moves outward as you pour water on the surface. But what happens is it doesn't curve into a ball. Never does that. Water always pushes itself outward. So the demonstration is water lays flat because of its hydrogen bonds.
Well, it's simply because of gravity, because when there's a constant force of gravity in the center, of course it's not.
Yeah, that seems to be the answer, AJ. But I would say this: look at the physics of water. Like, understand that using Archimedes' principle, there's a lot of ways that we understand through physics. We can understand the behavior of water, and that, my friend, is the most damning evidence for the globe. It's going to show you itself that water does not conform to a curved surface. It does not do that. Not on the globe. It doesn't prove that. What it proves is that water,
to a large amount of gravity.
I'm telling you, I've looked at this from many angles. Even that one that you're speaking of, thinking, well, gravity would conform itself. Water would stick to a ball. But I'm going to tell you, if you search this up, you could kind of feel a little bit of resistance on this right now. But I would only tell you, just look it up. Don't take my word for it. Just go and look into it. Physics will describe that. So.
On my way to my destination, which by the coming back to my destination, I do have to leave like right now. So.
Well, thank you for your time anyway. But
thanks for being respectful on and actually taking the time.
That's fine, bro.
I appreciate that. I really do. I'm not being I'm not exchanging niceties or anything. I genuinely mean it.
Yeah, same here, man.
My tongue hurts, man. I'm glad you're leaving because my tongue's bleeding. I was biting.
What do you mean? You're biting your tongue?
Oh yeah.
You're fine, dude. You're fine, AJ.
Bro's got some beef with me.
No, it's the fucking internet, dude. What do you think is gonna happen?
No, I know. All right, I'll catch y'all later then.
Later, dude.
We'll cook you next time. Peace.
You guys are savages,
bro. Trying to get my pound of flesh, dude.
I know. I think I need a Kool-Aid after that one. Fucking hell.
A Kool-Aid.
Well, I think he needs to change his name because he's not worthy of an AJ. That's for bloody sure.
Yeah, I know. He joined
CB's nodding his head.
He joined the Muslim Christian debate. I think he was saying that he was in there for that, and he just got sidetracked from our chat. So
that would be interesting because I remember the Quran says Allah rolled out the earth like a carpet.
Ooh.
So it sounds like maybe neither one of them knew what they were talking about.
Well, percentage knows that. He should anyway.
Yep, it's definitely flat in Islam.
I mean, we got some people rolling through here, man. That I don't know if we'll ever see him again, but just put a bug in his ear anyway.
I think he might. Oh.
Is the clown car on the way?
I sure hope so, man. Because we got hungry wolf pups in here, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're licking their chops. I had to snatch AJ and run with him, man, because you guys were gonna tear his ass up, dude.
No, we were about to cook.
To roast him, dude. 9 Ways to Sunday. I was like, oh my goodness.
Where's the nicest person?
Look at we got somebody.
We're just sitting here watching you cradle him, Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I have to use the soft kids. I can't go hard in the paint every time, brothers. I mean,
glass of milk.
I could.
Cookies. Fuck me, Dad.
Matrix.
Check this out.
If you'd have dropped one crumb, we'd have ripped that thing to shreds.
Yeah, I felt like, dude, I didn't want him to say not one thing out of boundary, dude. He would have been dust. Here, check this out. I just received this right now in my DMs. You click on it.
Oh, it's
Matrix.
the circus leader.
Yeah, everybody's gonna see your DM, Professor Phil. Just don't worry about it. Mr. Thirdum Dynamics.
That just came through?
Yeah, just right now.
Damn, bro, he's so active. He's like more active than me. This is crazy.
Now that's a guy you can rip into, man. Have at that one.
Who? Phil?
Wait, Matrix. Two Hill Phil?
I mean,
Two Hill
from the looks of it, his profile picture, it seems like he's already been torn one. His face is all bloody.
Got him. No, Matrix, when he was telling the stories, bro, I was like, Matrix, hit the sound effect. I was looking for the dream harp. You know what I mean? Like when you go into a dream scenario.
So let me just read this out for you because this is cringe as hell from the DM. But he says, your idea of the physics of water, right? He's telling me, is totally screwed up. Water has mass and as such is affected by gravity. Each and every molecule will be attracted to the Earth's center of mass. As such, the result can only result in a sphere. Aww.
He's projecting in physics. There's no definition of mass.
Preach it, Phil. Preach, brother.
He needs to come in here and tell you that, Matt, because I'm thinking he doesn't have the stones. But
yeah, thanks so much for leaving that out.
Hallelujah.
Maybe you guys can. Phil, I'm gonna step back. They're gonna talk to you, man, when you come in here. I'm not gonna be on your side. Shoot. I don't think you'll come in here, but if you do.
Come on, Gramps.
I'll stay muted and you can tell them how I was wrong. Let's see if they'll listen to all of your spiel.
Wow, Gramps.
Come on, Phil. I do. He's chomping at the bit. Dude, he wants to come in here so bad.
Do you know if he actually has the Discord account?
Yeah, he can come in here. He's not banned or anything.
Okay. Well,
that's listening how gravity works.
Call him. You could call him out. He's listening right now.
Yeah, he goes, Newton taught us how gravity works. Einstein taught us how gravity works. That's what he said, man.
I assumed he was just listening through YouTube or something. I didn't know.
No, I think that's where he's listening to us at. Yep, YouTube.
Oh, okay.
That's really obsessively. Yep.
So if he slides in one of your DMs, well, you know.
Oh shit.
No, I mean, I want him to show you guys what he's talking about because what he wrote to me didn't make any sense.
I second that. What Professor Phil Bell said in the DMs there did not make any sense. It's motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Phil Bevel doesn't make any sense. What now? This was what did he say? Thermoflymanics or thermal?
Thirdum Dynamics.
Of course,
Thirdum Dynamics.
He got it all wrong.
Jeez.
Yeah, breathing. Oh man. Take a breath and know we're in here.
I want him to prove what mass is to you. At least if he comes in here and does that, Matt, then we'll all be rest easy, right? Because he's done it. But he hasn't done it, so I guess he's not gonna.
No. Well, it'd be a lot cooler if he did, though.
It's a simple task, Phil. It's all you got to do. Matt's calling you out. It doesn't seem like you will come in here, but you can prove us wrong. I'll mute up, Phil, when you come in here.
Does gas have mass?
Yes, it does.
Does gas have weight?
Drunken said yes, it does. Oh, but we got a live one. Drunken, do you think the Earth's a globe?
I sure do.
We got
What's the evidence for that?
Pictorial evidence.
Well, pictures from space?
Yeah.
Does anybody want to take lead on this? I could, but what do you guys want? I took the last one.
Do you have the standards of a Bigfoot believer? Are you still here?
Maybe he didn't hear you.
Drunken, when you engage with a conversation, Yeah, when
Yeah,
you
that was
engage with the conversation, bro, it's like a back and forth. You know how conversations work.
I'm familiar with conversation, I believe, yeah.
Oh, okay, well, somebody was talking to you, and just like stonewalled him. So
Yeah, because I didn't hear the question, or I didn't realize.
One more time.
Uh,
Are you a advocate of Bigfoot?
No.
But there's pictures.
True.
All right. So then you have to believe that Bigfoot's real because there's pictures,
No,
bro.
because that's not.
So why can't you accept it if it's pictures?
Well, because the validity of that photo has been pretty.
Oh, it's been questioned?
Not only
Oh.
that, but it's the you would need more than just like a photo of Bigfoot. To prove
Yeah, there's video too.
real.
There's a video.
yeah, there is a video. Yep.
So you have pictures and video and multiple people, like lots of people have reported
Sightings, yeah.
sightings. So are you?
No, you're right. You must be real. You're right.
Well, I'm saying this is your level. This is your stand. This is your standard. So like,
No,
if you just accept,
there's plenty of stuff. Like you can, even without photos, you can. There's the whole Aristophanes equation. Like we've
all right, cool. We'll just dismiss pictures then. So we'll go on Eratosthenes. What did he do?
I'm not going to dismiss pictures.
All right, well then we'll come back to your pictures. We'll come back to your pictures and we'll go through the validity of those. Okay, and how does that work?
Personally, I'm not a mathematician. I couldn't tell you, but I trust that he was a smarter guy than I and was doing some good math.
This is called phantom expert syndrome.
True.
When you believe that there's like experts out there with the answers. Let me just ask you, like, well, what do they do? And you're like, I don't know. I just believe it. Okay,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I trust that his math was correct.
But what did he do?
From my understanding is that he put some stuff in the sand and measured the distance between some shadows and was able to pretty accurately guess
stuff in the sand. This guy.
Does that make the Earth a globe, dude?
Nothing. I mean, gravity makes the Earth a globe. That's just the.
But why?
Like the
If gravity is the. Okay, so we're just gonna dismiss Eratosthenes. So gravity is the proof. That's the proof.
No, that's why it's a sphere. It's not why it does without if it's just the most stable shape it can be.
Begging the question.
Gravity makes the Earth a sphere. That's the most stable shape. How do you know this?
Well, you can see this in outer space. You can literally pour water out and it turns into a.
You could see from outer space, bro. What?
Yeah, if you
pour water out where?
On the ISS.
No. You've only seen that on. You literally only see that on YouTube, and you're thinking, "Well, I should be able to pour water out, and it turns into a sphere too."
Yeah, that's what happens.
No, it doesn't.
If you're on the ISS, well, not even on the ISS, you can actually do it on you can prove this when they do the planes that simulate.
Yeah, it's a plane
gravity.
which is falling. Yeah,
yeah, but you can
not
simulate,
analogous to normal human
you can simulate
life.
Zero gravity or microgravity, I should say. Sorry, and you can simulate what it would look like. So you don't even necessarily need to be in
Why
outer
the
space.
necessity to simulate it if they're doing the real thing?
Ooh.
That's an airplane. The ISS isn't always just constantly. That would be pretty impressive
Yeah,
if
it
they were
is.
just constantly falling.
Yes, it is. It's falling around the Earth. It's a decaying orbit. It's falling.
To some extent, but it's a little different than
To
what
some
the planes are
extent,
doing.
to all extent, man, it's falling.
Yeah, but it's
around
not the
Earth.
same. It's not the same thing as what those airplanes are doing.
Really? So it's not descending?
The ISS, I don't think so. No.
It is descending, Drunken. Go look at the lore. It's descending, bro. It's falling. What do you think falling means? Going up?
Going down a gravity well.
Yeah, it's going down, so it's falling, descending.
Yeah,
it's orbiting.
Well, that's it. It's going down, but it's accelerating forward at the same time, right? So it maintains a consistent, more or less.
I think I could be wrong. Maybe you're right, but I think there's a distinction between orbiting something and falling down to Earth. So.
It's falling. It's a decay. What's a decaying orbit, bro? Go look it up.
Yeah, the issue with that is you do have a constant downward vector, right? So they do feel, quote unquote, that downward force, quote unquote, right? So there's your falling, but you're also zipping forward at the same time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So
yeah, but it's still falling. So
okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, you said it was different from the airplane.
Yeah.
Well, it's still
it
falling,
is.
and it's simulating the microgravity in which you speak of. Yeah.
Around a flat disk? No, I don't think so.
No.
Oh, here we go.
You just finished saying that it was simulating microgravity on the Vomit comet, the plane.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that what the ISS is doing too?
No, because it
No.
literally just is in microgravity. It's
Yeah,
outside the
so
atmosphere.
it's different because it's falling, but the plane that was descending is falling too. So they're both simulating the same thing.
Okay.
Duh.
True.
Well, you said they're different. It's like they're both simulating
Yeah, 'cause
gravity.
I believe they are different. Yeah.
But they're not, because they're both falling towards the Earth.
If they were the same thing, I think there would just be a word for it. They
They're
would
both
know.
simulating microgravity, and you're trying to make a distinction that one isn't doing that. They're both doing that.
Well, because the ISS isn't simulating microgravity, it is in
It
microgravity.
is simulating it if it's
No.
falling. Hello?
It takes a very specific type of falling for it to simulate microgravity.
It's a very specific. What kind of falling do you think?
I'm not a pilot. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
But
so you don't
there's
know.
you can do different
so
types
you don't
of.
know.
You can do different types of gravity on those planes. Like there's like you
Different
can simulate
types of gravity?
Yeah,
Different types of gravity.
What does
Yeah, you
that
can
mean?
I was about to. Well, no, I was about to explain before.
How
you
many are there?
You're getting
There's-
shit
there's
from your
gravity.
butthole
Well,
and throwing
it's
it at the
relative.
wall, bro.
No, it's relative.
How many
to
are
the
there?
planet you're on. How
many are there?
Number of planets. If you could let me
Different types
finish.
of gravity. Are
Number
you
of
kidding
planets.
me?
Yeah, each
No.
planet has a different gravity. Like
Bro,
it's the
you're
depending how
already
massive the
drunken.
planet is, the
You're
more gravity it
broken,
has.
bro. You can't say different types of gravity because according
Absolutely
to your
can.
paradigm, you can only speak of the one gravity, the effect that's happening, right?
Sorry, okay, I forgot I was talking to retarded children. You're correct.
No,
yes,
no, I think
gravity
you're
in
just-
and of
you're
itself
just-
works by itself correctly.
You're
It
getting
wouldn't
your
be
feelings,
even
dude.
even if what you're saying is true that it's
The more
different on other
massive an-
planets.
the
That's
more
not a different
massive an
type of
object is,
gravity.
the more it
sir.
warps
We're gonna pop you on mute
space
if you
and
can't control
time.
yourself. Control yourself. And he's gone.
Different type of gravity.
Different types of gravity, bro. What the? What was his name? Drunken. I'm just gonna keep talking. I'm not gonna listen as I speak through everyone. No, you're not.
Sounds drunk.
Sister boy should have stuck around.
That was one thing that the people don't know from their lore. Even though Mick tried to clarify that it's still going straight, it's falling. It's still going down, according to them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be falling. What does falling mean?
Going down.
Decaying orbit, bro. At some point, that fucking orbit will be crashing down and it will be disintegrating in the upper parts of the atmosphere, according to the lore. So it's going down. And if anything, you could attribute it to like what the Vomit Comet is doing, simulating that gravity according to their lore. Not that it's actually doing that thing that we're saying, but it would be like the plane. Same thing.
Right, so decaying orbit is kind of like it's spiraling inwards, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So if that's the case, it's doing the same thing and simulating the same thing. That's not any different, except one is over a larger span, going at a different rate, but it's still descending. And at some point, of course, if they left it alone, it would just, it's going to go ahead and disintegrate into the upper parts of the thermosphere. But that's neither here nor there. So.
He's back.
We got Ninja's he's back. All right, let's pop him off mute there for a second. I think I just want to get one answer clear. You're saying there's different types of gravity. We can grant that. How many? Give us a number.
Well, no, you have a misunderstanding of what I mean.
Okay. English is Chinese. Pretty sure you were speaking English plainly for everyone to hear. So when you say different types of gravity, how many?
So there's one force in the universe. It's called gravity, but
So that would be one, not different types.
Yeah,
got it.
But what I meant by different types of gravity was that, like, when you're on the plane, you can simulate different types of gravity because on a
What
planet.
do you mean by that?
Wouldn't that be like different
I don't even
strengths?
get-
You mean
Yes.
So
So not types,
What do you mean by type? What type is one thing is one thing.
Are you
The other thing is different than
incapable
one.
means
of
strengths.
engaging?
He means strengths.
I'm confused as to why you can overtalk me, but I'm not allowed to overtalk you. Confused.
I
With
don't know
our
what you
panel, we'll
mean.
run
You
it how
gotta
we see fit.
clarify.
Okay.
Clarify for the
But,
room.
like, you realize that's like hypocritical, right?
Clarify
Yes,
for the
facts. As long as you
room.
can
What do you
acknowledge
mean?
that. Okay.
Yep.
What do you mean?
I was just curious if you were.
He means
acknowledging.
strength.
Do you mean?
So the sun is a more massive body in space, so it has a stronger gravity. So if you were able to stand on the surface of the sun, it would be very hard to stand up. If you're being a human being that grew up on Earth.
It's a cool story, bro.
Okay.
Oh yeah, stand
that
on the
it?
surface.
So you can
Literally a bedtime
can-
story.
So you can simulate this in the airplane. You can simulate what like the sun's gravity would be, or
No,
what the
dude,
moon's
like
gravity
that's
would
not
be.
okay. Still, when it's descending, right, the plane, and you're
Yes,
inside
so
of
you
it,
are correct. It's not the same necessarily, but it is falling somewhat due
Right.
to atmospheric friction, according to Google, for a few seconds. But
yeah,
so
you could look into that. It doesn't matter, but don't do it on the fly. Here's what I'm saying: it would
Why
be
not?
simulating the thing that you consider to be
Well, no, it's not.
microgravity.
It's not simulating it. It's also not
It is
falling the
doing
same.
that
It's
because
not.
let's
It's
put it
not
this way.
falling in the same way.
I'll give you. Hold on. I'll give you an
Well, no,
instance.
I've made
Let's
my
say
point.
in your example, right? If let's say the gravity was void, that would mean that it would. Is he deafing himself?
Yes, he bloody
Did he
hell did.
really? Fuck him,
He
bro.
I have to
deafened
go
himself.
Google something.
That's fine.
Maybe. Yeah.
But think about it.
Give
But think about it. Like if the thing was far away from any gravitational attraction, then that means that it would be the actual thing where you're saying something can float. It's floating on its own accord. There's no gravity pulling on the thing or pushing on the thing, according to the paradigm. Right? I'm just indulging them. But if something was far away from any planet or anything, there would be no gravitational attraction to make that thing simulate what he's saying is happening. Because just like the vomit comment, it goes up, and when it's descending and it's falling, it's creating that simulation of what he considers to be microgravity. Do you get what I mean? So in the same manner, that's what the ISS is doing. It needs to be so far away from anything that has any gravitational attraction to be what he would be considered no gravity, just floating around.
Microgravity. There's no.
But
such thing
that's
as no
not what's
gravity.
happening with the ISS because it's falling. It's in a decaying orbit. You got to bone up on that lore, man, if you really want to keep up with what's what, man.
It sounds like
'Cause,
you
I mean,
barely
obviously,
understand it. So
no, I really don't think you have an inkling of knowledge on any of these things. So when I'm telling you this, you're thinking like, "Well, he's not saying the truth." And you look it up, you're like, "Oh shit, it is in a decaying orbit."
can I ask you?
That's
Ask you guys? So you guys don't believe in gravity, correct? You guys don't think
It's not
gravity
that
is
we
a
don't
true
believe in the
Which type
gravity
of
that
gravity?
you speak of. Listen, when we're
theory?
talking
In
about
the Earth gravity.
yeah, I know what you mean, dude.
But which
That's
type, though?
Einsteinian gravitational attraction, which means that you're being pushed into the earth because time and space is being distorted and therefore causing a gravity well, and that's the reason why things are being pushed into the earth. We understand that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you understand that theory, but you don't believe in it, correct?
Hell no, it's dumb.
It's not about a belief system, man. The belief is
So you don't find that theory supported in evidence or in fact? You
no,
don't
there's
believe
no
that's a fact?
scientific information
None which
that's
was
gonna give
presented.
us that's going to give us
Well,
a
not-
demonstration of that being the case.
Well, when objects fall to the ground.
That's an effect.
They didn't spawn in the air falling.
That's an effect.
Well, why does it?
Now,
why does it fall down then? What is the force
what the,
pulling it
what
up
the,
here?
listen,
probably picked it up first.
what Einsteinian gravitational theory is attempting to do, right, with general relativity and special relativity, is attempting to produce an explanation as to why things are causing, what's the cause behind the effect. The cause,
Yeah, gravity.
not the effect.
Yeah, gravity
Of
is
gravity,
the cause.
yes, of gravity. No,
gravity
that's
is the
circular. You
cause.
kids, listen
not.
to what I'm saying.
Gravity is the effect and the cause.
It's not the effect. No, the effect is it falling down. Gravity is the cause of it falling down.
So how do you prove that?
Okay.
By dropping an object and it falling to the earth.
Wait. He's using the
Go.
same word for cause and effect. You
Yeah,
can't
I'm not.
do that.
Hey, what do you call it when
Yes,
wood
you
is
are.
floating up in water?
That's buoyancy, correct?
It's buoyancy, right?
Yeah.
The effect is buoyancy.
Mhm.
So why is the effect buoyancy when something's going up, but the effect isn't gravity when something's going down?
Can you repeat? Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Why is the word for the effect buoyancy when a thing goes up, but it's not gravity when it goes down?
It is gravity when it's going down.
Okay, so the effect is gravity and the cause is gravity.
No, it falling
You're not
down.
making
is
That's what you said.
No, gravity is the cause. Gravity causes the object with something that is at a higher potential energy to fall down, to settle to a lower potential energy.
Okay, so if we're being consistent then, buoyancy is the cause and the thing going up is the effect. Buoyancy is now a cause,
Yes.
separate from gravity.
It's not separate from gravity. It exists. Like, I don't think you can have a buoyant. I guess possibly you could in microgravity. Like, I think if you put something buoyant in water, it would still, it would have that effect.
So your question is basically, why is the thing falling down, right?
Yeah, why is something falling down?
as opposed to falling up or something, right?
Yeah.
Why does hot go to cold?
Is this something to do with actually, I can't remember the reason.
Can't remember. Like, why does entropy exist?
What is entropy?
Why is it high to low pressure?
I don't remember.
It's not that you don't remember; it's that you don't know.
Well, no, it's been a
These
long
are
time.
natural laws of the universe.
It's been a long time since my last science class.
No scientist knows this. This is just natural laws of the universe that they've discovered, and the reason being is that that's how it was created by the lawmaker.
Well, isn't it that hot temperatures typically are like higher pressure, and then like they move to lower pressure areas? I thought something like that. Yeah.
Just describing entropy.
It's entropy, bro.
He's just talking about the laws of nature.
I'm sure we have theories as to why that's the case.
Listen, dude. He's just talking about the laws of nature. What he's talking about are things that occur always, right? Now, the attempt to explain the thing that occurs always is what's happening with a theory, the gravitational theory of Einstein. That's what is it trying to attempt to explain what the cause is for the effect. It is not a
Well, we don't know what causes, what made gravity. We don't know. That's still something that's being researched.
I'm talking about like the explanation. So when we ask for what is the effect, you say gravity. When you say what is the cause, you say gravity.
No, falling down is the effect.
No. Listen.
I don't understand how you're missing it.
You were saying that earlier, that gravity is the effect, what we see things falling. Yes?
Gravity is the reason things fall down to the earth.
Yes, that's the effect. Now, what is causing them to fall down to the earth?
Gravity. That's
circular. You're using the same word
because you keep trying to apply gravity to what I'm saying, but you're missing that I'm saying falling down. No, falling down is the effect. I'm not saying gravity is the effect.
Okay,
that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because
gravity is the reason, is the cause as to why something falls down.
Yeah, no, listen. No, the cause needs to be explained as into what gives things the propensity to move in the vector that they do. So that would be an explanation.
Lower mass objects are attracted to objects with bigger mass.
Hold on. That would be an explanation of the effect. The effect is something we can see, we can quantify. Okay, this rock falls at this specific rate when I let it go through the medium of air. Okay, the rock is falling, and I can quantify that. I can say the rock is falling at a specific rate. That's the effect. I can quantify that.
Yeah, why does it fall down?
In some empirical means. Now, that's the other question. The question is the cause for the effect. Why does it go in the vector that it does when I let it go?
Yeah.
Now,
I have an answer to that. Gravity. Gravity pulls it to the earth.
Yeah, but what gravity?
If you guys don't mind, I'd like to drive my point home.
Gravity.
My point was to establish that there's a double standard.
Hold on. That's a great point.
Hold up. It's hypocritical for you to ask what's the cause of downward acceleration when you don't ask what's the cause of, the second law of thermodynamics. What's the cause of energy neither being created nor destroyed? You're fine with just saying that these are laws of nature and stopping there, but with the downward acceleration or relative density or gravity, whatever you want to pick, you're trying to find the cause of the natural law, which you don't do for any other natural law. Why is that?
Dude, he left.
He bounced.
Oh.
I think he said, hold on. I thought that's what I heard, so he might have gotten a call or something, but we'll see.
He was saying gravity was the effect, right? Now he's changed it to falling. He falling the effect. He started saying falling the effect. He didn't start off that way.
I think
he might have. Buoyancy. He made it for buoyancy, but then he just switched up whenever he brought up gravity.
So he switched, right? It wasn't just me that heard it. It was a switch to him saying, because your buoyancy point was
switched.
Because I think gravity is the effect and gravity is the cause. I'm like, dude, that's circular.
I think I heard
that.
I think I heard that once, but
he said it once when I was laying him down. But then I said, so gravity causes gravity, and then he said no.
Yeah,
he could double down. He tried to oh shit, I am saying it twice. I think maybe he realized it, and so he switched it up, and now he was saying, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's falling.
Yeah, he could have said, he could have said, oh, sorry, I misspoke, but he didn't have that inkling, so too bad.
He did switch up though once Percentage started asking him about buoyancy, so
I think so.
Because he was even contemplating it. He's like, well, yeah, it would even still apply if it was on the ISS too. So I heard him mumbling a little bit, but I heard him. He said that.
Yeah.
That was a good
It's
point.
case, like they tried to hijack the word gravity because, like, in classical times, when you had like Aristotle and Alberuni and all of these people, like when they were discussing it, they used gravity in terms of gravitas, the opposite of levity. They also used the word levity. Levity was things going up. Gravity was things going down. They referred to the effects by these terms, not by the cause. So it's like a new age kind of like just hijacking of the word gravity.
Yeah, a lot of people do use the term interchangeably in the room. So it's,
He was trying to get away with it as much as he could, but once he started being backed into a corner, he started to switch it up, and then just, he was just saying, no, I was saying it's falling. No, you weren't, man. Not when you first started.
Yeah, that was a good angle percentage. Honing in on the what differentiates, or what allows someone to say, okay, well, this phenomena, we witness it, we call it a law, we don't know why, that's the tendency for this thing, right? What is the allowance that for someone to say, in this context, we're okay with going to this far in our exploration of what's going on, but for another one we have to attribute a cause.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like you can say that the effect, like there's a reason for that, right? We're going to name that reason gravity, right? But you have to, if you're going to do that, you're going to have to explain the details of how it's functioning. Why is it occurring, right? In what form is this gravity making that happen?
Yeah, but they unfortunately
give the details,
and they unfortunately mischaracterize the description of what's going on, right? It being, in full detail with all the math and shit like that, as being, oh, well, we know what's causing it because look, our math checks out.
We have another person in here. His name is Methods. It looks like one of T-Dub's friends. Methods, if you're there, you can chime in. He's a politics journeyman number 2, so.
Methods is my son, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll say hello, but
yeah.
I've just got kids here at the moment, so I'll chat later.
Okay, cool.
You have kids?
Did you say it was your son-in-law?
Hell yeah.
What?
So those are your grandkids teed up?
All right, Grandpa T-Dub over here, bro.
Ben Hammer's, he's just laughing, dude. Like, what in the world? Yeah, it's a family affair, man, for sure.
My bad, Gramps.
All right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Methods, your old man's a big deal around here, man. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm definitely on the same level as Mr. T-Dub over here. Like, I'm 100% indulged in this kind of stuff.
Yeah, welcome to the chat, by the way, man. It's good to hear that family members are coming in as well. I like to hear that anyway.
Cheers, bro.
So, Methods, did T-Dub give you the blessing to marry his daughter because you were a flat earther, or did you become flat earther afterwards?
Oh, no, he married my mum.
Oh, shit.
That's his son. That's his son.
Hey, there you go, T-Dub. I see you, bro. Misogyny.
Yeah, Tita, I'm starting to wonder if that old kind of sepia type picture in your profile is actually you.
Very well could be.
Cool stuff, man. Well, hopefully we hear more from you, Methods. Hang around.
Well, all
I don't know
can
why
say
I had
is
in my head
Methods,
that you
welcome to
married
the
his
Angry
daughter.
Aussie
Yeah.
collection.
I didn't hear you, Ben Hammer. What did you say?
I just said to Methods, welcome to the Angry Aussie Collective.
That's definitely what we are here.
You guys are taking over.
Yeah.
So,
how does it feel being upside down, man? Get used to it yet?
Definitely not upside down.
So I take it you don't roll your eyes whenever your dad starts talking about flat Earth and at the helm. You're like,
oh hell no, man! I'm 100% into like the biblical stuff, and if anything tells you the world's flat, it would be that book.
All right.
Okay.
We got a unified front from the family. That's very, very dangerous, man. They come across the family, but like, dude, they see you coming at like Thanksgiving and all that stuff. Or, well, you don't have Thanksgiving, but whatever holiday it is.
That's right. It was good. He came and visited today and showed us a feed, and so because we don't see each other often, we brought the little family over and got to see the kids, and it was good.
W.
Good on ya. That's what you guys.
We already got good on ya.
Oh, he's a good cut.
I don't think they talk that way to their family, but
Did he bring? Did he bring some VBs?
That's only their friends. What?
Did he bring the VBs or?
No, he brought the Vegemite.
Or is it the 4X? That's a thing, right?
I'd be willing to throw a bet on Great Northern. Seems to be
How far
popular
apart
lately.
are you guys on this good flat Earth?
Not far. Not far. Just next town over. Yeah. Like a 45-minute drive.
Who cooks when he comes over? He sounds pretty old enough. Does he do the cooking or do you?
Oh, I've cooked for him before. Yeah, he likes some of my cooking. But
Cool.
I'm sure
Hey, somebody's cooking
Methods
tonight.
is pretty good cook himself.
Aloha's been cooking tonight.
I guess if he sticks around long enough, he'll catch up to you cooking in here, you know?
Yeah.
No, I'm sure. Because we've gotten in, we've discussed things before. It may not be on as a lot of the conversation we have aren't so much focused on the empirical stuff. Though I do bring it up, and we do discuss it. But so it'd be good for him to have a listen to exactly sort of how we do things here. Yeah, and he probably really enjoys Speculation Sunday too, I think.
Yeah, but buckle up, man.
I think so. I am a huge speculator.
That's all right.
Methods, do you know the radius of the Earth?
No idea.
Oh, shit. Okay.
That's right, because it's not a friggin' ball. Well done.
I was gonna tell you guys before we got introduced to T-Dub's son, that today is the International Day of Human Spaceflight. Look that up on your Google right now. You'll find out what I'm talking. International Day of Human Spaceflight.
Oh, and this one time at band camp?
I don't know if that means anything, but definitely does to the Glober. They might be celebrating today.
I haven't heard any Globers say anything about it. Have you?
Yeah. Nah, it's just on right now, like on the bottom of my search bar, there's a little space rocket in the globe Earth. So, and I hover over it. It says International Day of Human Spaceflight.
Dude, the Globers don't even stay up to date on their own lore.
Well, that's what we have Crit for. He sends them a newsletter. Then they come in here flaming him. Where is he? Where is that asshole? And it's just like Crit's all muted up and shit. Like, bro, he's not even here, like, at all. Yeah, but he's here.
I'm reporting you to the FBI.
It's pretty funny though, gotta say.
Wait, so might that mean we can expect a truckload of clowns coming in today? Oh, it's space flight today. We proved it.
Please send in the clowns.
Send in the clowns.
It's gonna be a great day. Yeah, I got one more day off, so yeah.
W. Nice. Expect a decent cooking session.
Yeah.
Let's go live on X sometime.
Yo, how many clowns can fit in the clown car?
By my
33.
estimation, about I was gonna say 17, but you said 32, man. That's you're going Hispanic on us, man.
No, it
That's
depends
what-
on if you use Neil deGrasse dimensions or Bill Nye dimensions.
Yeah, Mexicans, you can. Yeah.
Wait, Mark is a globe card, right? Oh my god.
Hell yeah,
What
dude,
the
you'll be
fuck? I
popping
didn't
out
know
from
you
the-
had that.
They'll be popping out from the freaking hood, from the trunk, the sides. Like you rip out the panels, they're like in there, like
In the door panel?
the door panels. I'm Spanish, so I can say this shit, guys. Sorry.
Yeah. People think I'm Spanish all the time, bro.
I thought you were white.
Who?
Yeah, well, is
CB?
it giving? Holy.
I got brainwashed by your
My profile
Gohan or
picture?
Goku. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, he's watching the Gohan avatar.
I tried to darken the skin on ChatGPT. It didn't work.
Yeah, CB's like, don't adjust your computer monitor. I'm black.
It's like the ChatGPT is like, I can't be racist. I will not darken the skin.
Bias. Us.
Yeah, but he's all GQ smooth on the strip over there, man. He's like, with this spiffy little shoes he's got, man. He's
sheesh.
I mean,
Yeah, the first time I saw you were on the bus. You chimed in. I'm like, oh shit, you're black. He black.
He black. Yeah, he black.
we got Jafar back in the house. Oh, he's typing. I thought he was in here.
Is Mark a globetard?
Mark? No, he's an FE.
Oh,
Wait,
really?
wait,
There's another Mark. Because
Wait, I think he is.
I think he is too. Because
Wait a
he
minute,
was
Mark.
saying some crazy stuff in the chat, like earlier today.
Yeah, I think he is. Shoot, but he's like,
Are you a chat skank, Mark?
Jafar.
Oh, we got chat.
Taking a slip
Jafar's
slide,
about
jab
to
at
get
me.
chat skanked.
Taking a jab at me.
Have you stopped your sophistry yet?
Hold on.
Have you learnt English
What
yet?
sophistry?
Oh, he's not in the call.
He's not in here.
No.
I want him to though.
Did
So.
he spell sophistry with an F?
Oh, damn. You guys are savages, bro.
Give me 15
let's
minutes,
go.
I'll be back.
All right, brush your teeth,
Oh.
comb your hair. Let's go. Splash on some of that good stuff, man. Not that weak sauce. Yeah, get some of that contradiction on. You know, some of that Versace.
Migo Wigo's here. Yeah, we definitely need the Versace.
Migo freaking Wigo.
Versace Medusa head on me like I'm Illuminati.
You know what I'm talking about, bro? All right, we got Full Sand to just join the chat. Full Sand, welcome to the chat, bro.
Hello, thank you.
Pretty good, man. Pretty
WNA.
good. Yeah, Full Sand. It's pretty good. So we're asking the new people that are joining, do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
Honestly, don't know, to be honest.
Oh, well, some people think it is. You know that?
Oh, they might have seen YouTube videos and concluded that. I just don't know.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Do you want to ask any questions? Because you can do that.
Do I have any questions?
Yeah.
What is your strongest proof that the Earth is flat or stationary?
Oh, let me tell you, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, but we observe the Earth as a horizontal plane. Topographical, of course. Do you notice that what I said was something that's very true?
I mean, we can go very up and until we observe the Earth as a globe as the name.
Really?
I don't know.
Well, let's just put that to the test. How far up do you think you have to go to see the Earth as a globe? Give me an altitude, full send.
I
How
can
high
Google
above the
about
surface
it.
of the Earth? Say again.
I can Google it. How many miles? Or
Google it, bud. Google to your heart's content. I don't care anymore at this point. I'm not going to call him out on that. It's Let It Slide Saturday. You're right. I'm only being nice to him for now.
7
For now.
miles.
How much?
7 miles.
7 miles. What was the article that you read said that it's 7 miles? What was it talking about?
It's called ChatGPT. Trust me, bro.
Oh. ChatGPT, trust me, bro. All right. So that's the altitude of what? Is that an airplane?
I don't know how far airplanes go.
Full
No,
send,
I
you
don't
gotta
think
help
so.
me
No.
out here, bro. No,
No. It's not. It's less than 7 miles.
Less than 7 miles. All right. How much more or less?
I don't know. It's less.
It's less than 7 miles. How less? I don't know. Good answer.
I have no idea.
Interesting. Well, so that's the claim, right? But who's seen the Earth curved at that altitude that you know of?
Those people who work at NASA and Elon Musk and stuff.
NASA.
Yeah.
So is this a website that you read that NASA's saying 7 miles you can see the Earth's curvature?
No. I said like the only people who've seen curvature are people who work for NASA or have the strong belief that the Earth is globe.
Okay.
It is
So
some
are we going to just believe that somebody told us that the Earth is curving and say, okay, the Earth is curving? Really? Okay, cool. The Earth is curving. Are we going to trust them just because?
No. But I think there's other
no.
methods, experiments
Okay.
and stuff.
Experiments. Oh, what experiment do you think? Because we're not trusting nobody, right? You and me, Full Sand. We're not going to trust them. Why should we? What
No, I
reason
have
do
the
we have to
luxury
trust them?
to not to.
Say again?
I cannot trust them. No. I don't trust them.
Okay. So what can we do to test to see if the Earth is an actual globe?
We can, if you want to prove that the Earth is flat.
No.
If the Earth is globe.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
That the Earth
can
is
we do
globe.
Yes.
Someone has to dig a hole and end up in the other side.
You want to dig a hole and go to the other side if it's a globe?
That would prove it's a globe.
You put in that much effort, brother. I'll be waiting on this side with a carton so we can have a beer together.
Yeah, you got to dig your way to Australia, man. If you're going to do that, make the effort.
And you know what? I reckon T-Dub will pick up his young fella and drive down to my house just so we can watch you pop your little head through.
Yeah. He's going to say
I
something
think
like...
it's going to end this. It's going to end the debate.
No, but that's not even... You're just poking fun right now. You're not really being serious. See, that's the problem.
I think you can't because you can only dig 15 miles or something.
No,
Nothing
less
more
than
than
that. Less than that.
No.
Less than that. Try 7.8 miles. Yep. That's the furthest anybody's ever been down into the Earth. Mm-hmm. That's weird, huh? Did you know that?
I knew it was they can't dig a lot. That's all I knew.
Well, that's as far as we've known. The Kola Super Deep Borehole report back that they only went 7.8 miles down, bro. It's as far as down as they ever went. So, your little digging excursion wouldn't prove that the Earth is a globe, would it? Because you can't go past 7.8 miles.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Can't do
now
that.
how else can we prove that the Earth is a globe, Full Sand? If it's not digging?
Well, if the problem is it's not really important to me to that much. That's
Yes,
why
it
I
is.
don't.
You wouldn't be here if it wasn't.
What do you say?
Sorry?
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you
Doesn't
said. Full
affect
Sand.
my salvation or whatever.
Salvation? Why do you even mention that? Like, we're trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe, sir.
My God, this is not
Yeah,
Flat
I
Earth
don't know.
Church. Relax.
Yeah, he's like, he went straight into like, well, it's not going to mess with my salvation. I'm like, bro, we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
I don't know the shape of the Earth.
Well, I know that, but if there's any evidence for it, you would be able to say, hey, here's the evidence. I brought it forward, but you don't have any. Hence,
How does
it's
the moon
just-
eclipse happen in the flat Earth?
Yep. You want to know how the moon eclipse happens? Well, you
Yes.
see, son, whenever you see the moon getting covered and something's occurring, we don't know what that is. Nobody does. We just see the phenomena of something happening. It looks pretty, but nobody knows why it happens that way. We just see it happening.
But the globe model has a good model and a lot of
No, it
BS.
don't. No, it don't. What do they tell you from the globe side?
Really high. I don't want to think about it. It's too much.
Ah, so you're really high, huh? Well, you still can't see the curvature of the Earth even you're high, right?
Yes.
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy, sir. You got to get real high to see the curvature, and you can't see it. And now I'm being funny. All right, so there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe. So, anyways, it was a nice try. Good try, good try. All good things.
But I can say that Earth could be
What?
flat. I don't know.
It is. You can know. You know when you go to the beach and you see the flat horizon? Well, it looks flat, but check this out. It also measures flat. And it's navigated across, guess what? As flat. So yeah, it is flat. I would think that the long
You know,
pause
the universe
is
is flat according to physics.
the universe is flat, dude. What are you coming up with this stuff? You and your funny
Oh, yeah?
stories.
I swear to God. It's a
Search it
modern
up?
science thing.
Yeah, but you just searched it up on the internet, bro. How did you prove
No,
it?
I know this. This. I
This
know
what?
this from the past.
Yeah, you just looked it up. How can you prove that it's the universe is flat? Full sand.
No, physicians say it's,
Physicians?
flat. Yeah.
No, I don't think
Arguments
physicians
from
are the right
authority. Like that's all I have.
authority. Yeah, but you're just trusting people telling you a story, dude. Why? What makes that story true?
I mean, I don't know, man.
I know you
I don't care.
Well, you seem to because you're trying to find an excuse to make it a globe and a universe being flat and such. But there's no evidence for any of that stuff, except for you saying it.
Just digging a hole.
You could dig a hole. I think that's where you need to bury the globe, because and put a headstone on there that says "R.I.P. Globe" after you dig that hole. That'd be interesting, right? Throw the globe in there, that hole, then cover it back up with dirt and say, "Yeah, it's been nice knowing you."
This room used to be so active. Like I don't know how come you
What?
having
How
a
come
fruitful conversation with me.
Yeah, this is fruitful. You know what we're getting from this? Delicious content that's going on the internet. Right now it's being live streamed on YouTube. And so when other people come back, they're going to hear how high you were. And they're going to be like, dude, that sucks, man. That somebody that could have said that the earth is a globe just didn't come through. What a facepalm. Oh, well, that sucks. Maybe perhaps the next guy coming in there will prove that the earth is a globe. Maybe. Right?
I'm not here to prove anything, really.
I know.
So why do you stream this? I didn't concede.
That didn't make any sense. Speak clearly, man.
Why are you streaming this? You need my permission.
I think you need a physician, sir. I think your tongue was falling downstairs right there.
It's just my accents, I guess.
No, you were actually slurring to all get out.
I think I'm fine.
Well, I don't.
I heard why assume. I don't know what the rest of it was.
Yeah, his tongue falling downstairs. It was.
Stop speaking tongue.
Yep. Speak clearly, sir.
Where's
So
Trinity?
we can all hear
you
you.
got one.
Mister, I don't know if the Earth is a globe or not. Well, join the rest of the people that would advocate for the globe but can't prove it. They don't know either. Shall we wait for the next
If I had
question?
to bet, I would say it's a globe. If I had to bet.
Well, are we going to bet? Can we bet? Oh, please let us bet. But let's do a
Can we
gentleman's
play?
bet because we can't bet like actual money. We can do a gentleman's bet. How about that?
So, Full Sand, why is it you're going to put your money on the globe? What is it that tips you off that says, hey, bro, it's definitely a globe, throw your money on this side?
Because it has a moon eclipse explanation, for example.
Moon eclipse?
Your saving point is not even the Earth itself. It is, let's look away from the Earth.
No, I think he said it's got more explanations.
It's coherent with reality. I don't know how to say it in English.
Right.
It's coherent with reality except for when reality is not coherent with your explanation. Very strange. Your explanation doesn't provide evidence that the explanation is even proven. Because they're saying that with the lunar eclipse, the Earth is getting in the way of the sun, causing that shadow. But how do you know that's true? Full Sand.
How do you know what is flat Earth? Like, there's no books. You can't read anything, just YouTube videos.
And how do you know that? But you're still believing that the Earth is getting in the way of the sun, causing the shadow on the moon, yeah?
Isn't that interesting, Alpha? He's just told us that we're all YouTube videos, and here we are forever telling people to get outside.
I think he needs a physician.
Yeah.
Full Sand, come on, man. Give us something.
I think the term you were looking for, Full Sand, was physicist, not physician.
Oh, sorry.
Thought you
That's
ought
all
to know.
Mick forgave you.
I do.
So, any more for any more?
Well, we just throw the black swan at him. Get it over.
I mean, he
over
lost.
with.
He lost a whole $2 on this. Like he's gonna put everything on it, right? Full Sand.
Bet in the house on.
No, if I had to bet with my own, I don't know, existence, something really important, I would say it's a globe.
Yeah. Well, who are you gonna bet that with?
So, Full Sand, let's
Your
just say,
existence, man.
for
You'd be
some
deleted.
crazy reason, you had $1 million in the palm of your hand, $1 million. Would you still bet on the globe with that $1 million?
Yes, globe.
Oh,
So that's a lot of
Definitely
confidence.
Banhammer, that is a shit ton of beers right there, man.
I'm hearing you. That's an easy win.
Yeah. I'll take that bet all day long. Let's freaking go.
All right. Excuse me, bank manager. I would like to take out a loan.
It was just one time. I only need it once.
Oh shit.
Dude, you'd be so, man. You'd be crying in your hands, bro, handing that money to Banhammer, and he'd just be like, appreciate it. 1, appreciate it. 2,
Yoink.
Every dollar bill
shit.
would be a thank you. There you go. Cha-ching. You're saying all of this that you have so much confidence, dude. You have no evidence right now. You're like, I don't know if it's globe or flat. Like right now, bro.
No, some stuff I don't like to talk about.
You're doing it. You're talking about. I don't like to talk about it, but I'm talking about
Some
it.
proofs and stuff are personal to me.
Personal? What the
Yes.
hell? Boy, what you talking about? Personal? Providing evidence for the Earth being a globe is personal? Okay.
I believe every planet has an orbit and like
Oh hell no!
moon, those stuff. But I can't. Yeah.
You can't prove that, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask him something? Can I ask you
I
something?
believe there's orbits, but I can't prove it, bro.
Can
I
ask?
No,
I have a
man,
faith in it. Yes.
let Mick's gonna ask you a question.
Yeah. What do you mean by like what is it that's personal that you're attaching to the planetary motions?
As when I look at the moon, I say Earth is like the moon. It's just a globe.
No, but you were saying it's personal. What is personal? Because some people might say something like
My worldview, what I concluded through time.
Okay, so it's not like some astrology thing where it's like, oh, Mars is,
It's not a fact. It's not something to mention even.
Oh, well, because you said it's personal, and that's the only first thing that came to mind, because that would make sense.
Personal is in. Don't ask him. It's none of your business.
Any business, personal.
Yeah, because if that worldview or the mechanics of that worldview is torn apart, then that threatens your identity, right?
It's religious stuff, and I don't like to talk about religion at all.
Okay.
Okay. But religious, I mean, like, what religions advocate for a globe except for the globe religion itself in its own right?
And for me, Islam, it does.
Oh, I get it. Oh, it made sense now that you said that. Okay. So, is there people that would disagree with you to the point of like, because it is what I heard before, right? Somebody came in here that was a Muslim, and they say they can't talk about it within certain groups because bad stuff can happen to them. I don't want to mention again, but if they don't trust that the earth is what they've been told by their imam, they could be in trouble, like big time trouble, like severe trouble. Is this why you're
That's
saying
weird. Yeah, I know. A lot of Muslims believe that the earth is flat because Islam says the earth is flat. So this quotes over for that. I mean,
Well, dude, I'm telling you, we have people that are Muslims that are in flat Earth, for sure.
Yeah. Like they have studied and they have proofs.
But these guys are intelligent, full sand. Like I'm telling you, they're not just like bobbleheads on the internet. They are very studied in what we were talking about.
Yeah,
and there's one in the room right now.
So all I'm telling you is that even from your religious standpoint, it's definitely a challenge for you to even think that the Earth is a globe, man. Honestly, I don't know if you're a religious guy and just only religion is moving you, but
And if I may add, so you wouldn't be alone in that, right? I come from a more Christian background, right? And within that, there's infighting on that too, right? I have a Catholic background. My family is Catholic, and within Catholicism, there's like an emphasis on the globe itself, right? In the Bible that I have, references to the Earth is a lot of them use the term globe, whereas in other translations they don't use globe. They use something like circle or arc or some other word, right? So there's infighting there too, but that doesn't necessarily stop me from asking the questions.
There's infighting too. It's a Douay Rheims version, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Isaiah 40:22.
Yeah, dude. Like, I think Full Sand is probably elucidating to that point, but that's why it's personal. I'm thinking maybe that's why, but I don't know. You don't have to, like, if it's that personal. We were just making fun of it because it's like I thought it was just like you didn't want to talk about the globe, but it's more like a religious, personal thing. That's different.
There's like some verses that I see that it implies that the Earth is a globe 100%. But that's about it.
Which ones?
There's one that uses the word sphere, the verb, doing spherical movements.
What's the chapter on that one?
The translation could be fucked up. Let me look at this.
Okay. It's just posting it, and then maybe we could call upon somebody who's a Muslim and see if they can come up with the same thing you did. This is more of like not neither here nor there with like empirical evidence, just based on.
I bet when you have that's Islam issue for you comes in evidence.
What? You know where the text
Okay,
is, right?
so the word used in the verse is warabs. I'll have to write it down. I can't spell this.
Well, let me see.
Maybe
created the heavens
percentage
and
can
the
help
earth
with
for a
that.
purpose. He wraps the night around for the day and wraps the day around for the night. He has subjected the sun and the moon, each orbiting for an appointed term. He is truly the Almighty, most forgiving. So where there do you see the earth as a globe?
So the word wraps in Arabic is yukawir. It's the word for sphere.
Really?
Yes.
But
So
then that
here's
would
the sphere.
translate.
Kora.
Well, no, because like
Sphere.
it wouldn't read correctly. You know what I mean? No, wraps can't mean that. Because then the context, the meaning doesn't sound.
No,
like
the
you said.
Arabic word does. Not wraps. Wraps is something else.
No, I know, but if you take wraps out and put sphere in its place in that context, it wouldn't make sense. Not the way it reads.
No, it says the verb of doing the spherical movements. A verb for the word sphere, like sphere in something. I don't know what
Wraps means like what it's doing as a sphere. Is that what you're saying?
The literal word in Arabic. That's wraps.
What's a spherical movement?
I don't know. Let's appeal to maybe somebody who's looked at percentage. Have you looked into this?
The word for sphere in Arabic is kura. The word used in this verse is yukawiru. It's like doing sphere.
Yeah, I'm not going to challenge you on that. I would rather.
It has to be
a
a
Muslim?
spherical shape of the earth. According to this verse.
It doesn't make
Yeah, I
sense
wouldn't-
though in the context.
Yeah, I would.
The context.
I wouldn't. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying. It doesn't make sense in the context. Wraps around. It almost sounds like cloaking or putting a cloth over. Like it's. You know what I mean? Like night is like a cloth put over the day.
It's all about
It's like a shroud,
the
like a
word itself
shrouding.
in Arabic, the phrasing.
You know, because like when you cover yourself when you wrap yourself up, it doesn't denote sphere. It means a covering. That's how I would take that interpretation. It's a covering.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would, if I had to bet, I would, but I don't know what the shape. It could be flat.
No. I'm in the context of that particular scripture that you put in there. Is what I'm
You
referring to
don't
that.
can't read Arabic. We can't make the same points.
Well, okay. You're gonna discredit me because I don't speak Arabic. That's fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, just for yourself, sir. I mean, have you endeavored to compare various translations of these verses?
I don't read translation. I read the Arabic.
He reads the Arabic.
No, but what I mean.
No,
yeah,
he doesn't want to go with me with the idea that it's a verb. The sphere is a noun. The verb sphere is mentioned in the verse. So he doesn't want to go through this logic.
No, it's okay.
Sorry,
forgive me if I misspoke. What I meant by translations is versions, right? So, like in English, right? Just in English, there's like 37 different versions of the Bible per se. It's all in English, but it's translated from different individuals with their own different interpretations and whatnot, and they use different words. So I'm not
in the Quran,
sure. I wasn't.
I have only one. No,
right. Okay, that's fine. But what I'm looking at is a verb. He raps. Rapping.
Yes.
Raps.
Verb. Yes. Exactly. Yes.
You think it's a noun?
No, it's the verb of the noun sphere in Arabic.
That don't make sense.
A noun
It just
sphere?
is.
No,
Word sphere. Every noun has a verbal form of it. The verbal form of sphere is the word used in the verse that is raps, but it's in Arabic.
Does that make sense to you, Mick?
Not really.
Okay.
Because, like in English, you couldn't use the word sphere in a verbal sense. Like, I'm not sphering around something.
Yes, that's an
I might
English
be.
thing.
That's
In
why
Arabic,
it
you
didn't make
can.
sense.
Right. Well, because
Arabic-
the closest. Well, hang on. The closest thing one can probably come to that is I could be circling around something, like I'm walking around in circles, or I'm driving around in circles, or something. Right. But sphering,
It's a
I've
shape.
never heard that before.
It's dude. Yeah, it's a concrete noun. It's very difficult to process this intelligently and say that you can make it sound like it's not a sphere. I'm just only contextually utilizing what you've provided. It doesn't read like it would if you read it just directly the way it is. The way it is a verb, and it's showing that something's happening with the night.
Hold on. Let me
wrapping
explain.
around the day. So it's showing in action. You know
When
what I
you
mean?
do the spherical movements of a spherical objects, like when you do that with your hand, that's what's the word in Arabic that in that verse.
No, but raps is not spherical though. Raps, if you rap, listen. When you
Perhaps
rap
it's
something,
interpretation, man. That's the problem.
no. You could use rap in a way that it's not a sphere. Is what I'm saying. So you can't say that it is a sphere.
Yeah, I
At
can
least
make
he
a
accept-
tortilla wrap.
This is second solo. Okay, it's not the verse. Let's
At least he's going with the idea that those are the things that are moving. So stationary Earth, that's describing it. Stationary Earth right there in that scripture. A motionless Earth.
Yeah,
That's
because
the things
something's
in the
being
sky
wrapped.
that are orbiting. It says clearly that the things in the sun and the moon are each orbiting for an appointed term.
Yeah, and they're the ones
So
rapping.
the sun's the thing that's moving. As far as that wrapping stuff goes, I don't know.
Yeah, because the sun and the moon
little-
are wrapping themselves around the earth, the day
Right.
and the night. They're the product of the wrap.
Which said at a certain point of time where people used to think that sun is stationary.
I can wrap my arms around something in a hoop-like fashion. That's in a horizontal fashion, right? That doesn't mean I'm encompassing it on all sides.
Yeah,
like
that's
wrapping around a
different.
ball.
That's very different. I think contextually that should make some sense to you. It doesn't denote sphere in that way. It denotes a covering. And it doesn't need to be like a complete sphere motion. You don't have to make that motion. You can just put a cover on something. It could be like, think about it like this. Even if it was like a dome, you could cover a dome. You could wrap that dome up. So it didn't necessarily need to be a sphere in this context. I'm just challenging what you put, Full Sand. I'm not saying you have to take that in. I'm just challenging you.
Yeah, and it's not that big of a deal for me. So I might be wrong. Who knows?
Well, I mean, it's one interpretation. This is the first time I've heard somebody utilize this particular scripture that way. That's for sure. It's a new one on me.
I can
But
give you like something direct. Hold on. So.
Yeah, what example could you provide? That would apply to.
So
we can get the gist. Now, which percentage we're here to interpret this?
I think we're pretty much on the same path to say that what we're interpreting would be the same. Because a concrete noun is what a sphere is, and wrapping is a verb. It's an action.
Yeah.
They act to wrap.
Hey, wait.
You know?
Wait, I haven't heard of sphering, but I've heard of balling.
Yeah. It's a concrete noun. We can
That
be
was
sure
dumb.
that's what it is.
Look at side chats. This is all I can say about this.
There you go. He wraps the night around the day.
Let's see.
Yep.
Translation meaning.
That's the word. Kawar.
Wad.
That's raps. Like it's ambiguous.
Wow.
It's ambiguous raps.
I don't know what are we supposed to look at here?
This is the word in Arabic on what it means, literally.
All
the
these
translation you read
all these
is
synonyms. All these synonyms here. Ball, clue, ball.
Englobe, yeah. Yeah, englobe.
Englobes the night over the. It's a movement.
Yeah, so yeah, if you look at the translation and meaning, right? Point number 2, where it starts with the word clue, right? The last one on that line is englobe, right? That's synonymous with encompass or to wrap, right? So that's where I guess it gets its pivot.
That's a hell of a pivot, though.
Well, to englobe something, right? If you take your hand, you get 2 kind of like hemispheres, right? You cover something. You're encompassing it with your 2 hands. You're creating like a ball-like shape, right?
No, it's not. No. You're not creating a ball. Covering with hands is creating a dome.
No, with 2 hands.
Yeah.
Right. If I'm cupping something, yeah, but
yeah, it's still a dome.
I'm actually fully covering.
It's a dome. Cupping or covering, it's still a dome. At no time
with
do you
2
create
hands?
a sphere.
I have two domes. Well, whatever the word englobe.
Englobe? No, you don't create a globe.
Actually, just realized that my arguments is stupid, so I take it back.
No, I mean we're diving into this because we're at all angles. People can make their arguments.
Prove that the Earth is a sphere. Just
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm trying to see the angle that it takes, but it's I guess the word the word in its own right doesn't really do justice within the context. The translation uses the word wrap, right? So I mean, I don't read or speak Arabic, so I couldn't say, but
even using what he's given for the translation, it doesn't fit. It still doesn't.
It doesn't.
With the word wrap.
Yeah, I mean, to make the leap to sphere,
he wraps.
It doesn't.
Oh no, not at all. Not with the word wrap at all. Of course not.
Yeah.
He wraps the night around the day. Yeah, of course not.
So we do have Kenny that just jumped in. Welcome, Kenny, to the forum. And there he goes. Shit. Scared him off. It's all good. It's all good.
Maybe I would put forth to full send. Someone still here there? You still there?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Is there any other verse that you would point to?
Well, no, not really.
No.
I think he's.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you, man, because in the Douay Rheims Catholic Bible, there's actually only one that I'm familiar with, one verse that actually uses the word globe. Right? Like in plain text. Literally.
I don't think the Quran says the Earth is globe or flat. It doesn't mention it.
It does mention it's flat.
Yeah, what about the carpet?
Yeah.
Oh.
The carpet, what's it called?
I just don't see it. It means it's flat.
Eh?
I don't think it's obvious or something.
You don't think it's obvious?
Yeah, because you could give me an example of the Quran saying that the Earth is flat.
I haven't read it, dude. I just know that there's one
As for example,
are you
have to look
asking
it up.
me?
Yeah, you'd have to look
Yeah,
it
are
up,
you-
but it's the extent of it was, I don't even want to paraphrase it because it's going to be incorrect, but it's similar to something about Allah stretches the earth out like a carpet. Something
Right.
similar to that.
there's even more direct.
No, but I'm saying
he
like,
flattened the earth. There's a verse that says he flattened the
yeah,
earth.
that's fine, but it's still what we're saying is there's still involvement with what flat and earth, those words, they're being utilized.
Well, I always, when this comes up, I often like to bring up the question, right? Okay, even if the Quran did describe the entirety of this realm as being spherical, sphere-like, does that necessitate, and is it specific about which part of that sphere we live on? Does it say specifically that we live on the exterior of that sphere? Or could it be that we live on a plane inside a sphere within a space inside the sphere? You know how it describes something, I heard something about the Quran mentioning that the earth is shaped or is similar, akin to an egg.
It's and the earth. After that, then he uses the word you're talking about. An egg shaped, like it's a verb. It's misleading. It's ذكر like making it. It's some people misusing it to say it's an egg shape. No, it just means it's spread too. Linguistically, ha means spread it, not an egg shape.
Oh, like a cracked egg, like an egg that's been broken open and is in the pan, spread out, flat.
No.
Okay. Sorry.
Like,
but is the Quran specific about which part of this so-called sphere that we live on? Does it say specifically that we live on the exterior of the sphere?
I don't think he gets that context meaning. Not him, anyway. Maybe Full Sand can correct
You
me.
know, as in on the outside surface of it.
So ostrich. So the word that word that when we say egg in the Quran, egg-shaped earth.
Okay.
So
right.
When the ostrich, the eggs, when the ostrich have eggs, she does something very specific to the earth. It's like flattening it in a certain way. That's how it is described. That's how this word is linked to an egg. No, it just ostrich does this. It doesn't mean
okay.
eggs or something.
That's fair.
It's flat.
Fair enough.
The ha, yes. Oh, damn.
Fair enough. But so I still ask, right? Is it specific? Is the Quran specific about where on the sphere we live? Do we live on the outside of it, or do we live on the inside of this sphere?
It doesn't say we live in a sphere or we don't live in a sphere. It doesn't say we live in a flat earth. It doesn't say where we live.
Okay.
I think physics, what we see, not physics, what we see around us is kind of like it looks like. It's not like we live in a side.
So flat.
Yo, I just got here and this guy's wrong. In Islam, the earth is flat.
You missed like an hour
welcome
long
back,
of this, dude. We're waiting for you to come back.
Bro,
that's a better guy to represent Islam. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Is this Full Sand?
Yeah.
انت اخونا في الاسلام. كلام عربي.
I think only English is allowed in this server.
All right. Well, in Islam, the earth is flat, bro. Like I know Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Hazm said that there's ijma.
I didn't say it's not.
No, but you said it doesn't say that it is or isn't. And it does. It definitely does.
That's all I know. That's
okay, well, I could give you the adilla, you know, the hadith from the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He says,
Send me in DM. Send me in DM.
Well, let me just say it in front of everyone so they can learn as well. Sure. So the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he says, he was asked about the earth. Actually, what happened was a man comes to him and complains that there's like that people are dying because of a drought. There's lack of water and the there's a famine because of it, and the animals are dying. And so he asks the Prophet to intercede and ask Allah for rain. And then basically the Prophet, he's like, woe to you, like no one intercedes on behalf of Allah, something, Allah, you go to him directly, basically, right? And he says, and then I don't know how it transitioned, but he talked about Allah's station above all creation. He said Allah is upon his throne, which are upon the heavens, and the heavens are upon the earths, and the earths are, and he says hakada. He says the heavens are upon the earths hakada. Hakada means like this, and with his hands, what does he do? He makes a dome with his hands, and says in the hadith kakubba, as a dome, right? Now, a dome is a semi-sphere at most, right? And if the earth's a sphere, and we know that the heavens are on over every part of the earth, like in the Quran it says, وَبَنَيْنَا فَوْقَكُمْ سَبْعًا شِدَادًا, we built upon you 7 heavens, right? And there's more proofs, but the point is, every part of the earth above it has the heavens, the sky, right? And even in Islam, Allah comes down to the lowest heavens every last third of the night. And so the point is, if Earth's a sphere, you can't possibly have the heavens covering the entirety of the sphere if the heavens are a dome. You need 2 domes to cover a full sphere, at least, And so that's one of the proofs. And there's other proofs about how the distance between each heaven and the thickness of each heaven and the distance between each earth and the thickness of each earth, because there's 7 heavens and 7 earths in Islam, is 500 years of a horse, a rider on horseback.
Yeah, that's was. Thank you.
Yo, did you guys hear all that?
I did.
All right,
but
cool.
the one of the questions were the use of cupping of the hands, and I think you already went over that, because I think that displays the fact that there's a covering. Or did you see I don't know if you saw the context we were discussing, and so I guess he was still looking into some scripture. One of them says he created the heavens and the earth for a purpose. He wraps the night around the day, and wraps the day around the night. And he has subjected the sun and the moon, each orbiting for an appointed term. He is truly the Almighty, most forgiving.
So this is, I don't know why Globers bring this as a proof, because it doesn't say the sun is wrapping around the earth, or the moon is wrapping around the earth. It says the night is wrapping around the day, and day is wrapping around night. And it's basically talking about how when the sun comes, the night kind of just envelops the darkness, and then when the sun leaves, the night, the darkness is enveloping the day, the light. It has nothing to do with what happened on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It's a very weak proof. And then also, it's a debunk of the heliocentric model, because this mentions the sun and the moon together, and you'll notice that this very often in the Quran, it mentions the sun and the moon as counterparts. The sun is a warm light, Siraj and Munira, and the moon is like a beautiful, cold moon, basically, right? So they're counterparts, and they're it matches empirically. There's the similar size in our observations in the night sky, and they have similar orbits and almost similar speeds. The moon is just a little bit quicker, so it doesn't make sense to have this belief that the sun is this huge colossal thing and the moon is a little dinky thing, when it doesn't match our observations. It doesn't match the Quran. The Quran never glorifies the sun to be this huge thing as it is in the heliocentric model. And then also the thing he said about ostrich egg, the ostrich egg thing is actually, it's a misconception, and it's been thoroughly debunked. And inshallah I can send you the proof for that. It's like a linguistic butchering of the Quran in this one. It's in terms of the interpretation of it.
Other by the earth after that, and the word the ha. Bring me anything, any dictionary that says any other than an ostrich flattening the earth for her eggs. I don't know.
Yeah, inshallah I will. I'll tell you, there's a lot of material debunking the ostrich egg theory thing.
It's not a theory, it's a language. Linguistics say it.
No, it's a theory in terms of interpretation. It's interpretive, like it's an idea of interpreting the thing. But yeah, anyways, I'll get you the evidence, inshallah.
It's not an ostrich egg. That's the whole thing. It's not an egg.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not.
We've heard
it means flattened out.
We've heard in the past that it was used as that because they would refer to this, and I think that's what percentage is saying. It's been debunked that it's not talking about the Earth in that way. But the Glober does come in with that, saying that that's evidence in the Quran that was saying that it's like an egg. Not you, Full Sand, but other ones that came in here with.
Yeah, it means flat, and it's like.
So it says. Does it say that about the Earth being flattened?
Yeah, but it could be understood as flattened, as there's no like weird shapes and mountains. It's like flat for us to live in.
Yeah, flat.
Like this.
Flat. Yeah, you wouldn't use a word flat for something that means round, curved, right? You'd use the word flat, flattened.
Go ahead, look at the hadith so far in the side chat. Full side.
I'm gonna dip out, man. You guys have a good chat.
Cheers, Alpha.
What do you think? Who's the Muslim guy again?
Anay.
Percentage.
Yeah.
What do you think about Ibn Abbas saying that the Earth is flat?
I think this is ijma' and the Sahaba. There was no Sahaba saying it was, a globe. They had absolute consensus that it was that.
Is it authentic? Arthur?
Absolutely. Yeah, look at Tafsir Tabari and Tafsir Sa'di. Noon, the whale that, that...
yeah, we don't have to go through that because it's a lot.
Yeah. And this is something, Wallahi, Nas, they don't understand the gravity of denying it. Because this is something that Allah affirms of His creation. And for people to say, no, it's a globe, is, Wallahi, it's kufr. Because they believe in part, and they disbelieve in part. And you know what it says in Surah Al-Baqarah about that.
Why is he music?
Guys, yeah, can we get back on topic, please, guys? There's Muslim channels for that, right?
Oh.
Yeah, because we'll be here all day debating about this.
Yeah, he gone. Thanks for that percentage.
I'll be right back.
Okay, we lost Full Sand. I wonder if it's a coincidence or not that Lion just joined.
How far off the suit?
Oh, hey, Lion, how are you, dude? No, I think Full Sand dipped when Percentage got muted. They were talking about the cry and stuff.
Yeah, I apologize. I get really triggered when it's religious talk because I debate it in other forums, and then when I come here, I'm kind of over it. I just don't want to talk about it anymore. So I just want to talk about angles. But yeah, sorry, I correct it.
Yeah, they were just pointing out references to Earth, whether it's flat or not. I don't know if you just got here, but yeah, because that's what the guy's contention was. Is he was apprehensive to consider anything, on a personal level. His words, literally, right? So we dove into that, spoke to him for a good hour or so. Then Percentage got here and was interpreting it a little bit more close to home. It was a good conversation, I think.
Bang, bang.
Well, I guess it was a good run.
Yeah, they're debating religion too much. It's going to upset people and offend them, and you just don't know what people's history is. Someone might have a really bad experience with Christianity or something, or Islam or something. You just don't know. It could be triggering all these memories, or I don't know. But just things like Allah doesn't mean the same thing to everybody, bro. It means very different things to some people. So it can trigger people.
Yo, 24/7, what's happening, y'all? Everybody good? Happy Saturday.
Hey, Killer, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm feeling flat today. Well, are you?
Hey, Leaf. I'm good. I'm feeling very bouncy today.
You're fighting gravity the whole way, Daz?
Grabbing me?
You said you're feeling bouncy. I said you're fighting gravity then, Daz?
I need to do some exercise and lose some gravity. I need to lose about 10 kilos of gravity.
Gabbity. You got some gabbity.
Gabbity goop.
Yep, I'm in the gym fighting gravity myself.
Doctor says I'm just causing too much gravity, and it needs to cause less. Would you say you're on the fence, Lev? Or are you just kind of poking your head over the fence, having a look?